censorship. And there we go. Someone censored me. Wow. Um, that is next level. And now it sounds like I may have some sort of an echo. And Freda's over in Rumble, thank you for that heads up. No one over on X said a word. So maybe they can hear me. But while I try to figure out what the heck is going on here, very, very, very odd. I turned the monitoring off. I should be good on that. So luckily, people on X probably could hear me. Maybe. And if not, I guess they just weren't caring enough to share with me that I just did a a whole long dialogue there without anybody being able to hear. Now, if you're a lip reader, you can then probably figure out what I've said. Awesome. Kimmy Cakes in the house over in the Rumble Zone. I have an open space on X. If anybody would like to join and conversate, I guess the lip readers will have to come out and we'll have to figure out one way or another. Read what I just said quite plainly. It's too bad that we live in an era right now where censorship is king. For those that couldn't hear me, I was talking there, and the tragic end of Charlie Kirk's life and the censorship that has induced this type of behavior. People who cannot seem to comprehend what civil discourse is all about. They define it as tyrannical. Expression is evil to some of these people. To most of them on the certain side of the fence, they define the First Amendment as an evil that leads to tyranny. And so you have individuals out there that are willing to take opportunity at a gathering like today and deal with it the most simple way that they can come up with in their mind. One pull of the trigger, and I don't have to debate with that voice. No one has to debate with that voice. Well, that's not the American way. That's not the United States Constitution. That is not what we agreed to. Our founders did not agree to snuff someone out that wasn't towing the line for the country in a manner that was acceptable by the peers of that era. You had young men come together and decide on the constitution of this country based on the ability to share your thoughts and ideas and express them freely, and to be able to protect yourself against any tyranny, foreign or domestic. I said this prior in the little bit that apparently could not be heard. Um, People acquiesce to individuals coming forward and calling for more firearm regulations. This is not what Mr. Kirk would have wanted. If anything, Charlie Kirk would have wanted people to hopefully him and supported his journey through exercising the First Amendment. Hopefully, all of those individuals to push the Second Amendment harder. And push the First Amendment harder. We, the people, should not be dealing with social media platforms that censor on any level. And I currently have 0 platforms that I know of personally that do not censor to some extent. And because platforms are willing to bend the knee, kiss the ring to like Apple Store so their platform can go on the App Store, well, they all should just leave the App Store. They should all just say, no, this is a public space. We want our people to be able to enjoy speaking freely, and we're not going to censor them. We're not going to censor the chat space. We're not going to censor the speech. We're going to honor the First Amendment and honor the fact that we are marketing ourselves as a social media platform that is a public space. The public is allowed to come and go as they please. Well, if you're a public platform, then you cannot impose any kind of censorship. Yet we have gone ahead and played along. You have people that use TikTok daily that use the word grape instead of the word rape. They use the word unalive instead of the word kill. And there are many, many other words over on that specific platform that you have to twist into some soft word so no one can be offended. I call on X, and I'll even call on Rumble. Stop censoring the chat space. Stop censoring words. Period. All of them. If you don't, I'm going to call you out. Again and again and again. I'm just going to keep telling the truth. The truth is Rumble censors. They lie about actually promoting freedom of speech. They lie about being a defender of the First Amendment. They lie about it. And though maybe Charlie Kirk supported Rumble and thought highly of Rumble for one reason or another, I would have a tendency to think that it had more to do with political alignment and money that he supported Rumble than any other reason. Because Rumble's not a freedom of speech platform like it claims. It's false advertisement. X, sorry Elon, gonna throw you under the bus too, my friend. You do not practice freedom of speech on X. I'm living proof. I'm proof of that. And the amount of evidence I have on X and on Rumble for their censorship that I have documented for a long period of time. You know, in the honor of Charlie and his practice of freedom of speech on college campuses and what he died for. He died for the First Amendment. A true patriot. President Trump should award Charlie Kirk the Medal of Freedom. Yeah. He should do it. And give it to his wife. That's what he should do. I might be the first person to suggest that. Because, you know, when you have somebody who gives their life to a cause, and then their life is taken while enacting that cause, and that cause being the preservation, the protection, and the defense of the United States Constitution for you, for me, for everybody, whether he agreed with them or not. What a fantastic individual. What a fantastic independent individual with liberties. And he took those liberties that he had from birth as a United States citizen. God-given birthright. And he had the notion to give us, we tested. He petitioned. Every time he engaged with somebody, it was a protest and a petition. He was protesting their thought process, and he petitioned to their logical side, their hearts in some cases. He protested their dialogue. He protested their perspective, and he petitioned them. That is a true American. And he may have had some personal leanings that everybody has. We all have biases. My biases are not yours. Yours are not mine. And sometimes we intersect. Sometimes we are able to find these happy mediums that we can, the common ground. Sometimes was that ability for us to agree to disagree and agree on something that made no one a winner and nobody a loser. That's how we got to where we're at in this country. When we declared independence and our founders wrote up the Constitution. That's the only reason we get to enjoy the liberties that we have today, and we actually should have more. Every person on that campus should have been packing a firearm. Every single person. And you know, I think they should have been, but, you know, the reality is it's a right. It's not forced. So you don't have to if you don't want to. If it's not something you're comfortable with. But we, the people, generationally have failed the next generation by not teaching comfort with the Second Amendment right that is due to every single United States citizen. It's too bad. I'll kind of parrot what I said before, which some people obviously couldn't hear. Retribution right now, while emotionally heightened, angry, sad, going through a roller coaster of emotions for a lot of people out there, it's not the time to act. It's the time to reflect. It's the time to think. It's the time to plan action for the future. Individuals that commit such heinous crimes infringe on another person's liberties without cause, executed right away in the public square. Those individuals caught in the act, those people that we know without a shadow of a doubt should not get to just rot in jail, should not get to just run the game of the judicial industry. They should get the gallows. They should get the guillotine. They should get being drawn and quartered on live stream, public television, national television. Have people be able to come and see it firsthand at the local courthouse or right there at the Supreme Court or wherever we decide executions should take place for the nation to see, the world to see. If we don't have these executions for people that cause death, murder without defending themselves, this was not a defense scenario. This was murder. And, you know, with that comes the stiffest of penalties. And we should act on that 100%. The fact that we have not been executing people for these types of crimes for so long, it has led to people being more, because they don't feel like they're putting their life at risk. They just know that they're just going to get to go live out the rest of their day in a cage if they're caught. And that doesn't bother evil people. It doesn't bother demonic people. It doesn't bother people who have been brainwashed, manipulated into thinking that the exercise of freedom of speech is somehow infringing on them or could infringe on them or has infringed on them. That's probably the first step that we need to take, is to ensure that people who are found guilty, and if they are caught in the act, we do not need a judge, we do not need a jury, we do not need we'll find executioners. We don't need one. We've got many of them out there for something like this. Because, quite frankly, the only reason why you don't execute them right on the spot is so other people have an opportunity to see the execution. So you can then use that as a moment where a teaching moment. You do this, that's going to happen to you. This quickly. This country used to act in that manner, and this country was by far way better at that point. A million times better when we were acting on the executions. And that just comes down to the judicial system and we the people actually holding them accountable for releasing the bad guys, not executing the bad guys. People that we know without a shadow of a doubt. And we've been lackadaisical. We haven't been doling out enough spankings, basically. That's one way. That's one step. There's many things that we can do moving forward in this country that will be positive in the end. I think we've made quite a few steps in the right direction. But currently, with the experience we just all shared, have more pressure put upon our leadership, our representatives. They need to represent us in a better light when it comes to our First Amendment, our Second Amendment, and all of those amendments that follow after. We need this. We should demand it. We should protest. We should petition at every level. We should engage in open dialogue with anyone who is willing to engage. And we should not bend the knee or kiss the ring to anyone who wants to shut our speech down. That's why I suggest we go after platforms at this point. That like I said, every single platform I am streaming to right now, casting to, they censor every single one of them. We do not have a single platform in the United States of America that is either not American platform or is American platform. It doesn't matter. None of us have access to a true freedom of speech platform. They don't exist. It is something that we should strive to have. Fei Lee comes in over at Twitch. Hello, Fei Lee. I hope you're having a decent evening with all that has transpired. If you'd like to come over to X, I have an open X space. If you'd like to use your voice, I'm sure the people would love to hear your thoughts and ideas of the current events that we have all experienced today. And if you have something to share or would like to share, if you want to just come in here and vent and allow us all to feel your irritation, if you have irritation, or your sadness, if you have sadness, or all of the whole roller coaster ride. Which, by the way, anybody who wants to join in on the space over on X, it's you'll find it under my stuff over there. Speak Freely _2 at Speak Freely _2, and I've got it entitled open mic for those who wish to share testimony on the events of today. So if you'd like to share some testimony, if you'd like to yeah, get something off your chest, you can yell, you can scream, you can cry. I'm a pretty good listener. Probably just as good a listener as I am a talker. So, Fei Lee says, I was just popping in to say hi before I get ready for bed. Just got done streaming. Well, you're still more than welcome. Hopefully you had a great stream. Hopefully it was relaxing for you and unplugging from the chaos of today that will probably continue, into the days ahead. We have to have people understand they need to keep talking. They need to keep talking. Individuals like me, I'm an independent, truly independent individual. I get censored more than anybody else on this planet, period. I'm just not. I get settings messed with. I get platforms that just, like, I'm not streaming to Twitch, or I am streaming to Twitch. I'm not streaming to Kick today because something happened on the back end there, which was weird. So I didn't even want to monkey with it at this point. It was just like, I'm not dealing with Kick. I only added Kick to the Streamlight up because why not? If I could stream to all platforms right now, I would. Mainly to just take notes on how many platforms are 100% censoring me. It's truth right there. It's the truth. And I would stream to Truth Social as well, but they don't have live streaming for me to be able to just plug in and shoot it out there. Go figure. Truth Social. They also censor on Truth Social. Interesting. It's a thing. Sadly, it is a thing because they acquiesce to the app stores, whether it's the Apple Store or that you have censorship on a platform, and you're not allowing true freedom of speech. Now, I do have a foul mouth, a really foul mouth, but I can control it. And, I've done the studying, and, there's a lot of people that have worse mouths than I do that are allowed to just go. Now, back to Mr. Kirk and his experience today that we all shared in to a certain extent. Some of us more than others. Obviously, Mr. Kirk paid the ultimate price for his freedom of speech. When you're good at using words, whether you're using foul language with them or not, there are people that want you to not be heard. There are people that want you to disappear. And, for me, I guess I'm lucky. I'm lucky to be censored in the fashion that I'm censored instead of being censored in the fashion that Charlie Kirk was censored today. Because that's what he was assassinated for, his words. I mean, really let that soak in without emotion for a second. Yes, it's sad. Yes, we should pray for him and his family. those two beautiful young children, his parents, his beautiful young wife. We should pray for all of them. Campus, yeah. I mean, pray if you know. Um, it's important to at least share in that. If you don't feel comfortable praying, just have some thoughts. That's why they say thoughts and prayers. But these thoughts and ideas that Charlie has and I have and individual censorship that follows, right? The what will happen next is people like myself and you might be a little bit more wary of where you say things, how you say things. You might be a lot more vigilant on who's around you hearing what you have to say. An open conversation in public about certain topics now. You may not want to openly talk about the Alphabet Soup Club. You might not want to openly talk about liberals and their stupidity. You may not feel comfortable engaging with anyone in political discourse because they might censor you. You might not be comfortable just calling someone out for their not being right in the head. That if you say something, a lot of people have some sort of outcry about, one of their people may take it to the next level. One of their people may end it right there. Now, look, both sides of the fence have crazies. That's a fact. And that's why I'm stressing tonight. I'm really stressing tonight. Let the emotion come down before you make any plans to do anything at all, actually. Take a day or two off of this, the internet. Take a day or two off of work if you need to. Take a day or two away from this. Just walk away, take a breather if you need to. If you're too emotional about it right now, if you're not thinking straight, if you're thinking rash, that raw emotion that controls you to do without even thinking about it. Emotion allows you to do things without thinking. Stop and think after you've gone through your emotional cycle through this. And for everyone's good. Now you start getting maybe a mob-like mentality running through society right now. We could see some destruction in response to this. Some very serious destruction. And I do not want to see anything happen that hasn't been really well thought out and that is productive in a positive manner towards our future. Because, look, I have said this time and time again for years now. When we take action with our liberties through the United States Constitution, our actions have to be constitutional, which means They have to be fully justified, and they have to be done with rationale. We cannot just run around and do things irrationally, even though we have plenty of examples out there of people doing things without thinking. Today might have been one of those things. Maybe somebody wasn't thinking. Maybe they just were like, I've got an opportunity. I'm doing it. Screw this guy. He says things that hurts my baby girl's feelings. You know, Michael, who is now Michelle's feelings are hurt, so I'm gonna, you know, or whatever was going on. Or maybe someone got paid. Maybe this was a professional hit job, and someone got paid, and it had nothing. The person that pulled the trigger, it had nothing to do with hate or love or any. It was just a paycheck to them. They were just doing. Who knows what the heck happened? I would think that this was politically driven, and it was politically driven from an emotional standpoint. Just a person out there that might be good with a shot from a distance and didn't think this through, or thought, "Hey, I'm going to be a hero. I'm going to be a hero because I stopped the mean guy from speaking. He won't speak any longer." Speech is so important to us, folks. Speech is so important to us. We can anything that pops into your head, if you're not allowed to be able to at least audibly say it and hear yourself say it, it takes away so much of the process. Because sometimes I think things, and I don't, it doesn't like. Wait, does that make sense? I have to say it. I have to hear it. And since I don't talk to myself, I don't talk to myself except for when I'm doing this, right? But I'm looking at myself. I'm, in the camera's direction. I'm pretending to talk to somebody that it isn't myself, but whatever. I don't talk to myself, so I have to say it now. I try. I've been trying to think more about things that I'm going to say before I say them, but it just doesn't work, and it never works out the way I want it to. So I have to be able to think in real time, have ideas in the moment, and then share them in real time to iron my thought process out. And then I have to just chew on that over and over and over again, which, praise the Lord, hallelujah for the people in my life that put up with that, one topic or another, until there's no fat left on the topic, and I've just absolutely eviscerated the topic verbally. But speech is super important, and when you have the ability to change people's minds with just your words and conversation, boy, oh boy, you become a target. I understood this a long time ago. I think Mr. Kirk probably would have been censored just as much as I am if he had not picked a team. Part of the reason why I'm censored is because I'm not a Democrat and I'm not a Republican. I voted for Trump 3 times. I will vote for him a 4th time if he chooses to run again, which at this rate I hope he does. I want America to be greater than what it once was. And I thought it was great. The 70s, the 80s, the 90s. Fantastic time. Fantastic. On so many different levels. And it's been downhill ever since we got into the 2000s. Ever since we pulled a Prince and partied like it was 1999 in 1999. Remember the Y2K stuff. As soon as we had the Y2K stuff come and go, this world changed for the worse, not the better. And it's gradually gotten worse through the first three, now the 20s. We're halfway through the 20s. Our third decade. Halfway through our third decade. And look at where we're at. Look at where we have been. It's not where we're going. It's a sad day because our Constitution has been chipped away at here, just in this one action. And now our reaction to this action should be very tempered, and we should actually pause for a second and have an actual response, a retort of sorts. And even in the midst of madness, where you have people that are openly putting posts on social media that are celebratory of this heinous act. This fascism, this was an assassination for fascists against independent individual liberty. 100% against independent individual liberty. Absolutely. And, I want my kids who are in their 20s now, I want my kids to be able to say whatever stupid crap they choose to say in the future without having to necessarily face this consequence that Mr. Kirk just faced today. And lost. He lost. And, what a powerful voice for independent individual liberty. What a powerful voice for the Constitution. Extremely respectable voice where, as I said, for those out there that couldn't hear, I had said this before, the individual that pulled the trigger, if it's an individual who acted out of emotional distress, where they, worked themselves up into a frenzy because they viewed somebody as a tyrant, viewed somebody that might take their freedoms away, and then that view of that person, they then targeted, and we see the aftermath of what happened. Emotions are easily controlled, easily manipulated. And we all have found ourselves in situations where after the fact we realize we did a lot of things only because we were extra emotional. The emotion took over. We weren't thinking correctly. At some point in their life has let those emotions take over, and they've done some really stupid stuff because of it. And when we have groups of people out there that have been manipulated and brainwashed into thinking that you're are you know Nazi because you just disagree with some things, and they take the low hanging fruit. And what we have now in our society isn't just people that misinterpret, misdefine, do not have proper comprehension of what's going on, take things out of context because of the inability to comprehend. These people also have mentally ill individuals who don't recognize we are forced to some degree to not acknowledge that our friend who was born with twig and berries wants to do some pruning and get rid of the twig and berries so that they can then say that there's something that they're not. And then we're supposed to honor their delusion and tell them that they're normal, that this is just acceptable. Yeah, God screwed up. God made you wrong. That's what this is. God doesn't make you wrong. You make yourself wrong by listening to other people that are trying to entice you to do wrong. You know, it's that want to try to tell you God screwed up. See, God's not perfect. You're in the wrong body. You need to change it. Well, then this thing spirals out of control. And that's what we're up against. Mentally ill individuals that are sprinkled throughout a group of socialist, communist type people that have been radicalized to the extent where they're willing to do as much physical harm to your property, to your pets, to your children, to you as possible before they get caught. We see this spreading around the nation. We've seen it spread around the world. It is here. It's not at the doorstep. This is here in our home right now. And, you know, when you have a group of people who have invaded your home and they think it's their home, and they're not following your rules to your house. They've now it's their home, so now it's their rules. They haven't looked at the rules to your house and then tried to assimilate into what you had going on to then say, see, I'm respecting your rules. It's my home too. It's our home now, and I've assimilated into your routine. No. Which, by the way, even then, it's like that doesn't fly. You came here without knocking. You came here without asking. You came here, and, you know, in the left, we have people that were born and raised here that have been manipulated into thinking that the Constitution that allowed them to be here and freely think and share the ideas that they have, they wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that. And now they want to change it so that there is no future. I don't think they understand that there is zero future with the way that they want to do things. Zero future. This is a This is a zero-sum game. This is an end game right here when it comes to either push it back or comply. Resistance is futile, right? I don't believe resistance is futile. Look, our founders did what? Fought against the Brits and won. Why did we fight against the Brits and win? Speech, freedom of thought and idea. We fought so we didn't have to comply any longer. There's only one side of the fence right now that demands compliance. They demand you call people by their preferred pronouns. They want you to comply with the act, the theater of the delusion, the illusion of whatever reality they've created that doesn't even exist. That's what they want you to do. I'm all for make believe and pretend. When you do it in your home on your own time, like on your property and in your home, fine. Make believe and pretend all you want. And if I come over, I then either have to, okay, fine, I'll play along. It's your home. Whatever. But in public, it's not your home any longer. I don't have to play along with the delusion any longer. I don't have to call you what you demand I call you in your own home and on your own property. No, I don't have to. And if you're coming to my house, I definitely do not have to. You can either leave or you stay and follow through with the demands. But a certain side of the fence, the hypocrisy, they can't help themselves. They will say, no, now you have to change. Even in your own home, you have to change. And then in public, where it's this equal playing field of like, you can be in your delusional state, but I don't have to call you a her when you're actually a he. And I sure as hell don't have to let my daughter be in fear of going to the ladies' room and seeing a big wiener in there come out from under a dress right next to her. For what reason? We should be able to talk about these issues. We should be able to come to an agreement. One side won't even come to an agreement that, hey, okay, well, maybe we'll keep it where it's reasonable. But they want to impose. This is an imposition. They want to impose on you, on me, on everyone that doesn't agree. They demand it. And you see this play out with speech. I'm censored more than anybody else on the whole planet for my speech because I don't pick a team. I'm a huge president. Like I said, I'm a huge President Trump supporter. But the Republicans censor me because I'm not a Republican. And I openly call out Republicans that shouldn't be in office any longer because they're career swamp monsters. And the left definitely censors me because there is zero stuff that the left even is okay with me saying. Zero. And so it's full-on censorship from the left because I won't become a Democrat and I won't acquiesce to their insanity. Charlie Kirk, at 31 years old, wasn't even close to what he was going to be in another 10 years. Think about an individual that continues to practice conversation at the level he was practicing at. Think about his dialogue and how well he was at it, how sharp he was getting from when he first started to his last moments. He was on a steady rise, getting better and better and better and better with each conversation, and not to demoralize, even though he did a lot of the time, but he of a witness. I have come to this, what I think is an understanding where he was studying, he was learning from everyone, and he was witnessing. And in his witness, he was then reporting back to everybody. And people that had not seen and not understood, people that didn't comprehend, he would then engage with. He would listen to them. He gave them an opportunity of ill will. If he was somebody that was a true fascist, he would have never offered a microphone. He would have never engaged with people where he sat and he would listen. Give me your best pitch. Why I'm wrong. Give me your best pitch. I'll hear you out. I'm willing to listen to you. And, he was willing to take your points as long as you were willing to let him give his. And he was continuing to get better and better and better and better to the point where what happened today was probably specifically to shut him up due to how many people he was engaging with and getting them to think on a much higher level, and due to how many individuals he was exposing for being mentally ill, and just how many mentally ill people we have on university campuses today. People that 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 30 years ago, 30 years ago would not have been in a university. 30 years ago, they would have been in an asylum, or they would have been, being more watched by their loved ones. Like they're not going to university because they're a little off. And now we just let anybody into a university. And the reality is some of those people are skewing the educational process for the masses because they're demanding that universities acquiesce to their demands. Therefore, the universities are then having to impose rules and regulations on other students that are like, what the heck? And then the manipulation game continues on. Electric Porpoise in the house. What is up, Kenneth? Nice to see you. Electric Porpoise over on Twitch. If you have words that you'd like to share, there's a open mic over on the X Space right now. If you would like to join on the X Space, I have an X Space open, and you can join through that venue, and we can hear your voice if you would like to add to my topic of the tragedy today with Charlie Kirk and what this might mean to you personally, what this might mean to our country, the state of our union. You know, a time of reflection of where we have been and where we are going. So anybody is welcome to join in on X. I see there's supposedly a lot of people watching over on the X live, but the X space, I have 0 people in the X space that I know of. If there are people in the X space, they're not. They're listening anonymously. So fun times. Paid to engage um, with individuals like me, Charlie Kirk. Maybe you out there, when they're afraid to engage with us because they don't want to look stupid, they want to protect their ego, they don't want to learn, they don't want to understand, they don't want to experience. A conversation doesn't have a win. Discussion, deep discussion, where I might try to explain something to you, and that might be willing and dole out the losses to people. I'm right, you're wrong, no matter what. It's like, yeah, there are people who are right and there are people who are wrong, but you have a lot of people who think differently. So where you can both agree that, okay, well, I disagree with your way and you disagree with my way, but we have found a spot where you don't win, I don't win, but nobody loses. That's the goal. That's what Mike, if I can hit the right buttons over here. Let me see here. Hold on a second. Got 10 open slots. It's about ready to become 9 open slots once I get Mr. Electric Porpoise in here. Oh, that helps. I was like, wait, why am I not? There we go. I approved him. Let's see if that works. Let's see.
Hello, 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 good sir.
Oh, geez. Hello. You're loud. Maybe I need to turn down my
Oh, let
volume
me
on
turn.
my.
Let me turn. I was about to say I was about to turn down my gain.
You sound great.
Unless you.
Uh,
Okay, I sound great. Okay.
yeah, I just got to turn down my
You.
volume here on my end.
Sorry for blowing out everybody's ears. Sorry, headphone users.
Yeah, well, it might have just been me. I don't know. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
goofy sometimes like that. How are you doing, sir? How have you been?
I've been trying to get back into the streaming game every once in a while, but it's just really hard to do it whenever you got a whole bunch of stuff in life that keeps on pushing you back. But
Understandable.
yeah,
Understandable. I think we're all facing that or have faced that at one time or another. So I'm glad to hear though you're still trying to do your thing. That's good. That's
yeah.
positive. Oh, how are you feeling about today's events?
At first, whenever I first heard about it, I was like, "No, that didn't happen." And then as soon as all the videos started floating around, I was like, "Holy shit!" And I was just like, and I I wasn't even looking for the like, oh my lord! It was just like a bad train wreck. You just could not um get away from it and not watch it. It's just like, what the hell even happened?
Mm-hmm.
And what after like my looking at it, I saw like his shirt rippled a little bit and then it went off into his neck. So it's like I guess he was wearing like a vest of some sort, and it ricocheted off of of a ceramic plate and bam, straight into his neck.
Hmm.
Off, I don't know even why they'd be aiming for his right collar because that wouldn't even be that bad.
If you're a hunter, you aim
Yeah.
right below. Like for a human being, it'd be like right below the armpit because that's where you're
Yeah.
gonna you're gonna take out the heart. Um,
Yeah.
so if you're a hunter, that's kind of where your natural target point is from the side, right? Because you try to line up your deer or your elk from a profile, and then you shoot right there, and then whammo, and that's the least amount of damage you'll do to the meat. How they're a hunter.
No.
They're a hunter, so they're not like an actual
Yeah.
assassin, where an assassin might have just done a headshot or a neck shot. I mean, the whole point of a neck shot could be to show, hey, we're taking your voice out, taking out your trachea. You ain't speaking anymore. You're done. And which ultimately, sadly, for all of us, I think, yeah, that was the case. That's what happened today. Charlie
Yeah.
Kirk's voice was forever censored today.
Mm-hmm. And it's not, and at this point, it's not the time to fall into despair. Force somebody else has to die just to even get this stuff done.
Right.
It's something that should be inherent, and we need to do it now.
Right. Well, we have gotten ourselves into a situation where we've allowed every platform to censor us.
Yeah.
To a certain extent. There's not. I was saying this earlier, probably before you jumped in. There's not a single platform that we can access here in the United States of America that doesn't censor to a certain extent. So you like X censors, Rumble censors.
Oh, yeah.
They
Don't tell
tell
me twice.
they'll tell you they don't, but they're lying, fully lying. We know Kick censors, we know Twitch censors, we know YouTube censors, Facebook. I mean, you know the list, the massive list of social media platforms out there that 100% censor on multiple different levels, and it's not just what you and I can see with chat censorship or you know, moderator censorship or the other built-in models that these platforms have. They do it through other people. They will tell people you cannot interact with that person or else we will not do business with you. You know, so you have so many different forms of this, and then the stuff that they just don't show, they don't tell, they don't know, and they put you off in this little area off in your own world where you think you're talking to people, but you're not talking to anybody.
Yeah.
You know,
You're not.
Yeah.
You're mainly talking to bots and any manner of Chinese or Indian spies.
Yeah, well, American spies too, Canadian,
American,
Australian,
Canadian,
British.
any nationality.
Yeah, they're all over the place right
That's
now.
the just first things that popped into my head. I was just like,
Mm-hmm.
"Hello, Turka," and all that shit, and I was just like, "Thank you for calling tech support. How may I help you?"
Right. Well, and you know that I love your sentiment about we need to push forward with the speech, and yeah, because this is a hit
Mm-hmm.
to the First Amendment, and
Oh yeah.
but I kind of blame ourselves. We have allowed censorship for far too long on public.
Mm-hmm.
These every social media platform markets themselves as a public space. If you're a public space, you cannot censor. It's a First Amendment right, and how do we even protect every other right out there that was the United States Constitution? So
Yeah.
you know, but if we don't have the ability to speak freely
Oh yeah.
on these platforms, how are we going to enact what you're suggesting? Because I would like to know how we circumvent that issue.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because assassination, I was just thinking about like just like how we have digital censorship, which and then they decided to nuke it. But the where the ideas and the more sorry, my brain here. The idea, like the field of ideas going out into the actual world to speak them, is a lot harder to censor because they'd have to go to this much of a drastic force just to censor instead of having to
Well, that's
But
why
could
I've
you
always.
repeat that other question
Oh, well, I was
that you
just
were
saying,
asking
how do
on?
you circumvent this? How do you get around what we're dealing with online? And should we even
Mhm.
just ignore online? Like, because I go out and I talk with people in public all the time. I always have
Yeah,
great conversations in public. I have very few of them here online because there's very few people that find me, right? I mean, this is just the true thing.
yeah.
I'm censored that extremely. So, how do you suggest we go about this?
How do, I'm just thinking here
Because
because, like,
go ahead.
with the online censorship that we are currently facing, how we'll have to go about this is uh, probably, and this will probably be more of the communist mindset, if you like to say,
Hmm.
of banding together and actually going out in force together to talk to people instead of just having one person here, one person there, and have it sporadic. We
Hmm.
need multiple people in multiple areas to find their group and start going out into the wider public and spreading ideas. That would be probably one thing that we could do.
Okay, so I'm hearing what you're saying. It's not a bad idea, um,
That's at
but it
least a short time of thinking about it.
right. Well, doesn't that intimidate people though if you're in a group? Like one-on-one
Well,
conversation where you're not trying to be intimidating.
yeah,
And honestly, in a group, you're not trying to be intimidating even in a group, but to other
yeah,
people, you understand what I was like to the other people that you might be engaging with, having two or three of you
yeah.
could be
It looks
intimidating.
intimidating.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what I was saying was not like have a group conversation. It's one on one, but we have multiple people doing the same thing in the same area.
Oh, well, that's just unifying like what our
Yeah.
founders did. They were independent,
Yes.
individual uh, people who united under this cause. The cause was
Yes.
declaring independence from Britain and
Yeah.
and getting away from that BS. And then they unified to fight them off. And then they
Yeah.
created the Constitution and liberties. And so while you can unify, see, I don't actually. Maybe it's just an interpretation thing,
Yeah.
right? I don't see that
Yeah.
as communist at all. I see that as what our founders intended. So, like when they say,
Yeah.
use your, Second Amendment is for what? Tyrants,
Yeah.
tyrannical
To
forward
keep tyrants at
forces
bay
that are foreign and domestic,
and domestic.
which
Mm-hmm.
is, if I ever had an opportunity to argue the case for the Second Amendment, right there when it's saying foreign and domestic in the court of law is what? It's a domestic dispute. What is that? That's between two people in
So,
a home.
yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
And the
that
nation is our home and that we have to protect.
right, but here's the thing. They're talking about your individual state of your union, your statehood as your person. So if you think of
Hmm.
each individual as a country, each individual should be able to arm themselves like a military for their own country. So
Oh, yes.
that's what that's all lined out. So foreign
Mhm.
tyranny could be an actual unified military where you and I and other people then go, we look at each other and go, oh shit, look, they're coming over here. We got to unify now and say, fuck you guys, you ain't telling us shit. But then there's
Yeah.
that moment where somebody in your neighborhood decides to come to your house. They don't knock on the door, they bust down the door and they're pointing a gun at you, and hopefully you have a gun to be able to blow their head off, because
Yes.
that's one of the that's an individual war between two states. to
Yeah.
because you're a state of being, that other person is a state of being. They've decided to declare
Wage
war.
war.
Yeah, wage war, declare war on you, and you have every right to defend yourself in that moment, whether it's in
Yeah.
a public space or on your own property. Sadly, though, because of all the infringements with the
Yes.
Second Amendment,
Oh my.
we're not able to do that. Earlier I was talking university was packing heat
Oh
because it
yeah.
would have maybe detoured someone from that action, knowing that okay, I'm going to do this, but I'm done. I'm not getting away. Someone's going to see me, pinpoint me, and shoot me while I'm trying to get away. So
Yeah.
maybe I won't do it, but but maybe it doesn't. But even then, at least those people are armed and they can fight against a domestic tyrant like that. The individual that took Charlie Kirk's life today, sadly.
Yeah. And
So,
another thing too is uh, thinking about the whole entire situation in scope. Yes, it would probably be a little better if everybody was allowed to have their own firearm in the area
mhm.
to protect each other. But you also got to think too about the news media and how they're demonizing anybody that disagrees with them,
Mhm.
saying, "Oh, you're just this, you're that, you're Nazi, you're a fascist. You can't even. You have to be." They don't explicitly tell you to take these targets out, but you equate somebody so much with bad thing, and then some idiot somewhere is going to be like, "Oh, I'm going to do something about it,"
Mhm.
and bam, we have incidents like this.
Yep.
But there are also other bad faith actors. Some are still within our ranks of federal government,
Mhm.
which that leads into more conspiracy theories. And I'm just like, Jesus, it's just a tangled web at this point, and we don't know who's really at fault. We just know
Yeah.
this happened and that happened, and we have to just learn from it.
Yeah. Experience definitely. And that's why
Yeah.
I don't want people to take from this situation just the emotional side of it. Like
Yeah.
to honor Charlie's life, we should do what you suggested. Everybody should just start speaking that much more. And then we
Oh
should
yeah.
also not allow anyone to try to use your people got killed now. Don't you want to now put more regulations on guns? Because he'd still be alive if you had more regulations, which we all know that's absolute
No,
bullshit. So,
that's dog shit right there.
yeah, but
Mm-mm.
you will have some people start to think differently about this because they will be emotionally distraught. They'll be mourning a loss of somebody. In a lot of cases here, we have a lot of people that never met him personally, but they listened to him for a while. They saw him on social media, just taking someone to task on any given topic and proving points and making great points and furthering conversation in a very respectful manner, showing people how to have civil discourse and it be heated, but be civil and respectful to a certain degree. And him having this happen, any person could take the low hanging fruit right now and try to turn this into something he wouldn't agree with, because he was a Second Amendment advocate big time. So I see Ms. Bell in the house here in the space. Let me see if I can invite her in as well to join this wonderful conversation. Is there any like, are you still dealing with this event and what your experience? You know. Uh oh. I must have lost. I'm asking him a question. He can't even. Somehow we lost the. That's weird. All right. I was asking you a question there.
Okay, sorry, we lost connection.
All right. Did you hear my question? Or
um, how am I processing this event that has happened
Yeah, yeah. Personally, like,
here?
are you, you doing
At
okay?
first,
Or
whenever, yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm just still livid at this point that something that is so simple as peaceful discussion and discourse has been trampled on in a way that no, it should never be trampled on, because you should be freely able to express your ideas and peacefully unite people without saying that, oh yeah, you're a bad person just because you don't believe the same way that I do, because nobody's ever correct on one issue.
Mhm.
There's always different facets and little givings that will make you a better person if you just listen and respectfully talk to each other instead of just go out and killing or go on a big old killing spree or just tirade saying, "Oh, these people are irredeemable." It's
Right. Yeah.
uh, it's a big old mess.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm okay with people saying that I'm a bad person or you're a bad person because that's fine. I disagree.
Yeah.
Big deal. Oh well, you said it.
Oh
Or
well.
I said, you know what I mean. Like I'm okay with that level too. It's this other part that is a little bit troubling. What say you, Miss Bell? Welcome to the live space over here on X. You're also on live uh, cast, so not just in the space. Uh-oh. She's got the
Oh, she's got to figure out how to unmute.
no. She knows how to unmute. She must be busy. I don't know.
or or maybe she just wanted to come in to listen. Oh, she's talking.
Yeah,
Oh, hey.
I'm
Oh,
here.
there you go.
Howdy,
Howdy doody time.
howdy. Right. I just was finishing up some stuff that I would listen in for a little bit. So I just haven't caught the conversation that y'all are having. Are we talking about Charlie?
Yeah, I have been now for about 2 hours.
Well,
And
I came in a short time and looked online and you weren't on, but then I told you I got busy and
yeah, I was
got things.
talking to the air for the first 20 minutes until I had at least one person graciously tell me that they couldn't, my mic couldn't be, it wasn't on or something. It was on, just they couldn't hear me. And so I flipped a little thing that only could be done by somebody other than myself, which, I've already dealt with this kind of stuff. So I was censored right off the bat. So my first 20 minutes of awesomeness, if you know somebody that can read lips, please have the transcript sent to me so I can then put the words in so people can read what I said. Because I was actually, yeah, I don't know. I thought I did a pretty darn good job to open up the cast. And sad.
It didn't let me know you were live either. So,
Yeah.
okay. I just happened.
I just got the notification like a couple minutes ago.
I still have it. I just was before I got ready for work. I thought, well, I'll just check to see if you're on, and yep, you are. Or hey, whatever. At least I can hear you this way. So,
All right.
Yeah.
so how are you processing? I can't quite read your name. Electric.
That's electric
porpoise. Okay, I clicked on your profile.
Yeah, you can call me Kenneth. This I never personally watched him all too much, but I did listen to him whenever he had something to say about certain topics. I was like, yeah, he pretty good. And it was just it's so angering. If you know what I'm just
yes, I do.
Angering. It's
yes,
angering that people had to resort to this.
Well, it's senseless, absolutely senseless. And I agree with what you say. It's sad that we can't just have a discussion because that's all Charlie ever was. If you'll look at old stuff, he was always calm. He rarely showed anger. He may raise the voice a tad, but not much. His volume hardly ever got too loud. He was just very knowledgeable on all topics and what he believed in and supported it. His life showed what he believed in, and that's the best best, like you were talking about earlier, speak is that it was a witness. And I was like, yes, you hit it right on the nail there. Oh, bless his heart. I just don't like that how it happened with his kids and wife there. That's just pretty devastating. So,
Absolutely. Agreed.
Oh,
I just thinking about this is, the residual effects. I keep talking about the psychological warfare that we are in right now, and
absolutely.
this is going to keep other witnesses from testifying. See,
oh,
Charlie was a young adult, young man, to now 31, prime manhood, and for carrying that prime manhood for the next 20, 30 years. Like, he was just at the beginning, and before
He
you
was.
joined, I was like, hey, you thought he was good now? 10 more years of
Oh,
him talking like this, just think how
boy.
great
Oh,
he would have
yeah.
been in 10 more years.
I
Because
think
this is a
that's
process.
yeah.
Like, I mean,
absolutely.
I'm better than I was 10 years ago. I'm way better than I was 20 years ago. And in 10 more years from now, I'll be
You
way
were
better.
better than 3 years ago.
Well,
Yeah.
because this is how it works, though,
Yeah.
right? For all of us, it's
Exactly.
sharpening the
Improvement.
tools. Yeah, and so
Iron sharpeneth iron.
It's called wisdom.
so the now with this out there,
Mhm.
other people witnessed for sure. Now it'll be interesting, or even testify at all, like, or even show up to even witness more. Do people hide?
Yeah.
Do people just acquiesce and
Some
give up?
do, some
Or
do,
you know,
but it
Oh.
can also push somebody who is borderline of not sure, confident to do so, to maybe
hmm
say, to realize, hey, to honor this great man, you don't retract or you don't, retreat. You actually go forward. Um, shy of, I mean, or I don't know if this is right to say, but to carry the
Yeah.
torch. We got to continue his work, and
Yes.
he was doing his job. And unfortunately, somebody didn't like it. That's good and evil, as we both all three know about good
Yeah.
and evil. We witnessed it in such an innocent,
Mhm.
horrific event today. So,
I hope it
yeah.
empowers. I
I do
really,
Yeah.
too.
yeah.
Well, actually, he has empowered. He's empowered thousands.
I'm 26.
Okay, well, you're such a baby, Miss Storms. I've got multiple decades on top of you here, so
Yeah.
and even on top of Speaks.
Easy now, easy.
We
Careful.
got grandson and son and grandma here.
Oh boy. Oh boy. We got a
Oh,
gilf.
Lord.
Got a gilf in the house, everybody. Just so
There
you
you
know.
go. There you go. No.
Oh, no.
Speak. Speak. Well, I can honestly say I can have witnessed. My youngest is just shy of your age, so um, she was devastated by this. She's liked Charlie for a long time. He
Yeah.
showed up at her university, and she will let y'all know how much it changed. And she went to an extremely liberal university, extremely liberal for Texas. It's UT in Austin. Uh,
Oh, damn. Yeah, I know that place. I'm just like, no, that's a. Oh, my
yeah, and she will tell you
God.
it changed some people, which is good. It made them to be able to know that it's not just one way of thinking.
hmm
Made them across the country. I can see where he actually helped young people, and
Yeah.
that was his job, as far as I'm concerned. And he did it well. I'm very honored to have been able to witness that, not his death, but his actual work here on earth while he was here. Um,
Yeah. The biggest colleges I have a little issue with is the University of Texas in Austin and also SMU. Those are the
oh
two
my
ones I
gosh,
have.
both of those schools I have connect very close ties to too.
I'm just like, because I'm closer to SMU. I'm
Okay.
just like, oh, these people are just, oy. Just indescribable how dumb some of these people can be.
Yeah, you would think that that wouldn't be the case at, Southern
Yeah,
Methodist
yeah.
University. You'd think,
You'd think.
but a
I'm
school.
not sure. What experiences have you had with SMU?
Because I was just visiting one of my friends that used to go to SMU,
Mm-hmm.
and there was just this bit like back whenever the George Floyd bullshit was going on. They were just
Okay.
like they were just screaming nonsense like Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, and I was like, oh, and just like okay, back away.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were getting a little too adamant with it. And just like, okay, we all know that Black Lives Matter, but they don't matter more than anybody else. That's how I explained it. And they were like, yeah, we just ignore them and move on.
Then I would agree with your assessment that they're just dumb, because that is
Yeah.
absolutely idiotic.
Yeah, it's idiotic to just, and I was just like, that's my first little taste of like actually seeing people mobilize for a group that they know nothing about.
Well, that and for a horrible cause, because all they do was steal the money for donations. So
Yeah. Yeah, the idea is not the problem. It is the way they go about doing the idea that has become the problem
very
with the Black Lives
fraudulent.
Matter movement.
Mm-hmm.
And it just,
What's
I
your-
don't like to get in too much detail. It's just,
Oh, sure, no, I get it.
ugh.
Well, and
Well-
that's one of the things that I think moving forward for all of us is
Mhm.
Mhm.
to be able to articulate the way that Charlie did. He was able to
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't he phenomenal? I just loved
explain
him.
things to people deep, but also surface level for those that couldn't dive. So, which was very neat that he was able to do that. I do believe, and sadly, we're never going to be able to have this conversation. But I do believe a lot of people found his rhetoric with the exchanges, his dialogue that he had with people, very demeaning. I because of how much more he was able to articulate
Yeah.
his point than the person that he was talking with.
Yeah.
That and
I saw that too. I was just like, damn, he can go from like one topic saying, yeah, this is what has happened, and these are all the points related to this topic, and the other person's like, good thing good, bad thing bad.
Yep. And I
And
know
it's
when he wasn't meaning to be demeaning at all.
Yeah.
Say that 3 or 4 times fast. Meaning to be demeaning. He wasn't meaning it that
Yeah.
way, but it comes across that way. And I struggle with that myself when I'm thinking about how to talk with people, because I don't want to come across that way, and I think I do sometimes. Sadly, I think Ms. Bell would probably
No, really?
attest to that.
Yeah.
But it's like it's really not meant to be that way. But then I, unlike Charlie, this is a testament to how great he is. I sometimes kind of get off on hammering people and embarrassing them. I have no problem admitting that. He didn't do that though. Well, maybe maybe there was a little every once in a while. He did have one little thing that's kind of funny. Maybe people, when they were watching his stuff, Ms. Bell had said he didn't get too emotional. Bullshit, Bell. Charlie had a tick. A giveaway when he would get super emotional about stuff, but it was a positive one because it was him keeping his from getting completely out of hand. So you would see this little, I don't know how to explain it. You guys will see, if you're looking for it, you'll see it. I picked it up real quick. I'm like, oh shit, he's working right now inside. Nobody knows how much he's really struggling to, like, he's fired up right now. I'm like, oh boy, here we go. But you know what that is? That's his humanity. He was human like
Yeah.
the rest of us. He just did so much of a better job at bottling it and keeping it bottled until he could release it in a more appropriate manner, which I'm
Yeah.
always having to work. Appropriate
Yeah.
time and place, right?
Yes, God give us strength on that there. Being able to say stuff at the right moment and
Yeah.
keeping our opinions to ourselves and emotions in check.
Well,
Oof.
and see,
That's a good thing there.
in this world though that we're in, you aren't supposed to keep your opinions to yourself. You are supposed to say it. You're supposed to talk about it.
Yeah.
That's what this is. And that's what he did. He did masterfully. I mean, honestly, master class in communication that I don't think any other professor currently in this nation, at least, maybe around the world, I don't think any other professor could match him in his
Yeah.
way to freely express himself at such a high level that hit so many different people. And yeah, be as effective, like Ms. Bell said, effective. He touched so many different people in so many different ways through his traveling around the nation and having these conversations. Yeah, I don't know, Ms. Bell.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know if I lost you or not. I heard a click. Are they messing
Oh,
with
sorry.
us? I don't know.
Yeah.
What
You
I-
might be waking him up, going, "What the heck?
Ugh,
He's nice today."
oh my goodness.
Yeah. What got him to speak?
I
Hold-
know, right?
Hold on a second here. This is funny. I can laugh about this, and I can also say, what? When have I never just said the truth? I'm speaking truth about Mr. Kirk right now.
Yeah.
So,
We never said you weren't speaking the truth. We said you were being nice.
but the truth is always nice. It's just not always
Your delivery.
pleasant.
Hmm.
You know what? I am not
Yeah.
the United States Postal Service. I'm not UPS. I am not FedEx. My delivery
Wait,
doesn't matter
did
at
you-
this point. Either you get it or
did
you
you-
don't.
Come on.
Okay.
Did you
It's
see
not a
the?
delivery. It's DiGiorno.
What's that, Ms. Bell? Go ahead.
I was just going to ask if you looked at Rush Limbaugh and his.
Oh, that was an old clip because I was
Yes,
like, wait,
yes.
isn't Rush dead?
Yeah, he's dead, but I mean, that just tells you how good he was at when Charlie was such a young man.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
13
It
years.
was just, yeah, that was just who he
'Cause He
was.
started it when he was 18, so he had 13 years of doing the Turning Point. So
Damn.
Ms. Bell, when was that interview with Rush? How old was he?
I'd have to look back. I don't remember at the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Uh,
I was just
yeah.
thinking so proud.
Let
I
me-
love
let me
Rush.
pull
You know
that up.
that. Okay.
Yeah, Rush was okay.
Whatever.
He was okay. I mean,
Yeah. All right.
all right.
I-
Rush Limbaugh had a
okay, now back to
2019,
normal here.
2019. Whatever. What
Exactly.
2019.
Okay, it was 2019.
2019. Okay.
So
2019.
he was born in '93. So 2019 would be. Do.
26.
Where is my shit? In a second, all this shit.
When did Rush
saying,
die?
no,
Do you
you-
remember?
He died in 2020, didn't he? Time flies
So,
It does.
Charlie was 26
Yep, I was right. See?
ish whenever he was on Rush Limbaugh.
by. Okay.
Okay.
And
He was your age.
Yeah. Bam.
He was just a young man.
And he's already had what, like 10 years under his belt
Hmm.
of actually freely talking to people and just getting that experience.
Mm-hmm.
And at least he had the resources to do that at the time. Because shit, whenever I was 18, I was stupid. I can attest to that. I was fresh out of high school and
He's just well, he listened to Rush. He was a big Rush fan, and
yeah, I got better.
Yeah, I don't know.
Good.
I'm not a big Rush fan. Like the band out of Canada,
Oh.
that's what we're talking about. Rush, the band, right? That.
that was a good band too.
Yeah. The days come
so
you
I'm
You're
sorry.
being a turkey butt.
I'm trying to be funny here. I'm trying to bring some levity to the conversation. We're talking about we're talking about two individuals that have passed now, who we all listen to. What happened?
Yeah.
Are you guys still there?
I'm still here.
Okay, I think Miss Bell hit a button. She's trying to like beep you or something. I was like, what?
She hit like some 8-bit sound.
Yeah.
Or was that a 16-bit? That might
It
be a
was just-
16-bit.
I called him a turkey butt, and he didn't respond, so I just put a sound out there.
Yeah.
No, look, Rush Limbaugh, great man, and he got the Medal of Freedom from President Trump. I earlier had suggested, I think while I was actually muted or somehow, whatever, I suggested that Charlie Kirk be awarded the Medal of Freedom immediately, like without hesitation. President Trump needs to dust off one of those medals that he's got stashed away somewhere and absolutely 100% do it right now, as soon as possible. Because Charlie died for the First Amendment, for the United States Constitution. He died in the act of preserving, protecting, and defending the United States Constitution. There is no better way to have actually gone out, in my opinion, at that point. He's like a warrior. He is like he was on the front lines of psychological warfare. He was a true. I know he didn't serve in any kind of a branch of the military, right? But he was one of the best by far.
Yeah.
And he should just be awarded. He should be awarded that medal.
Yeah.
And his wife should receive it with her daughters there. Or if the family can handle that type of thing.
Yeah.
But President Trump should definitely have plans to do that as soon as possible. Because, like, how many, shoot, give him a Purple Heart, too, for crying out loud. I mean, he's an individual that in this day and age, he put himself out there. And, Ms. Bell's always preaching to me. It's not what you say, it's what you do. Well, Charlie, what he does is say. He talks like I do. That's my doing. That was his doing. That's like some of you out there, that's what you do as well. And he went out there and did it on the front lines, which was to what you testified to, Kenneth, was college universities, college campuses, university campuses here. Warfare, because that's where their brainwash was willing to go step on their home turf and sit there and deal with some of the nuttiest of nutty people that you can and interact with them in a very respectful manner, or as respectful as you can be in that situation, because they sure as heck weren't respectful to him many times, were they? There's plenty of video evidence of that, where they're just absolutely rude to him constantly, and he handled it in a
masterfully.
Well, yeah, in an ambassador for independence, individuality, and liberty. And he upheld that. And while upholding that and being very sincere with his gratitude to the people that came up to the mic and engaged with him, and his willingness to accept people being different, he was still able to get his point across, take their point, and move on without too much. I mean, he influenced so many people. I can't overstate that enough. And hopefully, Ms. Bell got quiet because hopefully she wrote it down so she could pass it on to somebody else, that he needs to be given that metal stat.
Yeah.
Period. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
A big time warrior on the battlefield of ideas. We lost a good general today.
yeah. Well, and
Doesn't mean that we need to stop here and let his dream and his thought process die. We have to pick up his mantle and carry it towards the big finish line.
Yeah.
No matter what.
well, and let me ask you this, Kenneth: is it of course, he had thoughts and ideas and shared them, but he was more in line with the Constitution, and I don't believe the
Mhm.
Constitution is an idea any longer. I think it has been
Yeah, it's a way of life.
right. I think it is enacted, and it's like preserved, protected, and defended. And I think that's where he added his own ideas, and that's where he respected everybody's individuality and differences, even though he might have disagreed with you. He's like, well, on your property and in your home, you want to be a nut job and wear a dress, even though you're a dude, then you go right ahead. But
Go for it.
don't come over here and tell me I have to like it.
Respect you.
Like I don't have to like it.
Don't have to respect your thing to
Well, and if you do it in public, don't expect me to still call you a woman. I'm gonna call you a
or
man.
expect
Ms. Bell's hitting the laugh button here. Apparently, she's finding something funny. So, and now she's being quiet. She okay. So this is what you call a crasher. She's crashing the podcast.
Yeah.
Hey, you be nice.
Okay, so first of all, nice is inauthentic. It's
good
disingenuous.
for you. And how was it?
It's disingenuous.
I hope it was fucking good because it's useless now, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, it's useless.
Who is that? What the heck?
Good for you.
Who is that?
Jesus.
I can't.
Uh.
Good for me. Good for you. Who? What? Is that a button? Or who is that?
I don't even know. What the hell?
It wasn't me.
Is there somebody else in
Are
here?
you sure?
I can't tell.
No, there's only 3.
Only 3, and I promise it wasn't me.
That wasn't you.
No,
Was that you, Kenneth?
I promise it was not me.
Who the heck
Yeah,
was
it
that?
was me.
Okay, I could,
You little stinker.
Oh, good for you. Now, how was it? I hope it was fucking good because it's useless now, isn't it?
yeah, okay. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, it was useless, but it was good for me.
My
Oh, hey, we
goodness.
gotta have levity. We
Yeah.
we gotta have time to laugh.
We
That's
do.
right.
That is, yes. And that was one thing too. Mr. Kirk knew how to laugh. He laughed a lot on the road. So at least from the on campus videos that where I might get mad, he laughed. Good for him. And now he gets to be up there in heaven with God and laughing at the rest of us. He's got popcorn now. He's sitting next to God in the theater
Well-
seats laughing at us.
Mhm. He knows the big secret now.
Right?
The last secret to know.
God's nudging him in the rib cage right now. He's like, get a load of what's going to happen next. Hold on tight. Buckle up for this one. You're going to like this.
Yeah.
I got this front row
Yeah.
seat saved for you, sir. I need you to come up here and watch this with me. You didn't want to be down there. Not for
Yeah.
this.
You know, yeah, I kind of think that, yeah. Going with the religious aspect of it, like God was saying, nah, it's his time. Because what's coming next is going to be a lot worse
Well,
than
it's-
what has just happened.
You know, sometimes a loss of life is the greatest thing, the greatest gift to a society. So some honored. His life needs to be honored, but how he gave his life for this country, for the Constitution, by practicing the First Amendment and honoring other people's First Amendment rights, you can't get better than that. You really can't get better than that. He from beginning to end Boom. And to be able to put it together the way he did in the amount of time he was here. Man,
Yeah.
I hope
It's
we have
oof.
more people out there, like you were saying earlier, Kenneth. Keep pushing. Like you've been struggling
Yeah.
with your podcast stuff.
Yeah.
Here you go. Here's some, and that's what let's if we all just life,
Yeah.
it's kind of dishonoring it at that point. Like
Yeah.
because he didn't
It's a
operate.
disgrace.
Yeah, he didn't operate in fear because he had, for anybody that's a faither like I am, he knew he had God. So it's like when it's my time to go be with God, it's my time to go be with God. I'm not going to dictate or try to dictate that time period because it's not up to me; it's up to him.
Mhm.
If he truly was operating on that level, which I believe he was, I mean, the rest of us need to, if we're in that same faith category he was in, we need to kind of operate in the same way. When it's our time, it's our time. We can't be afraid of it, and we just have to keep living and keep speaking.
Yes.
Like I say, speak up, speak out, speak freely. Just keep doing it, no matter where, no matter how many times Ms. Bell and her people censor me. I'm gonna keep speaking.
Yeah. I'm also scrolling through the homepage of Twitter right now, or X, whatever we're gonna call this thing, X formerly Twitter, and there's a lot of people just celebrating. They're celebrating, but there are a lot of people saying, no, we need to stop this. They cannot just be celebrating this loss of good human life.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the depravity of some people just to just jump for joy and have exclamations of, yay, he's gone, the fascist is dead, is not the way to do things.
No.
It just sets us back even further.
Yeah. And think about it this, everybody. What if he was the only person willing to listen to them? They just killed the only person willing to listen to them. What if that's? I don't think that that's the case because I'm willing to listen, but I'm gonna say some shit. I think other people are willing to listen. They're probably gonna say some shit.
I'm not.
Too. Wait, Ms. Bell's like, no, fuck you, liberals over there. Screw
Absolutely.
You don't.
I've lived long enough, been through several of these assassinations in my lifetime. I told you earlier, I'm done. I am so done with these people. I will not. I will not do it. I'm done with stupid people.
All right, so
what
then,
I'm doing right now.
So then my point is very valid. Charlie honored the First Amendment so much.
Mm-hmm.
He was willing to listen. And look, I am willing to listen. You just know how I'm going to react to these idiots.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell them straight up.
Yeah, I'm willing to listen too.
But he was willing to have full dialogue, respectful dialogue, and he might have been the only one on the right-hand side of the fence willing to go to such lengths. And they just killed the one person that if they could explain their side and actually, because he was open-minded enough to, like, if you can give me good reason, this, that, and the other, I will entertain the thought. They don't have an advocate for them anymore that exists on the right. He was their advocate, and none of them look at it that way. I see that because of how he...
Because they're too stupid.
Yeah, because how many other people gave him a microphone? You and I both are like, no, you don't get a... Fuck you, I don't know. You don't get a microphone. No, he was like, no, here, have a microphone. By all means. Go ahead. Convince me.
Because, and the other thing, too, this is also another thing of psychology. Once people start actively voicing their opinions and they realize, oh, wait, the people around me are just like, what? This is... my opinion is bad. It sounds bad to these people, and how I'm delivering it. maybe my worldview is so shallow that maybe I should look into other things. And it's another part of that psychology of groupthink that people are like, wait, am I even fitting in here?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the bad things is like, for me, I barely notice because I've never really fit in much of anywhere for myself. And I'm just like, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. And that just have it at that.
That's the best way to think.
I agree.
Yeah.
See, 3
And-
generations right here. There you go.
See, there's hope.
There's hope for America. I guarantee you. This would just be one of the cornerstones that launches a big wave of freedom coming up. I guarantee it.
I think we're going to have some tumultuous times ahead of us.
Oh, very much
Absolutely.
so. We're going to have to fight like hell to preserve what we have now.
And that's not a bad thing. It's
Mm-mm.
good to actually have to, preserve, protect, and defend. If you're out of practice preserving, protecting, and defending at their point to a certain extent, because we haven't practiced it in a long time, and this might be the catalyst. Sadly, nobody wanted this to happen other than obviously, like you point out, Kenneth, there's a whole regime of people over on X that for some reason are in celebration mode, and that he debated on. Now, I have said quite openly, I didn't agree with him on everything, and I would have probably enjoyed debating with him on a few topics, but I loved his ability to act out the First Amendment. And that's to me, this is basically what this is all about: is the United States Constitution, the First Amendment, and these liberties that we have. That Belle loves the word liberty. Everybody, she has it tattooed on her fanny. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to tell everybody about that.
And how would you even know, son?
Well, when I'm ringing the bells of liberty. Oh, wait. I mean, anyways.
I'm calling Pam. Calling on Pam.
Oh boy. Yes.
Yeah.
Even Belle has a fluffer, everybody.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, I just, hi Pam, if you're listening, I just called you a fluffer for Belle. Yeah, I'm all right.
Oh my.
Anyways,
Yeah.
we won't get into that terminology for those. If it's over your
Yeah.
head, it's over your head. If it's not, then you get it and it's funny. I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
I'm grounded now. I'm gonna get a message behind the scenes from Ms. Bush. She's like, "Stop it! We don't say no more. It's just gonna be."
Yeah.
No, I'll just call it to your face, you turkey butt.
Oh well, there you go.
Yeah. What I was having a thought about too was, I don't remember like how many months back it was, but the Luigi Mangione bullshit with United Healthcare CEO.
Mhm.
How many people were like celebrating his death? And I was like, it's sad that yes, the life is gone.
Yeah.
But part of me too, with that situation, was like, I don't trust any of the healthcare insurance people, so I guarantee you half of the insurance industry was denying actual valid claims just because they wanted to save money. Since they wanted to be greedy little corporate bitches.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's inarguable, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, there's just this dichotomy here where, yes, Charlie has been shot and killed. People are celebrating it. People are not. But I believe Charlie Kirk was more of a net loss than Brian Thompson ever was. Really. Just thinking about it. It's like one of those things that yeah, it's human life and you got to respect, yes, it's a human life, but Some
well,
some
you're
lives are kind of worth more than others.
right. Not all lives are equal. That's what you're saying.
Mhm.
And
Yes.
which in a spiritual sense, with angels and demons, if we're in this kind of a good versus evil, 100% that's true. But we want to minimize loss of life as much as possible. And
Yes.
with Charlie's passing, um, I just am at that point. You never want to use a person's death, but you want to honor their life. And if you're going to honor their life, you have to take in this moment how he was taken from this world. Okay, because I believe in an eternal life. I do, and I believe he's with God right now, and so he's still with us in the grand scheme of things. But the way he was taken with censorship, like I am, any of you that are listening to me right now and listening to us, Ms. Bell and Kenneth over here in the open mic space over here on X. If anybody wants to join in, you're more than welcome to join in on this conversation. But when it comes to this tragic event, this has everything to do with censorship and trying to chip away at our liberties. And so, I don't want people to get up in arms emotionally over this. We have to think about everything calmly, logically, and which direction to go from here. That's why my title is a time of reflection. Where have we been? Where are we going? We know where we're at right now, and we're witnessing it, and we're sharing testimony on it. Which direction are we going to be headed from this point? Are we going to allow this to affect us in such a manner that we start acquiescing and falling into this psychological trap of now we're too scared to say shit, so now we're just going to bend the knee and kiss the ring and self-censor and lose all of our liberties? Or are we going to, like you suggested earlier, Kenneth, put our foot to the floor, step on the gas, and just everybody start speaking out that much more, and I think that's what the time is right now. So we have to have a time of a cool down period, emotional cool down, and then reassess all of those thoughts and ideas that we had while we were emotionally charged. Reassess those same thoughts and ideas while we're logical without emotion involved. Then we can pick and pull on what actually makes sense, what we can do to move forward, and make this a real positive event in the end, ultimately. Because it's never going to be positive in this moment, right? For this day in history, Charlie Kirk was assassinated at the Utah Valley University campus. Okay, that's always going to be a day in infamy. But then we can back that up with saying, because of this infamous day in history, all of these extremely positive actions came from that. And without him touching so many lives, none of this would have been possible.
Yes.
So, it just is a matter of are we going to have people that take the time to, breathe,
Yeah.
relax for a moment, reflect on all of that emotional stuff we all, as a society, we're all going through, right? Some of us are witnessing it. Some of us are experiencing it at one level or another, many different levels. And that's fine. We just give ourselves some time, whether it's, some people it's only going to be a couple days and they're going to be able to come back to logical thinking. Some people it's going to be a week, 2 weeks, a month. how many people are able to get back to a good foundation emotionally, and then are we able to communicate with each other, have open dialogue without fear of what, I'm too scared to say this. No, without fear. So we're openly communicating on a high level, truthfully, honestly, with candor. Can we get there? And what do we do with it if we can get there? I mean, I'm going to be there. I'm there right now. I'm ready. I'm willing to wait. I just hope I don't have to wait a really, really, really long time.
Yeah, I don't want to have to wait much longer either. We need people to start getting off their asses and mobilizing, because this shit's gone too far too quickly, and we need to, yes, take a breath and compose ourselves before going forward. And anger and raw emotion, just acting on raw emotion will signal the downfall of anything.
Mm-hmm.
And the way you get hearts and minds is by being open to anybody and everybody's voice to be heard and respected. That was one of the things, that opinion, because everybody's got one, and I will listen to you, and as long as you meet certain criteria for me, you may just change my opinion on stuff, as long as you explain it in a manner that I can get my head around. But most people, they don't take the time to research topics before they just go and spout it, or just start believing in it. Just like, oh, how many transgender mass shooters are there going to be? And I don't remember, like, what was the last question that was asked before. It was like, somebody was asking about transgender mass shooters, or how many mass shooters have been transgender and whatever. I don't remember. It was something about transgender mass shooters before Charlie got the bullet.
From the odds are, at this point in time, probably a transgender shooter.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, I've got lots of theories, but I don't want to dive into all my crazy
3-letter agencies.
I don't want to dive into my crazy thought processes right now. It takes away from.
Yeah, it takes away from his sacrifice and the honor that he has left behind.
Well, and that, it does to a certain extent, but it answers that question. You know, like that. I mean, okay, well, Ms. Bell, you being the elder, more wiser individual in this room from certain people's standpoints, I'm still, still trying to figure that out for myself. Trying to get her attention. Right
Lord.
She's like, oh, you turkey. She's thinking right now. But no, seriously though, Ms. Bell, you've witnessed from being just present on Earth, a few of these assassinations and assassination attempts in your long career as a human being. With this particular event, this assassination, I think back personally, and Martin Luther King, I think that was a freedom of speech thing. Malcolm X, I think that was a freedom of speech thing. President Kennedy, I don't know if that was a freedom of speech thing, but it probably was. and Ronald Reagan, obviously, with the attempt on him, and then there's all of these other attempts that I mean, the list could go on and on, right? Today's assassination of Mr. Kirk, was it maybe the biggest hit on the First Amendment that we've ever had through this manner, or do you think that they're all pretty much equal in their in their era?
I think they're equal within in their era. You got to remember you weren't alive in the 60s and so forth, and life was for us back then. It was not what we experience today. It is definitely of great magnitude. The others, it did was effect towards our way of living, and it was done so to cause us to have less liberties. That's why I'm all about liberties. This one today, this assassination with Charlie, was definitely a big blow for the country on the constitutional about the future of our Constitution and what freedoms that we do enjoy today because of this wonderful thing we have, the United States Constitution. It's also going to cause a lot more issues for I call my young kids. It's y'all for people, because this is y'all's going to be. I will not be around much longer for me to witness what comes out of this versus y'all. This will definitely be something that y'all will have to contend with and will deal with for the rest of y'all's sweet little lives, because this has altered some things that you will see coming down the pipeline. It did when I was y'all's age, with all of the assassinations of our little political peoples of that time. So I can't say that it was anything, not going to minimize some of the other fellows that you mentioned, assassinations, because they were just as important for what they stood for and stand for. So I wouldn't say that, but it was definitely the biggest thing for our country in quite some time, obviously. I'm just concerned with how this is going to affect the young people, because it's terrifying for y'all.
And do you and I'm only going to ask this question because I've seen it circulating around. And I have my own personal thought process on it, but I'd like to hear yours, because my thought process doesn't flip and matter at this point in time.
Mine doesn't either, too.
Right. Yeah. By the way, Ms. Bell says she's not going to be around here much longer to deal with this because she's taking a one-way ticket to Mars. Like, I don't know. And she's already
I'm just
plotted
an old
out.
lady. It's time.
Marses, like Mars's version of Texas, Marhas.
Yes.
Marhas.
The planet of New Texas.
Yeah, Newton. Like she's getting off this damn rock and going to another one.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I don't have as much time on Earth as y'all sweet people, because y'all are young. And then Kenneth, I mean, he's just starting his sweet little life. You've got a good 75 years to go. You've got a lot of living to do. So
yeah, I know.
Your sweet country.
A lot of living that I haven't got the chance to do yet.
There you go.
You got a lot of living.
Definitely friends with Speak.
Wow. Oh,
how dare you put him in a box like that?
Or am I in a nutshell? Yeah. I mean, I might be in a nutshell.
I can put you in the rubber room, so be careful.
No, here we go. I'm pretty sure that's already been suggested to you a few times since you've been back where you're at right now.
Probably.
Might be Elon suggesting that to you. He's such a pain in my rear end. It's some of the shit he says. Will you just make him think about this in one of those special little rooms? Like, Jiminy Christmas.
He's asked me to be. Can't you just have them picked up and put in?
Yeah, but see, you'd be funny and you'd have me picked up and then sent to him. I'm like, haha. Like, now what are you both gonna do? You're looking at each other in each other's faces now. Like, now what? Now you got to deal with each other. But all joking aside, I've seen the comparison that people are making to 9/11. And I just don't see it. But I see where they're
No.
trying to get there with, like, the
Oh shit.
bringing people together. And it's like,
Oh, you're talking about unity.
yeah. I mean,
Okay.
they're trying to say that this is what's going to bring people together in the country. This is a 9/11 event. And I'm just thinking, well, you know what I think already about this. So it's like, what do you think about this? With that, is it a dangerous comparison to be making, or like?
Absolutely. Well, it did. 9/11 was an attack on our way of living. We did. We lost a big chunk of our greatness of this country, as far as I'm concerned. When 9/11 occurred, and then the policy administration that was in there that changed things for the worse for our young people.
Fourth Amendment gone.
Yeah. Yep. When you grow up with not knowing any different, Kenneth, you don't know what it's like to have had it. And I never in my lifetime ever thought this would ever occur. Never thought there would be such stupidity to across the whole country, the mass of our country, to be okay with getting rid of the constitutional rights. This is a liberty. Just discovering the stupidity of how people do not understand the importance of what we have and how valuable it is. You always are told that, we're going to hurt ourselves from within. We will fall because of within. Well, here we go. It's not just started. It started well in the 50s, like I've told you before, but and of course prior to that as well. But this was a big one. This one eliminated, and you've got generations being brought up that don't know any different, who are fine with that. And I'm like, no. You need to have the right to privacy. They need to have law and order. There's a reason for this. But we live in some crazy times. I get that. That doesn't mean that we can't be smarter. But we're not being smarter. We're reacting instead of acting. That's a problem.
And we just need to take a breath, realize that, oh, hey, the shit did happen. And we're going to have to take it in stride and do better than what has come before us.
Absolutely. I've always said that, leave better than how you found it. However you received it, leave it better. And unfortunately,
we have a long, hard road
I was
ahead.
taught that my generation, I'm 72. I'm telling you, that was how we were raised, and it's not how it's been presented to young folks. And I'd say anybody 55 and below. It hasn't been happening for y'all. So it's sad.
Yeah.
It is, because it puts us in a position where we then now have to start thinking along the lines that I have been talking on for quite some time, ever since you ran into me, where, hey, we have a duty as citizens. We have a duty that's put upon us as citizens, outlined by the United States Constitution. And there's a reason why we have the First Amendment. There's a reason why we have the Second Amendment. We have to use those because we are under not just foreign tyranny, we're domestic tyranny. And we've been, and what's crazy is we've done it. We have been tyrannical to ourselves in the name of safety. Like the Fourth Amendment going bye-bye with 9/11 was all a ruse. The ruse was, this is a Patriot Act, and we're gonna, to protect us. We're gonna.
We were lied to.
We were absolutely lied to, and it was a direct hit. Like that Fourth Amendment even though it's still written there and we can point at it, it doesn't exist. It's gone.
Mhm.
Effectively gone. So you got to recite it until you're blue in the face, and no one gives a crap at this point because they bought
Oh,
into
some of us care.
safety.
Some of us care.
Yes, you and I care. Kenneth might care if he knows what the Fourth Amendment is. There's some other people that care.
I care immensely.
Okay. Well, but you get my point, though. It's like there's a few of us that care, but like to Ms. Bell's point, some people don't care because they never experienced it. They didn't know what it was prior. They didn't, and some of them that acquiesced to it were so fearful, and that's again something that I am maybe not afraid, but I am vigilant. Like I'm like, hey guys, we can't just fall to fear again because hey, COVID, fear, the fear factor.
I didn't have a fear factor with it.
You know what, Ms. Bell? You are just perfect, and the rest of us are just, little peons. We're little peasants.
I told
over here.
you. I tried to tell people, but y'all don't listen to me. I'm a biochemist. I know exactly what I was.
And you told me to go get the first shot, and I did. And then you told me to go get 2 boosters to make sure that I flatten the line, flatten the curve. Like,
oh my Lord!
I did not, you turkey.
I now have Miss Bell.
Yeah.
Well, he knows that's my biggest pet peeve right now.
I've got it to where it's going to be written for eternity in there that she.
Oh, they
already got you in a box.
They already know here, darling. You know, I don't keep anything back. They know who they were getting when they hired me on.
No, I know, but I got you now telling me I need the shot. That's the fun. Remember,
I didn't say that.
You did, though.
I did not say bullshit.
See, this transcript's going to be amazing. I love this. Yeah, and
the
booster.
We're going to love this. I wonder if it's going to make front page news.
Oh, it will make something at some point. It's a little game I'm playing with Ms. Bell. I told her about it.
Yeah.
They know I'm doing it, but they still have to type it out.
Yeah.
Which is just hilarious to me.
Yeah, forcing the AI to do what you want them to do. I love it.
Oh no! Anyways.
No, there's no way I'm like this deal.
Yeah, getting back on topic just a little bit about like 9/11. Whenever 9/11 happened, I have no recollection of the world before 9/11 because I was 2 years old whenever the towers were struck.
You don't know exactly. It's
I never grew up.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, I never grew up in a world where our rights to just do as we please, to travel freely as possible through either air, train, or even through car, was never affected in such a way since the Patriot Act.
Yeah,
I grew up in this controlled environment, and now it's getting more and more controlled as as it seems as I get older, and I'm just like, no. We need to put an end to this.
It sucks, doesn't it? It sucks, right?
It really does. And we used to be a proper country.
Absolutely.
We used to be a proper country where you could smoke on an airplane and not even have
I'm thankful for that.
Full-size bottles of water. I'm just like, damn.
Feeling like you're at the disco on an airplane's not fun. So I was glad that
no,
the smoking
it's not.
thing. Like, yeah.
It was awful, wasn't it? Woo.
Yeah. I was a little guy.
But you had more freedom to do so.
Right.
Well, I was telling you speak. I remember when we didn't have to have passports.
Right. Yeah, that's right. You were.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, damn.
You talk about freedom when I would go over to England. Absolutely. So I remember being a young lady when that became a thing. And I'm like, I still was traveling for a while without it.
Damn. traveling the world without a passport. I've never heard of
Yeah,
anybody
well,
doing
until
that.
it was which country started the whole passport thing? It was the European Union, was it, or United Nations? Which
Was
one?
it?
UN or
You
anyways,
know,
I can't remember. It was
we
not.
were looking it up.
Yeah,
It's been a while.
Yeah,
crazy
they had
though.
to have a way to ID us.
So now you understand my big push about liberties. This is
Yeah.
American.
Hmm.
The greatest thing is liberties. Without it, you have nothing. You have no freedom. You have nothing. You need liberties for a reason. It's why we
Mhm.
fought for this country to become a country.
Yep.
We fought each other for this stuff, and we're just fighting now each other to destroy it.
Yep.
It's so illogical.
100%.
Well,
Shake your head,
it's
scratch your
so
head. go,
logical
"What the heck?"
for those that do not understand what freedoms they have been afforded to know what they are signing up to lose. Because there are a lot of people that are just going along with the status quo
Mhm.
that have no clue of what they're giving up in order to be secure.
And let me ask you this. And why is that?
Because the why is that? Because the powers that be, and we're just gonna say the powers that be, because it's
Sure.
not just one sole Democrat,
It's the
Republican.
deep
It
state,
is
yes.
the whole entire thing together.
Mhm.
Is they do not want an informed populace
Correct.
to understand. B, give reasonable pushback to ideas and things like, oh, hey, we may not need to go down this avenue. Let's try this avenue before we try this, because this will give us less harm down the road. And it's just they shoot down ideas that would benefit the wide whole of everybody
Mhm.
and protect the individual's rights rather than satisfying their own. It's just that, and that angers me to the point to where I kind of lose where I'm going halfway through, as you
Mhm.
could already tell.
Well, there's so much.
Well,
It's so much, Rob.
It's just so much information has to be
Well, that's
distilled.
what bothers me about your generation, because I'll show something so you get where I'm going at. I grew up where, first of all, we didn't have television. If you had a television, it was phenomenal. My telephone, I still have the original telephone on the pole. You see Green Acres? That is where I still
Mhm.
have a phone today on my ranch. And that was
Damn.
probably about just shy of 4 miles from the house. My nearest neighbor is 25 miles from my front door. The nearest town is about 90 miles. Then we developed
That-
television, got more popular. We have what, 3 channels?
It's Texas. Damn.
So,
Because I've been as far as Austin, and it got or actually no, San Antonio was actually a little further than Austin. So yeah, I've been
Yes.
only as far as San Antonio.
San Antonio is a better place than Austin, but
Yeah.
it's still very liberal. So I'm west.
Yeah.
I keep going past San Antonio. You'll run into me.
Yeah, because San Antonio is probably the nearest biggest city to you, I believe.
Yes, that's the nearest city to me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn.
I call that Mexico City of America. It is Mexico City. It's
Yeah.
on the other side of the border.
Hmm.
To compare to what you have your generation has 24/7. You know what's going on all around the world. Never in my life until, oh shoot, 30 years
Yeah.
ago, I never knew what was going on around the world until news time or the next
Yeah.
day or 2 or 3 days later
Yep.
after an
Yeah.
event.
And-
It's overwhelming for you, for your
Mhm.
generation.
Yes.
And it's exhausting y'all's little minds. No, I don't mean that
Yeah.
ugly. I'm just y'all young people.
Yeah, I understand. I fully understand.
Hey,
And
'Cause-
it's wearing y'all out. It is burning you out. It's wearing you out. And I that's why we're having such horrific issues with this young
Yeah.
generations, because it's
Mhm.
too much for the human body. We're not made for that.
Yeah, speak.
Kind of. I had to readjust the sound. So could you tinker with your gain just a little bit? You're a little
Yes,
you're,
I will.
you're hot on my end.
I will lower. Okay, I've lowered it all the way.
Oh,
So tell me whenever I need to go up.
It's actually not too bad right there. I mean,
Yeah,
if you go a tick,
I've
just
lowered
like
my gain all the way.
where were you at before you just lowered it all the way?
I was about right about here.
Do you not have numbers on your knob?
My gain knob is blank as blank can be,
Oh, really? All right, I was gonna say just,
and all I have to gauge my gain is a little VU meter that they have on the front of the microphone.
okay. I would just say instead of going all the way down, maybe go 2/3 of the way down from where you were at, or where you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so right about there.
Yeah, beautiful. Oh man, your voice is amazing now. It was really hot on my end and it had been for a while, but it wasn't
Yeah.
bugging me. Now I don't know if it's my old ears. I don't have old
Okay.
ears. Never mind.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I do, and he sounded just fine to me.
Oh.
My
I'm sorry,
mic
this is my
usually
attempt
runs
to-
a little hotter.
This is my attempt to censor Kenneth, everybody. You know, like, hey, turn your damn mic
Oh,
down.
there. Oh no! Your mic down, you bitch! Yeah, I
No.
because for us having like 24/7 media access, and
It's
we get
crazy.
information the instant it happens, experience,
Yeah,
and also, but with the 24 exposed, then it has been covered up because
oh boy, Kenneth. It's gotten to a point right now where
yeah, cacophony of sound.
like it's
But we have to deal with the issue of cacophony of sound, and it dilutes again.
right. Well, okay. So
I
first
think
of
it's
all,
causing another effect.
right. First of all, if we like with Charlie's incident here, this little,
Yeah.
Ms. Bell would not have found out about that, and depending on where where she was at in the country, she would not have found out about that until the next news stream, which like 5 o'clock news,
Yeah, I know.
or whatever, or unless she was listening to the radio, because the radio would from time to time break some news if you're listening to the
Mhm.
radio. And
Yes, breaking news.
yeah, but that yep, exactly, yes. But
I remember.
now lightning speed. We knew the moment he was shot, we knew within 10 seconds when whoever had the fastest thumb at the university campus, boom, we know instantly. And then
And also visual.
yep,
We didn't have visuals.
Yeah.
You got snapshots in the pictures in the newspaper, black and white, on JFK.
mhm.
You
Yeah.
didn't see footage yet. They did not have that ability, or they did not. Let me take that back. They had the ability. They just didn't do it because they had a little bit more manners
Right.
not
Well,
to do.
Yeah.
To do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So there's a plus and a minus to both situations.
Well,
Yeah.
yep. And you have situations too because of the lightning speed. I was listening to Tim Pool for a little bit. Him talk about his personal experience with what transpired today, and he had been given information from who he thought was a credible source that Charlie had been stabilized. So he posted it on X.
Yeah.
And then not even 5 minutes later, he gets another call saying he's passed. So, with the lightning speed like this too, you talk about we're getting truth. Well, we're also getting rumors. It's easier. So
Yeah.
when you have rumors that might not be purposely deceitful at
Yeah.
all, they might be just genuine. Like I'm just repeating what I've been told, and it's a genuine thought or idea, but it's just completely wrong. You have that, then you sprinkle in the truth, then you sprinkle in all the propaganda, then you have all of a sudden you're like, wait, what the hell? And when Ms. Bell earlier was talking about the kids, and I go directly to like
Yeah.
little kids. Think about what they're growing up with right now, not knowing what the hell to believe. And I had shared with
Yeah.
her earlier
Oh.
today what I've been watching with AI video and what I'm catching, and
Yeah.
I'm like, uh-oh. And you start adding all of this in. Good AI editing could have fed more angles to what we witnessed today, and you could have had
Yeah.
some you know, and you extrapolate that out with every other incident that we've seen within recent times. Incidents that we're going to see in the future, and as AI gets better and better and better, not only with just video, but with audio, and you start piecing those
Yeah.
things together, someone is going to be able to create a false narrative almost as quickly as reality is happening. So they'll get
Yeah.
the
Oh.
story, and then within 5 minutes they'll be able to like pump this shit out real quick. And I
Yeah.
already believe in some cases we are seeing the beginnings of it being practiced right in front of us, and nobody has a clue about it. And I'm not talking about this situation
Yeah.
with Charlie. I'm not talking about any
Yeah.
actual,
It,
but I see it on another level right now, and it's going to percolate up to exactly what I'm talking about with, like,
oh
it
yeah.
could easily happen. So when we're talking about if you can't
Yeah.
hide the truth with censorship, what you do
Yes.
is you dilute it with adding so much other information
Yes.
that the truth can't
AI
be
and all
found.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And oh boy. Anyways, yeah. This is
Yeah.
why I
It's
get
a big can
sensitive.
of worms.
This is why I get sensitive.
Yes. See, because that kind of I forgot AI what is got to the point to where you can barely tell what is real anymore, and it's going to be a great detriment for stuff like this. And I'm just now seeing video that is about don't know whenever it was posted, about 10 hours ago or so, because I'm seeing sources that are about 9-10 hours ago,
Mm-hmm.
of one lone person on a rooftop just ducking down.
Yeah.
Oh, that is very suspicious, but I'm not so sure if that's the shooter or not. Maybe not. You never know.
From
And then they
what?
got people, and some people are posting a video of a guy in a black hoodie running across the parking lot.
Mm-hmm. At that point, so
Yeah.
this one video clip, and I watched it like 100 times and rewind, slow mo. I was just looking at that one angle, and then I was done with it. But in that time that I was paying attention to that one clip, I saw children, adults had taken their children. Charlie Kirk was to them someone that they were wanting to take to take their small child to a university event, for their child's maybe first experience of what a university is all about, so they could witness and listen to an adult that was very well articulate, very well spoken on their thoughts and ideas, and how to present those thoughts and ideas to the public in mass on the United States Constitution. So you had families there, not just college students there. You had families there with their small children, and you're seeing this, and I'm just like, oh, through that was,
Yeah.
So,
J-
I mean, this is, I mean,
it's something to think about. I was just thinking about like the level. Oh man, we would have already been microchipped and everything before I even know it.
mm-hmm.
I guarantee you, I would have probably already been microchipped before I even started public school or whatever. And it was like, damn, if they had their way, and they general term shouldn't be using that. I keep on trying to name the actual parties involved or just be more direct instead of saying generals as they, like these people. And it's just, I try to keep myself from saying generalized statements for the most part.
Eh,
But yeah, if the powers that be, they know who they are, we know who they are for the most part. But if they had total control, we would have probably been all of us probably been microchipped or died trying not to be microchipped at this point.
well, we are
It's
microchipped at this point. We're just not physically yet. Like in our body that we know
yeah,
of. We don't know. Like, I mean, anytime you go
yeah,
get,
we don't know.
some sort of a,
Flu shot.
yeah, I mean, anyways. So, but we have our phones, we have our computers, we have our tablets, we have the Tesla car that knows where you are at all times. We have your key fobs. So even if you don't have a
Yeah,
Tesla, your phone now monitors where your car's at. So for any of you that don't understand this and aren't paying attention, um, look at your map on your phone when you're in your house. It will show you where your car's parked if you're connected to Bluetooth with your car, even when you walk away from it.
yeah,
If you pay attention to the map on your phone, it will show you where your car is at the mall. If you're at the mall walking around, it'll show you where you're walking around in comparison to where your car's at. See all of these things. Um, it has basically microchipped us
yeah.
blatantly, and
Be macro chipping.
oh, no, you make a chip, and they're all your phone, your tab. So it's like board on can be on and functional. I'm going to say that again.
Yeah.
Any electronic device
Yes.
can be accessed and used without you having turned it on, and you won't be aware that it's on. But
Mhm.
they period, end of story, game over. The fact that people haven't started understanding it on this level kind of actually scares me to a point that people are
Yeah.
so blind to the capabilities. And it's been like this for a lot longer than they're going to tell you. So,
Yeah. And this also leads into like with what Edward Snowden was blowing the whistle on and all these other things. And it's
yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's Edward Snowden was just the tip of the iceberg, and he was just trying to open people's eyes. But he's
feelings. It's just that you're like, do I talk about it? No, maybe.
Give me your 2 cents on that.
on
Which person?
Oh, speak on Snowden. You brought it up. I want to hear it.
I didn't bring Snowden up.
And listening to us, even whenever it's powered off, it's not. People are still listening into our conversation even now, and they understand their understanding would probably be a little bit more because they have more of the pie to work with than us low men on the totem pole, not knowing what's up, what's down, what's left, what's right. But with Edward Snowden talking about, the NSA is using private data collected from all manner of technology and just storing it, right? Is that what it was? I think it was they were listening into private conversations and storing all the information that they hear. I haven't read about Edward Snowden in a long time. It's just what comes to my memory. And they were like, oh, he's declassifying government secrets, and they just went after his ass. That's all I know. Because I was whenever I was.
You were a young tyke.
I was young whenever that shit was going down.
Mm-hmm.
It's during Obama.
Edward Snowden.
So that was just
I'm gonna be looking. I'm gonna look up some things here.
oh, okay.
Trying to get my okay. 2013.
Miss
He's been in exile since 2013. Sorry.
no, Miss Bell
I'll
has
mute.
she knows how I kind of feel about this stuff. She's trying to lead me into a bear trap here. Because she knows certain people are listening right now, and she wants me to be on transcript with certain.
To talk.
Oh, whatever. See, she likes to put that on transcript too. Like, oh, he's too chicken to talk. I
Yep.
gotta talk.
You were given a question, and you just keep skirting around it.
There ain't no
Okay,
skirt on
so
this
yeah.
man. There ain't no skirt.
Yeah.
You just showed it. You just showed it. You just showed your knees, buddy.
Wow. All right.
So here it is. So in 2013, he was going to Hong Kong and all these other different places,
Yep, he's on the run.
for just running away from stuff here. Give me a second.
Yep, he is.
He managed in 2009. He managed systems for the NSA. In 2013, he worked for 2 months at Booz Allen Hamilton, which with the purpose of gathering more NSA documents. So basically, since 2017, he's not 2017, but 2013,
Been on the
he's
lam.
been on the run.
Mm-hmm.
What? Bambalam.
No, he's on the lam.
Oh,
Well, you haven't heard. Oh,
Oh.
never mind. That's old timey speak. Sorry, my bad.
It sure is, isn't it?
Oh my goodness.
I
this
was
part
like,
of
wait,
my-
what?
Is this part of my problem with communicating with people, Bell? Is my old timey speak?
Hey, I can understand it if I was listening to the old. If I was not talking, I would have heard you. I was
It's
like, wait,
easy to
what?
tune
All I
speak
heard
out,
was
isn't
bam
it?
bam.
I am not. Look, I was raised by elders.
Yeah,
So
the
my
old-
speak
the old-
Blah,
is
blah, blah, blah.
whatever.
So what was the term that you have used so I could hear it again? On the lamb?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have not heard that one. Sorry.
Well, Mr. Wise over there.
Yeah, well, and you know what? It's not my fault. I was raised by older people.
Old P.
Oh, my stars.
But it's always good to hear old
Absolutely.
exclamations.
It's fun. It's fun.
I think the first
You get to
time,
learn a lot.
Miss Bell, let's squirrel for a second. When you first ran into me,
Hmm.
it was the Uvalde stuff. But
Right.
when you first heard me talking and using
Mhm.
older rhetoric,
Mhm.
how did
No,
that?
I could relate.
How? Yeah, well, but how did that affect you? Like, because I don't match what you're used to hearing that from at all. Like, you know, my
Yeah, but it doesn't. It just I resonated with it because I understood it. I know it. That's my, what I grew up with. That's what I heard. There's a lot of your fun little old sayings. So it's natural for me. I'm like, oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. But young people won't know it today because it doesn't resonate with anything in their life. Their culture is not anything of that nature anymore.
It's just this is just how I talk. Damn it! What the heck? So all this time, I think I'm making sense, and everybody's like, "You're crazy. You don't know what the hell you're talking about." I'm like, "I'm talking about exactly the same shit I've been talking about for decades, and this is what my mom and dad used to talk like. What the heck?" And they were
Mhm.
educators too, by the way. So,
Hmm.
you know, I think I know what I'm talking about.
You do.
I think, but apparently, on the lamb is on the outs now. What if you're on the
Oh.
run now? What do you call it? I don't know. Like if you're running from the
I
cops.
think you
On
just
the
call it-
run? You're on the
I
run?
was just say they just call it,
as
they
you
just call
sees
it what
it?
it is. Yeah,
Jeez.
they're very blunt and to the point.
Direct.
That
Just
is
be direct.
my-
Don't be like,
Oh my stars!
I thought
I like direct.
I thought On the Lam was super direct. I thought that I mean that means on. Never mind. All right, I give up. I quit. I just like I'm done. I will now because okay, all right. This is gonna be probably one of
All
those
right.
old timey stories. Coming from someone who is not old, right? I mean, stuff, especially over on TikTok. All of this online rhetoric, I just was like, you guys are all fucking idiots. You're all buffoons. Like, who says
Yeah.
these terms that I can't even think of right now off the top of my head because I still am like, why do you people say this shit? It's dumb. Like,
Yeah.
and then I was like, oh, when I said that this is rad and cool and dope and all that stuff back in the 80s and
Bodacious.
90s, and my parents were looking at me like, the hell is wrong with you? What are you talking about? And then I'm like, oh, motherfucker, that's what is happening to me right now. I'm having that moment where I'm like, what the hell are you guys talking about?
That's bodacious, man.
Like when my kids started talking about smashing girls, I was thinking I was like, you're not supposed to hit women, and they were, smash apparently means
Yeah,
sex.
it's an innuendo. Yes.
Yeah, bumping uglies, whatever. I mean, like, these, yeah, innuendos and whatnot. But I like mine better. I think there's more nuance. I think there's more
Yeah.
class. I think there's more
It's creative.
mystere created with
Yeah.
But this other stuff, I don't know. I struggle.
The on the lamb thing.
Mhm.
Probably once or twice, but it never was really enough to stick. Because I've always heard it. Oh, he was just on the run. They didn't really use any euphemisms or sugarcoat much of nothing. It's just more direct, is how I've heard everything.
Well, On the Lam isn't just on the run. You are hiding. You are doing this. You are doing that. You are a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah. You're
Oh,
just hiding.
shit.
You
I just did it again, didn't I, Ms. Bell? Fuck.
a wolf in sheep's clothing. I know that one.
I did it.
I know that one.
She's laughing.
I
now,
deal
too,
with a
'cause
lot
she
of
knows
those people
that
all the
I
time.
just identified myself being a fucking dipshit. All right, sorry. Mansplaining shit.
No.
How dare you distract from giving your opinion on Edward Snowden?
I still haven't either. You notice how now
I
outed
know.
myself.
I
Like,
know.
you
I
see-
know.
I know. I've been waiting. I've been waiting for your opinion on how.
He likes to
and your
gaslight.
distractions.
Trust me, we know.
I was waiting. I was waiting.
Gaslight. What are you talking about? Gaslight? I don't gaslight nothing. What are you talking about?
Whatever.
No, he hasn't gaslighted yet.
Whatever.
You're
Whatever,
crazy. No.
Whatever, darling.
Mm-hmm.
He was just deflecting and trying to get the train derailed, so he didn't have to talk about Snowden.
Hence gaslighting.
Oh boy.
Hmm.
Oh boy. Who came up with the term gaslighting, by the way? Was it Miss Bell?
No,
Foghorn Leghorn over there.
I wouldn't think that would be gaslighting speak, because
He is avoiding the subject when he's been directly asked, and he is avoiding it, and he is changing the subject, directing it in any other direction.
This
That is
awesome.
gaslighting
This is
people.
awesome.
and I'm recenter us back to the
Just
point of
answer the
topic.
question, chicken shit.
Yeah, because what we were talking about. So for context, because people kind of forgot what we were talking about. Sweet was
haven't.
talking about oh yeah, 'cause we're so I don't. But okay, so and even if you think it's off, it's still on, which led me to think about like all the stuff that Edward Snowden was blowing the whistle on.
Mhm.
And he was hemming and hawing, saying, wanting to say things, but not speaking freely enough to express them.
No, he's trying to
So-
protect his ball sack from being cut off by the United States government.
Yeah, right now.
He wanted to keep his livelihood. He wanted to be able to continue to procreate because they were going to take his nutsack real quick if they caught him.
Yeah.
Weren't they, Bell? Miss Bell might
I'd do
actually
it right
have.
now if I could.
Thank you. There we go. That's what I was going to say. Miss Bell's
Yeah.
she's volunteered. She's on the wait list to get a snip of them.
Absolutely.
And see, me, Miss Bell already knows exactly. See, this is why I'm like, I don't even need to talk about this. Miss Bell and I have talked about this before at length. She and I don't have necessarily completely opposing views, but we oppose a little bit because
enough a difference though. Yes.
Yeah. There we have a little bit of a difference because while
That's because you're still young and dumb.
No.
I would still like to hear Speak's opinion here.
No, I love it when someone catches anybody doing something that's destructive to the United States Constitution and the American people, no matter how they're justifying it. I love it when someone outs it because it's protecting our Constitution and protecting our liberties. However, after lengthy conversation with Ms. Bell, she has raised points to me where I'm like, okay, I see it your way. I understand. I get it. I still maybe not I might not be completely on board with it, but I mean, I'm open-minded enough to be like, all right, well, maybe you have a point. A little longer to get to be okay with her snipping off Edward Snowden's balls the next time she sees him. So
Yeah.
That would be a good day.
She might administer some COVID shots to him, like she advised me to do.
No, I did not.
Those boosters, I appreciate the Bell booster. That's what I call them. She took me out to dinner to convince me to. I got a free burger.
Come on, Steve.
I got free
Him
fries,
and Han.
and she hooked me up with a beer. That's how she convinced me to get the booster. I got some free food out of that one.
Oh, shit.
She promised me if I got a second booster that I'd get to put her up against a wall, but that didn't happen. She lied to me. I didn't get to do that. Damn it. She promised sexual activity between the two of us, and it just didn't happen. The promises that she makes me and then just doesn't follow through with. I mean, it's horrific.
Whatever, kiddo.
He's still him and Han.
You hear that voice she just used right there, that sweet little I'm innocent. Yeah, that's the setup right there of like you're about ready to get hammered by some Ms. Bell shenanigans at that point with that little
I do like shenanigans. That's good time.
Hey, Shenanigans is a great game.
Absolutely.
No, it's not a great game. Not when I'm the target of the shenanigans constantly.
I love it.
Yeah, you see? More evidence. Just I'm compiling evidence right now. It's just amazing.
Good
Sadly,
luck.
the people that I need to read the evidence aren't going to be able to comprehend the conversation to be able to actually back me up in the court of law. Yes, I just flipping through mud at the people that
So
yes, I did.
okay, so things that are going wrong that hinder our liberties
Yeah, corruption.
in America.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think Miss Bell understands that too, but she anyway.
Yes. Because I'm trying to keep the show together
Keep what together?
somewhat.
This is.
Have you talked with Speak much? Does it
What are
ever
you
flow?
talking about?
Well, it stays
show.
together for a bit.
This is
Hey.
What are you talking about? This is a podcast, and Ms. Bell
Pod-
and I
well,
have been doing this for quite some time, and now you're like, we're gonna keep the show together. What show? This is reality, there, Bucko. Oh wait, sorry, I'm
I
using
know.
old
But guess
timey
what? We were
words
talking
again.
about something I
Excuse
wanted
me.
to listen.
All right.
I wanted to listen. There was stuff I wanted to listen to.
Oh, well,
See,
now
I
you're
told
listening
you,
to
you
Miss
don't-
Bell cry with laughter.
No, not Miss Bell. No, I was wanting to like on the topic of like everything listening to us, and also the NSA documents that Edward Snowden was leaking, or just like what is your opinion on all of that? Should he have done it? Should he not have done it?
Well, I mean, I did.
this is your personal opinion.
Yeah, I, in that moment, in that time, I was like, hell yeah. I was a big WikiLeaks guy too. Like you know, I wanted all of this shit outed because I knew there was nasty government shit going on. President Trump won an election based on we're going to clean out the swamp.
Yes.
Now, what is that specifically speaking to someone like me? All the corruption that I was okay with Edward Snowden outing, that's the swamp to me. That's what I wanted gone. Now, but see, we're only, especially in that time period, remember, we're lightning speed with technology just going through the roof. At that time, we weren't privy nearly as much as we are now. Just think about this. If the technology we had now was back in the day with Snowden, and like then we're talking a whole different story at this point.
Yeah, that's basically riots in the street. Everybody saying "fuck this shit."
Maybe, but the whole point is like
speculation.
Information being shared on a whole nother level right now at lightning speed and being able to be doctored. So you could doctor stuff then. Things have been doctored in our government for decades. We know this to be true. I mean, anybody that denies that now is just, come on, stop being absurd. Because there's a game that they're playing. And, they believe that they know better than me or you or them or whoever, which they have good points. I've listened. There's some good points to this. I just come from this whole, we the people are a self-governing body of people, and we should all kind of know some shit, at least a lot more than what we're being told, because some of us might actually be able to help with the problem. Now, when I was younger, see, this goes to what Ms. Bell's trying to say about me. When I was younger, my thought process about this was way more just solid. Like, nah, fuck all you corrupt pieces of shit out there that are in government. Because I defined anyone in government that held secrets that, like, why the fuck are you keeping secrets? That was, it was just black and white to me. Now, where it's still black and white, I can go ahead and listen to someone like Ms. Bell or somebody like President Trump give me some sort of justification, and I'm willing to hear them out. I'm still going to be a little irritated, depending on the topic, depending on what they tell me, but I might actually acquiesce, agree, and say, you know what, you're right. You're older, you're wiser, you understand the psychological bullshit that's going to happen here if we out this now. Maybe I will yield to you in the name of just peace, I guess. So like what you said, Kenneth, no rioting in the streets type of stuff. But sometimes I believe that that's kind of the only way too, though. Like, the people have a right to know almost everything if we're a self-governing body of people. And it's one of those things where, depending on the topic, you can paint yourself into a corner if you're not careful, right? Where you start becoming a hypocrite, not intentionally, but you just are, because you're like, oh, well, it needs to be this way because I want to preserve, protect, and defend the United States Constitution, and I believe in you having those liberties just as equally as I believe me having these liberties, and I put my pants on the same way you put your pants on. So even though I might have a position at the United States government, which I don't, by the way, everybody, I don't. But even if I was if I was to have a position there, I don't think that I'm better than you because of it. And so,
Yeah.
and you might have a different perspective than I do that might be very valuable to me in me being able to represent you from my position. So, but then when you play into the fact that people can be cattle, sheep, lemmings, and as you can see from the most recent events, you have a mob mentality on the internet that then
Yeah.
spills out into the streets of reality. So, because the internet is not reality, folks. Sorry if you all think that it is really not. It's very manipulated every which way on a level
Mm.
that even people at the top of their game, podcasting and whatnot, some of them don't even have a fucking clue just how manipulated it is. And I think
Yeah.
part of the reason why they don't is they're willfully ignorant. They just are. They don't want to know. They're naive on purpose. They know that maybe
Yeah.
something's not on the up and up, but they don't. They're not going to acknowledge it, and they just go along because they're getting something out of it, like a big fat paycheck. So why argue?
Mm-hmm.
Just be happy. Be happy with what you're getting. Let them deal with all the bullshit. Let them, them being the overlords. Let them do that. I won't fuck with them. They won't fuck with me other than write me a check every once in a while, and I'm going to be happy. They're going to be happy, and we're all going to get along. Problem with that is shit always gets worse
Yes.
because you're just going along with the narrative, and you're not actually participating in the pushback of the narrative. But a lot of people don't push back on the bullshit narrative and try to honor the Constitution fully because of what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
Because they fear
And-
that, and they've been fearful of that
Mm.
for far longer than what we've been dealing with since Obama.
Well,
And he has to do shit a certain way. He's part of the
Mhm.
fuckery.
the problem.
Hmm. But he's getting
We're all
$100 million
part-
a year, and he don't care. He doesn't care.
Mm-hmm.
So
Shit.
if I wasn't like, yeah, Ms. Bell's right. When it comes to, like, I just need more time, I guess, because I mean, I really, really do want to advocate for the people to have their liberties, to be independent, to be an individual with liberty. And have the Constitution work for them. Bring back the Fourth Amendment, which I don't know if we could ever get it back at this point. I don't know. That damn, oh my
Yeah.
goodness, that's a whole nother podcast for another
We
day.
need the Patriot Act gone now.
Yeah, well, President Trump should have got rid of it the first time around. He hasn't. It's still there this time around. There's a lot of things that me and President Trump probably should sit down and have a conversation with. But at the same time, I don't think he cares on that level about that. I think he cares about securing the border. I think he cares about a lot of the surface level stuff that we the people can't emotionally get over. So he's feeding that, and then there's other things that he's really doing great for the country that none of us have a clue about, and may never
Yeah.
have a clue about. But some of this other stuff that's like little, it's penny ante shit to him. And penny ante shit to the other side. So like, it's the bargaining thing. Like, I'm always irritated with politicians who bargain with our liberties, because in Congress they do that. They bargain with our liberties. So they don't meet in the middle of the aisle. They reach across the aisle, and they tell you that we're going to reach across the aisle. What do you mean you're going to reach across the aisle? You guys are that middle zone. You're not supposed to reach across it. You're not supposed to go over there. You're supposed to meet in the middle. You're not supposed to give them something so you get something. So then you get that's why the pendulum swings. The pendulum was never meant to swing. You were supposed to have two entities. If you were going to use Republicans and Democrats, they were supposed to both be pushing on the pendulum and keep the pendulum in the middle. But they started rigging the system to where now we're going to bargain. I'll give you this if you give me that. And then what happens is that bargaining game that they play, the reaching across the aisle bullshit, they end up having that pendulum swing regularly on the same topic. And it makes people go insane. And nobody knows which way it's going ever. Other than the certain people that are paying attention know it's always going to go in the way of money.
Money, money, money.
Every single time. And so, they see someone like me and they're like, oh, fuck him. Fuck him. Because I see it. I've seen it and I say it. That's the other problem. I say it.
Mm-hmm.
If I could keep my mouth shut, Ms. Bell, if I could keep my mouth shut and not say what I see, they might not fuck with me so much. But I have an internal problem that doesn't allow me to not say shit. I can go without saying some shit, but I mean it really needs to be like I have to think that it's important. And then that's something that worries them too, because then they're like, well, we don't know how the fuck he's going to define this. He might define this as like not the way we define it, which very well could be, which I understand. See, that's the thing. I understand all of this. I could sit down and have a conversation with these people about this. They're just not going to like it. And it'll scare the shit out of them. I scare them more than the person that shot Charlie Kirk. That's why, and by the way, that's how powerful a voice is. That's why, and look, we're coming back to the beginning here. This is why this incident happened, because someone defined Charlie Kirk's voice so powerful, and it was 100%. It was 100% powerful.
Oh, it was very powerful.
It will be powerful into the future, because what they didn't realize is they just cemented his voice for eternity in our country here. As long as this country stands, his voice will be played over and over. It will be preserved like Rush Limbaugh's voice. But because they defined him as like you just said, he did have a powerful voice. Most people acknowledge this. This individual or group or entity or whoever pulled this shit off, that's where they were coming from. They needed to do the ultimate censorship. So they ended him.
Yeah. You think about like the old adage of people saying a wounded animal always lashes out whenever it's pushed into a corner. And it's just like, yeah, I guarantee you the powers that be are on their last legs and they know it. And they notice that they're slowly losing the younger generation and they can't survive much longer. So they have to take out people that are reaching the young minds to then continue to brainwash them into thinking into their line of control.
Mm-hmm.
And it's maddening.
It can be, yeah. Yeah, when you see it so clearly, yeah, there you go. That's why it's maddening to you.
I see what's going on. I know sort of who's responsible for it, but is there anything I can truly do about it? Not really, because nobody's willing to. Not many people are willing to stand up for what they see and say, "Now this shit doesn't need to be going on. Why is this going on? We need to stop it."
So one of the things that I was talking about while my microphone was mysteriously not working, thanks people that censor me, I appreciate that. One of the things that I was talking about, though, Kenneth, was Charlie Kirk's ability, like I had said before to you and Ms. Bell, to witness and then testify. Now here's the other part of this that will really get some people, I think. We, the people, with the First Amendment, have the right to do what? protest, right?
Mm-hmm.
And petition. Charlie Kirk demonstrated what I've been talking about for, shoot, I don't know. Ms. Bell's even heard me say this, and I'm sure at some point she's like, holy crap. I mean, there's, oh, wow. Charlie Kirk was protesting individually. So he would have someone come up at that microphone. He would hear them out, and then he would protest. I protest. But he didn't say that. I don't think he ever said it. But that's what he was doing.
No.
He was doing the action of protesting. He was protesting someone's thought process. So he would protest, and then this is the most, this whole little interaction thing that he did, and other people are doing it, but they aren't understanding where it goes with the Constitution and the First Amendment, like true, deep First Amendment. He would protest the dialogue coming from the other person that was making a point to him, giving him a point. So he protests the point. Then, here's the great thing. He petitioned them. Verbal petitioning and saying, giving back a point to them in petition. Because, like I've stated over and over again, we are a state of being. There's multiple states here in this country, and our founders knew it. Your personal state, your state, absolutely fantastic thing that they set up. They did this purposely, and this is why they did it. They actually understood what I'm talking about because they created it. I just somehow, poof, the dear Lord just, poof, hey, this is what it is. And I have adhered to this for the most part. Because, if we're a self-governing body of people, every time you engage with somebody, you're engaging with their governance. So I have dialogue with you. I can protest something that you've said, and then I can petition you. It's simple for you, buddy. That's
screw you. Go.
Yeah, pound sand. So this gets played out with an individual. And we used to do this in our society all the time, a beautiful thing, and it's just eroded through time. And then you have this person like Charlie, who maybe actually didn't articulate it ever like I've just articulated it, but he sure practiced it. And maybe he did. Yeah. I don't know. It would be interesting to know if he actually did articulate it this way at some point. But he practiced it, and that scared the shit out of everybody. Because if he can do it with individuals in mass, one right after another, and be able to do it in the manner that he did it in, he could then go to a state government and do the same thing. He could then go to a federal government and do the same thing. He could then go to a world entity, United Nations, and do the same thing. Now, they don't play the same game that we do here, and that's part of the problem that we've seen around the world. But if you're able to practice individually with each other, the protest, those words in a while, I used to say that all the time when talking about how we are going to deal with this crap. We have to do it respectfully, and we have to do it responsibly. We cannot go out of our mind and lose our shit and go the emotional route. We have to do this. And he was doing it, and people do something it's not unique to human beings at this event yesterday now, where the tragedy happened.
It's already 5 o'clock. Yeah.
So you have 4,000 people there at a university, an obscure university in Utah, which no one knew it was the biggest university in Utah until today. Because you think of the University of Utah, you think of BYU, you think of Utah State, you don't think of Utah Valley University that's just south of Salt Lake City. No one thinks of it. And then to hear that it's got 40,000 people enrolled there, that's a big university. And it's the biggest in the state of Utah. And he had that many followers there for campus. He was leading by example. And so when they see that, it's like I tell Belle all the time, she just laughs. And because I recognized this a while ago. This is why I'm censored so much. This right here.
Yeah.
This conversation is why I'm censored so much. It's not when I
Yes.
get angry. It's not when they don't care about that, because look at all the other people out there online that get angry, cuss, this, that, and the other, and they let them out. They let them out because they fit the narrative that they want other people to mimic. They want people to be emotionally controlled. They want this, that, and the other. I have my outbursts, and I own them, and my outbursts are poignant. That's the problem. Like right now, my body language scares the fuck out of them. And it should. It should scare the fuck out of them. Because I mean what I say. That also scares the fuck out of them. This is and it's like, no one should be scared of me because of how I am, because I'm honest, I'm truthful, I'm with candor, and I only want to do what's best for the United States of America and its people through the Constitution. But I am so passionate about it that when I get irritated, as I have in the past, and I may get irritated again in the future, I witness and then I testify. And when I see the shenanigans that Ms. Bell loves to see me have to deal with, whether they're her shenanigans or somebody else's shenanigans, she gets a good laugh out of it. She loves it when I have to deal with shenanigans. She loves my emotional responses to shenanigans. She finds it hilarious. She's got like probably tablet after tablet after tablet filled out of that shit. Anyways, the point is though, it's like when you're adamant about something that you're so passionate with, it, like, you know, the Constitution for me, I think Charlie was probably in that same camp. He was 100% in that camp. And other people like him and like me, and maybe like some of you out there that might actually start doing the same thing I've been doing, doing the same thing that Charlie's been doing, and, you know, many other people. I would hope that that's what is spurred on from this. That would be the greatest gift to our country. But we're all going to get censored at one way or one level or another. I mean, it's just a fact. Sadly, I mean, how have I done what I've done for 3 years and longer, and not gotten more of an audience? I've seen many people that have started just within the last year or so, and they've got audience through the roof. And I've got zero audience.
Yeah, I think it's also mostly about you talk about the tough topics give me a second. Tongue tied here. You talk about the tougher topics that bigger corporate interests don't like to touch at all, just for the sake of A, they'd probably lose money, B, they may piss a lot of people off. And you're just here saying the truth, unfettered, and you're reaching people. No matter how much they try to much as them. Hey, it may not be as much, but
Right.
Look, you've reached me.
Well,
You
I
got to think
appreciate
about that too.
No, I do.
You've reached me.
And I've always said, Ms. Bell, she'll get a kick out of this. I've called myself a virus. A virus only needs to spread to one, and that one will spread it to another and another and another. So, you know, and I appreciate the fact that, you know, I've reached you. I appreciate that. I know I've made waves. Every platform I've been on, I've damn near destroyed. It's true. I know Ms. Bell would attest to that. I've damn near destroyed every platform I've been on.
Yeah.
So, you know, and it's just because of my mouth. Boy,
Yeah.
that doesn't make me any fans.
Hey,
That's
the mouth can get you into a lot of trouble.
that's
Trust me.
probably the theme of this whole podcast tonight. Like the mouth thing.
Yes.
But and that's the other thing of it though. It's not always bad trouble. Like, look, may
Yeah.
Charlie rest
Trouble
in
doesn't have to
peace.
be bad.
Charlie, it wasn't a bad trouble that he got himself in. Yes, he lost his human form. His human life was taken from him,
Mm-hmm.
snuffed out early. But it was good. Everything that he did was good in this context. It wasn't negative. Even if I disagreed with him on some stuff. Now, I'm pretty sure that if I had the opportunity to sit down and talk with him on a couple subject matters, that he and I would have went rounds for hours, and it would have been fun for at least me. He might not
Hey,
have had
or
as much
for
fun.
whoever else was able
But,
to, or whoever else was listening too,
Right.
because then you'd reach a wider audience as well.
Right, but
They'd be like, "Hey, I like that speak guy."
yeah, yeah. Well, but the thing is, it's like, look, a lot of people blow smoke, right? And like, oh yeah, Charlie, I loved him. I agreed with everything that he said. Blah blah blah. And I'm just like, I didn't know him. I loved what he did. I supported what he did. I didn't agree with him on everything, and that's okay to say that.
Yeah.
I think he would. I think he would appreciate that if he was able to hear that. Sadly, gone too soon, because he was exercising his First Amendment rights, and some asshat or entity, group, whatever, we don't know
Yeah.
exactly how this transpired. I'm open to a lot of
Yes.
thoughts and ideas, but we won't do that tonight. But it's one of those things that somebody didn't want him to exercise his First Amendment rights any longer. So how many
Yes.
how many more people are willing to put themselves in that situation? I mean, I'm here.
Yeah.
I mean, I've told Belle, I don't
Yeah.
know how many times in the time that she and I've known each other now over 3 years. I think, has it been over 3 years now, Belle? Anyway, we've known each other for like over 3 years now. And I've told her, I know I have a target on my back. I know I've pissed people off in such a way that I get censored in ways that, like, what the heck is going on here? I know that, I care between their legs. I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like,
What
just
the hell?
yeah, that's a Buffalo Bill reference, from
I
Silence of
know.
the Lambs.
But
Anyways,
still.
yeah, I mean, seriously, I don't know. I say a lot of crap, as you mentioned, and I'm not the only one that says a lot of crap. So it's not. I hope you join the saying a lot of crap thing. I think you have. I think you have.
I've
but-
said a lot of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, but and that's sometimes we lose our shit because we care that much. And I think that is a testament to what's going to happen now. I think so many people cared about Charlie Kirk that some people are going to lose some shit. They're going to lose their shit. They've already
Yeah.
lost their shit, and they just haven't done anything. Like thank God, because I
Well-
don't want anybody to do anything irrational. I want people to simmer down before they decide
Yeah,
what
but-
moves to make. But I think because people cared, he made such an impact on people. I think there's going to be some crap because they're
Yeah.
passionate about him and you know what? That is humanity. That's good humanity. They care about you care about somebody so much that you kind of lose your shit. I'm not advocating for it, but I'm just saying it is a sign of how much someone
Yeah.
cares. Yeah. So I mean,
So
yeah.
I had a thought too about like the whole entire format of people going to like college campuses
mhm.
and talking to the college camp to the people on the college campus.
Mhm.
Since it's basically a public if you're on a public sidewalk, the nobody can mess with you. So and saying, "Hey, speak freely on the road," going to all the college campuses, talking to people.
I mean,
Could do it.
there's so many other people doing it though, and great like marketing ploy to get me to do it. Like, hey, there's an opening over here. Nice one, Kenneth.
It's not that there's an opening. It's not that there's an opening. It's not that there's an opening. It's just that now one head of the Hydra has been cut off.
Jeez.
Thousands of more take its place.
Okay, hold on. You do realize what you just said feeds into the conspiracy narrative of the left. You just said Hydra.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful. Like they're gonna be like, Kenneth said it. He said they are Nazis. They're crazy. Fuck them. Like that. You know how some of those people are.
Oh no, I know, but still.
But I get what you're saying.
This thing about two more took its place.
Yeah.
Every head you cut off, there will be more and more and more to take the place. Because yes, Charlie is gone, but now we need more people to go to these places because that is the battleground.
Right.
That is where you are having the most effect.
Correct. I'm not disagreeing with you. You start to lose people.
Yes.
It's almost like
I understand.
what we were talking about earlier with your suggestion, and I still think it's a great suggestion. But I was thinking, people going together as a group to go talk to people.
Yeah.
That's a little intimidating. Well, if you hammer college campuses consistently with multiple different speakers all the time, this is why when Charlie first started doing this stuff, I think he was sharing the stage with multiple, and they shared the stage, and that was a beautiful thing because that's just okay. We had one visit this quarter or semester or what like you're not overly doing it. People get tired of the rhetoric. Look at what happened when Trump was in office the first go around. People started getting tired of the rhetoric, and then Trump gets screwed on the election because it was rigged, and then everyone was glued to the news for a good time, and then they got tired of it again. They're like, so you have to temper. It's a psychological thing. You cannot break people, and you will. Yeah. And I think, well, okay, is it me or is it somebody else or is it, what I mean? Like, I think you're giving me a great idea. You're playing into something I've already thought of on a different level. I have never really thought of doing the college campus thing because you had Charlie there, and you had like how much saturation, because Ben Shapiro has done it as well. Tucker Carlson's gone. I mean, there's a large group. I don't know how large actually, but it just feels like there's a significant names in this realm of talk that I don't think another one needs to be there, because while they're hitting college campuses, who's hitting all the other places?
Yeah, I'm saying, like, take the same form factor, but then go somewhere else with it, because we got to. The one thing that was happening, and the main reason that Charlie was killed was because he was reaching the young minds. Mm-hmm. He was going to these institutions where there is mass brainwashing, yes, but there is also a chance to at least reach people where they're at and talk to people peacefully and allowing them to make up their minds.
Yeah.
Instead of just forcing them to do things.
Boy, oh boy, freeing people's minds. That's scary, right? That's
Yeah. It's very scary to those that want to stay in control.
Yep.
Because once one mind is opened up to the possibilities, maybe that the world is more open-ended than I give it credit for. Mm-hmm. Then it starts building upon that and gets bigger and bigger and bigger to where you can't control anybody. And they start sniff out your bullshit before everything gets started. They
Yeah.
don't want, nobody wants that. That wants to stay in power.
Right.
But for me, I'm saying let everybody sniff out everybody's bullshit. Air this some bitch, air this some bitch out.
Well, yeah, and that's the Edward Snowden effect. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, I understand why he is viewed as a POS by a lot of people.
Mhm.
But I also understand why he's seen as kind of a hero to a lot of people as well. And I can see where
Yeah.
there might be that fine line that I'm dancing on where I'm like, oh, he might be a POS depending, and he might be a hero depending. I kind of lean towards hero because he seemed to be outing some corruption that needed to be outed.
Yeah.
Like we needed to be aware of it, and we weren't we weren't privy to it. And so, but then there's the other side of that coin, which, okay, let's have that conversation. I'm fine with the conversation. I couldn't be against talking about it because I don't know necessarily. I know where I was thinking about it in that time when it first happened. I know where I am now with it, and I'm probably more open-minded about it now than I was before. Where before, like I said, I was rah, Edward Snowden, fuck the government. And
Yeah.
other than myself, it's like, hey, we the people, for the people, by the people, self-governing body. I kind of need to get the notations too on that last meeting. Thank you. I kind of want to be the fly on the wall. I kind of want to maybe. Did you guys think of this? Maybe just can I interject for a second? I think I'm thinking something that none of you are thinking at this point in time. And then there you go. Now what do you think? I think there's a lot of value in that type of a process that we just don't get to participate in as a country. It's taken away from us. Well, and that's the thing. The truth is taken away. It's stolen from us in the name of safety. No, you don't get you don't get the truth because we got to protect you. We got safety.
Yeah.
And it's like, well,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the safest I'm going to be is your experience at the SMU campus.
Yeah. It was just us.
Should those students that you defined as idiots, for lack of a better word, do you think that they should know everything that's going on in the government?
They should have at least the access to this information. It's their choice to read it or not. With certain ideals, you're never going to break out of that, because once you're in a vicious cycle of just only hearing one side, you get into this echo chamber to where you then discount the other side entirely. And there are some people you can save, some people you can't.
Yeah.
It's just the way you go about giving these people information.
Yeah, you gotta have the kit gloves on, the white
You got to break it to them slowly.
Yeah, they're you got to rip the damn Band-Aid off.
Well, rip it. Well, if you rip it off too harshly, they're going to just get entrenched in their own worldview, and then nobody gets to learn anything.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's a travesty. 100 million people in this country.
Yeah.
And that Civil War, we lost 600,000 people.
Damn.
Okay, so that was with muskets. That was there wasn't real modern. I mean, we kind of had some modern stuff going on, a little bit more modern stuff going on. But fast forward to today, the wrong information gets out, or the right information gets out, however you want to look at it. We have a civil war today. This is why I've pressed upon people saying, hey, you think this might be something that we should do? I might, to a certain extent, think that we need to rise up as citizens of this country and protest and petition.
Yes. Petition.
While armed. so they know we're flipping serious. But do it responsibly and respectfully, because we have the right to bear arms. But if you're not bearing arms, they are not going to take you seriously. So while you're protesting and petitioning, you should have that loaded firearm on your shoulder.
Yes.
And just say,
And this leads into other conversations I believe we've had in the past too, about like forming militias.
Yeah.
Because then they'll try to spin this as I'm just saying they as the powers that be, whatever entity. So we're getting to the point of the argument here. Be a militia without being registered with the state. We're going to then trample on your First Amendment right and Second Amendment right just because you are grouping together with your fellow Americans with firearms. Just talking, not using them, just talking and have them at will.
Yeah.
Because that's technically a militia at that point. Like in the optics, having a group with firearms that is talking about stuff doesn't have to be violent or non-violent. It's the powers that be will classify it as a militia and go after your rights because of that.
Yeah, but a well-regulated militia is protected.
Yep, it's protected, and there are, and you have to be registered. And they say now that you have to be registered with the state that you're militarizing in.
Yeah, and that's
and it's retarded.
Well, that's
illegal.
That's unconstitutional.
100%.
It's unconstitutional.
Yeah.
Because remember, if your state of being as an independent individual, your statehood,
my state of being to be protected.
Well, your statehood, your lone state as you yourself gets to militia for you yourself, and you can register your militia like the president does once a year. Like I've tried to tell people, that State of the Union address isn't what everybody just thinks it is. It's much deeper than that. It's the State of the Union of the people. It's the State of the Union of the states. It's the State of the Union. What's the state of being for this nation? Like it's so many. It's that topic. Almost zero presidents have ever covered that. Because I don't actually know how many presidents understand that at that level. Because, see, this is why the Constitution, you shall not infringe. This is why that Second Amendment's read that way. This is why the First Amendment's read that way. You shall not infringe. And you didn't want me to. Whether it was accidental or not, you shall not infringe. Now, in the moment I infringe upon your rights, your liberties, I now lose mine, and I am at your mercy. That's how that shit works. So when they try to implement any kind of law, this is what you had mentioned the word illegal or legal. Like, we should never use illegal or legal when we're talking about our liberties and rights. It's it's either constitutional or unconstitutional.
Or it's not.
Because we have laws that detract from the Constitution. And when you say all laws, it's the law, that's it. Well, we already have the law of the land, that's the Constitution. We don't need to add to it or subtract from. We can't subtract from it, and we don't need to add anything to it because this is what's understood. If you actually read out the Constitution and break it down, you'll understand. The reality is, for people who are of faith, like myself, maybe you as well.
Yes.
We only need the Constitution and the Ten Commandments, and that's it. We're done. Game over. That's all we need. Don't need anything else. We don't need the speeding tickets. We don't need the FCC tickets. We don't need we don't need any fines. We don't need the IRS. We don't need any of these other entities that impose. They are imposing. And see, that's the other thing. When you talk about policy, this is why police officers See, you have sheriffs and sheriff's deputies who are constitutional. Police officers are there to control and implement policy. They're policing the policies instituted by the municipality. When you start thinking about things on that level, you go, "Oh shit, we're dumbasses. We've been following the wrong thing. We've been hoodwinked. Now are following law instead of constitution."
Yes.
So, it's a real crazy time that we're in right now, and to be able to actually get that across to the masses,
that's going to take some time and some work.
Well, and see, this is the one thing that I kind of regret not maybe pressing this more, because I'm not really a pushy person ultimately. But I probably should have pressed this more, because somebody that could have talked on this on a further extent while they were still with us was Mr. Kirk on campuses. He could have taken my thought process and what I've shared tonight and what I've shared many times over on my cast, and he could have put it to the masses. But he spent a lot of time debating with nut jobs on campuses.
Yeah.
Which was very productive for what he was trying to do from his angle, and it was very, very helpful to the cause of our nation, 100%. But he spent a lot of time in a certain narrative, a certain space, because the pink, purple, green-haired monsters would show up and spout their rhetoric about this or rhetoric about that, and he was always in the main topics that they would force down his throat, because he was open, hey, come to the mic, let's talk about whatever you want to talk about. Awesome. But they were always talking about with him, abortion, Second Amendment, First Amendment, what was the other? There's a few other ones, but they were all like mainstream topics that the left is just obsessed with, trying to argue with the right on. And so he took up the mantle and said, fuck it. All right, whatever you guys want to argue about, I guess we're game on. And he flipping hit it out of the park all the time. There was hardly ever any constitutional talk. I know he did talk about it from time to time, but not extensively, because the left never really wants to talk about the Constitution. They only want to talk about the law. For good reason. Because the law, they can manipulate. They can legislate.
Yeah.
In the law, they can say, well, we have to follow the law. Fuck the Constitution. Yeah. That's their whole thing. Fuck the Constitution. We got laws. Listen to the law. So, I guess the more and more I ponder over all of these topics and whatnot, yeah, I mean, we lost a great human being, a great man that was able to articulate things on a whole nother level and reach those masses, reach the young. And on that note, I think it's a good time to wrap it up. I don't know how much more we can talk about it tonight. I know everybody listening is probably going to be talking about this for a while. So we'll be revisiting this topic many times over in the coming weeks, months, years, probably. So, thanks for joining in, Mr. Electric Porpoise. It was a nice conversation. It was great to have you in here hanging out and chatting. Uh-oh, what's going on with my what's going on here? Okay,
we lost connection again.
Well, Miss Bell, she's been in, out. I think she's trying to talk.
She's back.
But she's
back. They kicked her out again, because I guess we're getting kicked out
because of the conversation.
Somehow.
Well, I started getting monkeyed with again. So my podcast started out with 20 minutes of shenanigans, and now my podcast is ending with the last. Oh shoot! I think I here. Hold on. When did I identify shenanigans again? I got to go back. I took a notation. At 2:23. So for the last hour, I've been getting monkeyed with again.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Yeah.
isn't that awesome?
I don't know what it is because I've been booted twice from this conversation.
Yeah. Well, look, you've been around enough.
Yeah, on me.
Well,
But
that, I mean, the other type of censorship. Yeah,
yeah,
the fun stuff.
yeah, the fun, the good old public image fun stuff.
No, well, it's the junior high drama, high school drama, clicky bullshit.
Yeah,
Whatever. You're above
yeah.
it.
It's all. I'm above it. I don't really. I care, but I don't care. It's just that I just wished people would just be an adult and talk like adults instead of getting into this clicky bullshit and just hear somebody out.
Well, okay. I was gonna wrap it up, but I'm not. I'm gonna try to see if I can get this to work for Ms. Bell first. But yeah, let's talk about that for a second. Look, I think that they would talk to you, but they are being told they can't. And if they do, there will be a punishment of some sort.
Yeah, probably money, monetary wise. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like always, money is the ruler of people's hearts.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, if you are deemed forbidden fruit, they're not going to eat from your tree. So,
Yeah.
if you're forbidden, they won't use any of your stuff that you share with them. They won't give you any kind of a shout out, even if just to be caring, as like, hey, you did something nice. Hey, cool. Thank you for that. That was awesome. And most of the time, for myself, I don't do anything to try to get anything out of it from anybody. I just do it to
Oh
help.
yeah.
Like, hey, here's something you might like. You can use it. You don't have to use it. Do whatever. But I just thought
Yeah.
of you, and I did it, and maybe you might be interested,
You're
or
good.
maybe it'll spur you to be creative on your own, past something, and it's awesome. It works out. It makes me
Yeah.
feel good to do it. But some people just won't even acknowledge any kind of act that you may do for them or somebody else might do for them if that person and
Yeah.
they're scared to put themselves anywhere near you, and then it becomes like a game to a point where they're like, hey, can we knock this person down a few pegs? Hey, can we
Yeah.
humble that person? And if you go and look up the word humble, like, it's a pretty sinister word to humble.
Yeah.
It's a sinister
Yeah.
word. It's bad. Like, nobody should go out trying to humble somebody.
Yeah. Don't.
Bullying is detracting from your confidence, your self-confidence. Now, people
Yeah.
use it in a certain context that they believe is positive. It's a virtue signal to themselves when they say it. It's like calling attention to themselves. It's very cringy. But when you go look at the meaning of the
Yeah.
word, there is a context to that word that's like, no.
Humbled or being to be humbled. Yes, at first there's one use for it being like this guy needs to be taken down a couple of notches and understand that not the world does not revolve around him.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things that go into making his stuff work. But being humble is knowing that it doesn't take only one person. It takes multiple people, and use that as a basis for your identity. Is like, hey, I don't try to claim to be the best. I know what I am. I just don't
Right.
feel like that I.
Right, but here, okay, so I believe words are control words.
Power. Yeah.
Power. Like you're inputting data with words. It's you're putting a spell on somebody through like to a
Mhm.
point, like with the meaning, and so words can be very dangerous. Another reason why censorship happens. But if you understand context, you can comprehend. You can have fun with words. Words are amazing. There's a lot to words, and I don't know. I just like words too much. But there's certain words that I don't like because the hidden meaning that is, even though it's hidden and it's underlined, it really is the main focus of the word because of what it does to you. So the word humble. Let's have fun with this.
Yes.
Verb. Two meanings, two definitions as a verb. Cause to be unpretentious. So for those that don't know what pretentious or unpretentious means, lacking pretension or affectation, not ostentatious, exhibiting restrained
Yeah.
good taste. So if you
Yes. Within good taste, good. Yes.
yeah. So
And just not acting like I'm more than everybody else, but staying on even kill.
if you're
If you-
pretentious, you're braggadocious.
Mhm.
So to be not to be of bragging. Now, here's the thing. Definition number 2. Humble.
Yes.
Verb. Definition number 2. Cause to feel shame. Hurt the pride of.
Yes. But this is also because the biggest thing is pride right there.
That's
Because thinking about religion and all that, because we're not supposed to be prideful. Like as the words, my brain is trying to cobble together a sentence on the fly here.
right.
I gotta,
I get what you're saying.
yeah,
Because most faith basers understand the whole pride thing. Right?
yeah,
That's why, the whole pride movement. Come on, seriously.
yeah.
But listen, so the synonym for that's humiliate, mortify, chagrin, abase.
Oof.
Okay. Now you see where I'm going with this point. Now,
Yeah.
adjective, humble as an adjective, descriptive. See, that was the action. The verb is the action, right? Now
Mhm.
we're going with the descriptive, the adjective. There is 4 meanings to humble as an adjective. This is going to really then, oh, shit. I don't think
Yeah.
I'm ever going to use that damn word again. It's kind of fucked up. So, definition number 1 for humble. Marked by meekness or modesty, not arrogant or prideful. Okay.
That's an okay good one. I like that.
Yeah, but it's decent. It's here's the problem though. Meekness means 2 definitions as a noun. The feeling
Yeah.
of patient, submissive humbleness. That's number 1.
Yeah, but
Submissive.
meek. Yeah,
Submissive.
the meekness.
Mm-hmm. Number 2, a disposition to be patient and long suffering. That's meekness.
Oof.
So when you actually understand what meekness means, and I'll read the first definition of adjective again, marked by meekness or modesty, not arrogant or prideful. Well,
Yeah.
you can't be arrogant or prideful if you're meek because you are submissive. See the problem with that definition now?
There are times whenever you have to be submissive to authority. It depends on which authority is the right one to go with.
Right, but to be humble is to be marked by meekness. And if you're marked by meekness, it's not just a one-time
Yeah.
thing or a two-time thing. It's a this is what you are. Definition number 2. Adjective, humble. Used of unskilled work, especially domestic work. Uh-oh. Unskilled work. So you're humble. You're able to do unskilled work. Oh, this is demeaning shit
Yeah.
right here. Number 3. Adjective, humble. Low or inferior in station or quality. Let me say that
Yeah.
again.
Oof. Ooh.
Number 4 doubles down on that. 4. Fourth definition, humble as an adjective. A low birth or station. Base is
Yeah. Okay.
archaic. in
Now I
the
kind of
sense.
see. Okay.
So
Yeah, that word can be used either way to be a detriment or he's just a humble guy. He don't do much nothing to be arrogant or
because he can't be.
and it's
Because he can't be.
yeah.
He's humble because he can't be better than humble. When you start understanding that,
Yeah.
now, you know the word that they taught, oh, you're based, you're based, you're based, you're based, you're based, right? And they use that as like, oh,
Yeah.
you got a great foundation for your understanding, for, you're awesome. But here's the thing. Guess what the
That's why they're
synonym,
humble.
the synonym for humble in that low birth or station is base, base born, and lowly. Maybe we stop using base to
Damn.
describe people. You're based.
Damn.
See, this is why I'm always like, hey, guys, do you know what the hell you're saying? Do you know what you're talking about right now? Because it might mean to you something different, but it doesn't mean, it still is programming you. You're being
Yeah, and-
programmed. Yeah.
And for me, coming from listening to some of these words through religious context and lens
Mm-hmm.
of how we are considered lowly sinners, but through the grace of God and His Son Jesus Christ, we are to be made better than lowly.
Mm-hmm.
We are to be better than just lowly, but we are all start off at this lowly base of being full of sin.
Yeah, and that's to be understood. Yeah,
Mm.
and accepted.
And that kind of puts more into perspective.
Yeah, so when people are saying you should be humble, oh, hell no. Fuck you, buddy. Not happening. Or when people say, I'm humble, oh, okay, you're one of those? All right. When people do this, they're trying to put you in your place, or they're trying to summon some sort of virtue from you, or tell you that look how virtuous I am. People using the word humble are not doing it for good reason. It's to either demean you, or they're inadvertently demeaning themselves every damn time.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
It's one of those really truly listening to the words. Oh man.
See,
Eesh.
I used to debate
Probably-
over this word alone when I was a kid, because I would have people say, "Hey, man, you need to be humble," and I'm like, "What about me is not humble? I mean, like, what do you mean? I'm like all of you. We're of the same. We're children of God, or what? Like, I would go off on all these tangents, and I'd just say, look, this about myself, and I recognize this about you, and I recognize things, and I'm witnessing things, and I'm just saying what I witness, and that makes me not humble. Which, oh, by the way, yeah, I don't want to be humble, because look at the definition of this word. But I'm telling you that we're equal. I'm not trying to say I'm above you.
Yeah.
In any way. But I mean, we got to be careful with these things.
Yeah.
I get it, because it's been taught to you from one from one direction or another. Someone has come at you just like they've come at me, or and through faith, or through friends, or through your educational experience. A coach might have said, "Hey, man, chill the hell out," or something. Yeah, wherever, or maybe a coworker, because they're interpreting something that you've done, and then they're like, "Hey, don't be acting like you're so much better than everybody else. You need to be humble." Well, it's like, no, I don't need to be humble, and neither do you. Because listen to the context of this word, what it really come from low
Yeah.
stature. Maybe we
Yeah.
come from
We come from.
yeah, exactly. But
Yeah.
if we lend ourselves to God and let God do His works through us, then we're more
Yes.
because we've lended
That
ourselves.
that
to
that
it.
seems that seems like something that I was hoping to hear, but yeah.
Well, so here's could God ever be humble? Like, could He ever be lowly?
No.
So if you
No.
are of God, if you are a child of God,
Oof. See, there's a sermon right there.
yeah, well, because if you're humble, now you're demeaning God, because God's
Oof.
like,
Oof.
yeah. Now,
Yeah, that's something to really think about. That's a good one.
because
That is a very good one.
a humble person doesn't like. Look,
Yeah.
was he humble in that moment? Did he lower himself, or did he raise himself up in that moment?
Oof.
Like when you're willing to wash the feet of another person, does that make you lowly? No.
No.
How do you think that person thinks about you at that point?
He's a good guy. What?
Yeah,
He hit my crusty old.
This is why I get so irritated when people start throwing that damn word around, but I get irritated with people using that damn word community too, and I get irritated, like
Yeah.
that damn word autism as well. Like there's certain key words that have been absolutely screwed with to purposely screw with us. Humble and community
Yeah.
are two nasty ones. Autism, I could do a whole dissertation on that whole damn disaster. But it's like people need to think. And when you look at social media, probably another reason why I'm so censored is because I'm willing to call out the damn community word that's communist in action. I'm willing to call out the humble word that is demeaning to you and others. Even though people don't use it necessarily meaning to demean, they're trying to use it to uplift themselves above you and try to push you down and hey, I'm stop it. And you see where you start thinking about it on these other levels, and it drives a person insane. Like, wow, do people even actually realize what they're doing to themselves? Purpose. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that they intend to get sucked into that. Because who would?
Yeah.
But they get sucked into it, thinking, "Oh, I'm being a good person. I'm being great. I'm being helpful. I'm being humble. Oh, look, you should be humble too." That's the case. I think, yeah, we don't need to be braggadocious. We shouldn't be braggadocious, but we should be honest.
Shouldn't be
too.
arrogant.
Yeah. The arrogant. Yeah, don't be arrogant. Arrogant is not a synonym of humble, or
But it was used to define humble.
It's used as to define
It's crazy.
unpretentious. What is pretentious? So then you then start like, I don't know. I can do words for hours and then have the discussion.
Yes, words are a big topic.
I love them. I wish more people would get into it a little bit because, I think at this time right now in history, words are more important than ever before because of that First Amendment and what we're up against with everybody defining everybody. It's a little broad stroke of the brush there, but a lot of people defining things as offensive, demeaning, rude, crude, unacceptable. But people running around being the great arbiters of justice in the word war, which the word war is just psychological warfare.
Yeah.
Because if you can skew somebody's perception of a definition of something, a word, any word, and make it take on a different meaning, and then it's like the word unalive instead of just kill. Like when
Or
people,
suicide.
yeah, when you go over to TikTok and you hear the rhetoric over there, and you're like, banana?
What?
Why? What do you mean banana? Oh, you can't say ban? Oh, you're an asshole for saying that. Now we got to start over the live because they're gonna give us a strike. What? For saying the word ban?
Yeah.
For saying death, kill, suicide? I have to use grape
Yeah.
instead of rape? Are you flipping kidding me?
Yeah, they're trying to confuse and detract from the actual words that we're able to use, so understanding is lost.
Yes, the confusion is set in. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, to set in confusion, and the true meaning of the words are lost, because if nobody knows that, oh, you have to do the substitution game, then what are you talking about? Oh, he's just talking about graping. Somebody graped somebody. So what do? Throw a bunch of grapes at? See,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people
it's
don't
just
know.
like, somebody throwing fruit.
Yeah, and then people go out into society. They leave TikTok, and then they go out, and they talk this way in society.
Oh my lord!
I've heard that time and
And this
time
is
again. It's like, wait, what? Why are you? I know you've been on TikTok because of how you're talking. Holy crap!
yeah,
Like that's like it's
yeah.
like
The way
here's
you
your
hear me
sign.
talk,
Yeah.
yeah, the way you hear me talking, like right now, or even whenever I'm streaming, is how I usually talk in real life. There's no difference.
Right.
If I'm going to say a word, I'm going to say a word.
Mm-hmm.
If I choose not to say a word, then I choose not to say that specific word.
Yeah.
But the two words that I have heard, like the community, and now adding onto humble, the list of words that I'm like, yeah, maybe not. Yeah, because like you have a way with opening the mind of like, maybe that's not the best word choice.
Well, look, community. I decided a while back that that's the hill I'll die on. I'm going to try to destroy
Yeah.
community. It has to go away because it's communist in action.
Yeah, we destroy communities and build neighborhoods.
Yep, and I tell you what, that'll be huge for all of us if we can do that. If we can pull it off. Look, I've had conversation after conversation with people, and people overseas don't tend to get it yet because they've been living it for far longer than what we've had to deal with. But my simple plea is, fine, go look in the thesaurus for how many other words you can use in place of the word community. If there's only like one or two, then fine, maybe you can argue to use that because that's the best word, it's the most fitting, whatever. Problem is, there's like 100 other words you could use in place of community that does not have the same connotation.
Yeah.
Where community directly has the word communism as one of its synonyms, as an action. Like, so if in definition, I mean, you got to be done with it. If we're going to maintain being the United States of America.
Because that's one of the words that I was like, maybe we shouldn't be using that word anymore.
Yeah, just neighborhood. That's it. Just go neighborhood. or village.
Well, neighborhood for like being in the real world. Oh, I'm in this neighborhood, not in this community, but just in this neighborhood. But for online, what would we do?
Neighborhood. You're in the neighborhood
Yeah,
of
we
my
could
thought
say
process.
we could say neighborhood, but
It's
there's
better.
got to be another one of those words that we could use because group. I don't think group would be a good one because that also tends to spot uh, engender stuff. What I kind of think about group, there's like some word that we're gonna have to figure out
Well, so
for online thing.
the party of the word. So the party is the action of the word. And kind of and yeah, how it's acted out. No, excuse me, not part. It's the yeah, group of faction, family, clan, gang, clique, ring, circle, group, crowd. Now, here's the participation of the word, and it is meaning the participation of the word. So, participation is one.
We got brotherhood.
Cooperation, partaking, sharing, commonality. That's those are the action synonyms. The participation. So what you're doing with it when you act it out. So when it's insane. Where you're like, oh wait,
Yeah.
communism, cooperation, partaking, sharing, and commonality. And then you go and look at that definition of community, and then you're like, look, hold on here, everybody. It's like, hey, communism, right? Well, it's an ism. So take the ism off. What is it? A commune. What is a commune? Oh. So then you have
Looking at my thesaurus here
Yeah.
for community,
Mhm.
and they got like stuff for like brotherhood, fraternity.
Yep.
Then they got league, society,
Yep.
association.
Yeah.
There are some good words in here
There's a whole lot.
that are not
Yeah.
that are not communist.
Yeah, and I'm just reading off of my word book on my phone because that's the one I usually go to. I used to have it on my my desktop here, but with my little forced leave, they don't. I can't get the word book back on my desktop.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I wonder why.
They have found your definitions.
Yeah, they're trying to take my fucking definitions away because there is a so I'll look at the definitions in word book, then I'll look at the definitions in like Oxford dictionary, then I'll look at the definitions of Webster. Like they're not verbatim. Like there's differences. Like you looked up in your thesaurus and you found some extra words that are synonyms, which okay, we would have probably we know that, but I just read off the ones that were listed on the word book. So yeah,
Come join my gang.
Yeah, there's so many different variants that you can use that is not, because if you click on those words and you find the definitions and look at the synonyms, that's not going to be you're not going to find communism in those. Explain this to people, and then the whole thought process and where it's like, oh shit, if I'm saying this word, because it's like cordiality. Well, you're being cordial. Well, what is community? Well, it's community, communist, communism.
Yeah, and it also, and I know I've been hammering this a little much in our little chat here about religion and all that, but you taking commune.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Catholic or whatever denomination of Christian,
yeah, communion.
For at least my experience, you got that communion, yeah, and it's part of that communist attitude that has infiltrated the church. Like, oh, we have to be a community, not just some what brotherhood, sisterhood, fraternity, confraternal, yeah,
Confraternity.
confraternity. Yeah, that word, confraternity, or whatever. Just they have to put the communist aspect into
Well, because of how they're
the
trying to
basis
define
of
it.
true religion. Yeah,
Yep. Which takes, but
yeah,
again, people forget about what, Jesus came
yeah,
to get rid of religion, warn against it,
yeah,
trash it, actually, and
yeah.
subsequently
Tear down.
got him killed for it. He got himself killed by going after religion, which is like, okay, well, he wanted the full human experience. There you go. Now he understood us. He understood us better,
Yeah.
which then saved
Hmm.
us. Instead of him just saying, "All right, fuck these guys. I'm done with human beings.
Yeah.
Let's go do something
Forgive these
different."
people for they know not what they do.
That's the one right there.
Yeah,
That's the one.
they know not what they do.
Right, and I have a hard time with that one because I don't forget about it. I just have a hard time thinking that there's so many people that don't know what they're doing. They know not what they do.
Yeah.
And I just because I actually believe I'm no better than other people. If I can do it, they can do it. If I can think it, they can. You know what I mean? Like and then I get frustrated. It's like, well, fuck. Well, why are you not following what I'm saying right now? It's if I can figure this out, I don't think I'm a genius. I don't think I'm brilliant. I don't I mean, whether I am or not, it doesn't matter. But the point is, I'm not. It's like, but then I catch myself where it's like, then I get frustrated. I get irritated, like everybody does with anytime they're
Yeah.
having a problem trying to get across their thoughts and ideas. They're like, these fucking idiots. What the hell are these morons? Like, and I go through these.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shoot. And then it goes back to what you just made a point with. They know not
Yeah.
what they do. And I may not know what I do as well from time to time. I'm part of the they, just like you are. We're all and see there I
One of those generalizations,
mm-hmm. That would
because they could be me, you, Joe Blow down the street. It don't matter.
right, which then if you want to go deep with it real quick so I can just blow people's minds, if we were made in God's image,
Mm-hmm.
and they are we as in his image, humans,
Mm-hmm.
then
Yes.
if they know not what they do, then maybe God didn't know what he did.
At first, hey, because with my looking through the Bible and reading it,
mm-hmm.
it has come to my attention that God had a small purpose for us to be alive.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to see what he could do. But at the very beginning, he was like, hey, don't eat of this one tree. You can eat out of every other tree, bush, or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
just not this one. And then the serpent got into it and basically derailed what God had intended for us. And then it went down this big old rabbit hole spiral, and we're here today,
Mm-hmm.
living proof of all that has been wrought upon this world, that have no knowledge whatsoever. It kind of hinders the process, but you have to start from square.
One of the fun part though to start from the beginning, but like the whole
Yeah.
point with it is though our only thing is to make the introduction with people who don't know.
Yes.
So you introduce like God's my buddy.
The
He's
thought process.
He's my bestie. So and he's my father, right? Like he's all of it. And I have a tendency to talk to God in a he's my best friend type of scenario because I'm just open, right? I'm just when I'm frustrated or when I'm happy, like I just share in my moment with him, all just without reservation, because he knows already. So why the hell hide it, But I've always understood that I can't force feed people
Yeah.
my faith. I have to, if they have a faith or whatever they're seeking it, I have to be open to conversation, but not start the conversation. I can maybe make little gestures like, oh, praise the Lord, hallelujah, in just simple conversation. And then they pick up that, oh, maybe I can talk to this guy about this. Or maybe, and maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. But if they open the door, oh, hey, what do you think about God? Or, what do you think about this?
Yeah.
Or maybe then it's like, okay, I'll have a conversation. I don't, again, but it's with their questions they have to ask. And if they ask,
Yeah.
I make that introduction and then I continue to answer questions. And if they keep asking questions, I just don't ever
Mhm.
shut the fuck up. I talk about
That
God.
is correct. That's good. That's good stuff.
And that's how I've dealt with it. Other people that I have irritation with will take the dang Bible and start beating people over the head with it. Or, like
Oh
you're
no,
saying,
it's not a
they'll
cudgel.
they'll force feed information on such a quick level by you've probably met the people that like just cherry pick verses out of the Bible and just start throwing it at people. And it's like, okay, hold
Yeah.
on. They don't know the context in which you speak. They don't know where this derives from.
Yeah.
You're just pulling it out of your rear end. And great for you that you understand it, you've memorized it or whatever. But do you actually?
Yeah.
You've now just made it for them.
If this is how people of God act, then I don't want nothing to do with it. Yeah, I've seen so many people just walk away.
And it's
And
too
it
bad too.
never works.
No, never works. You cannot. They have. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, and that's the what? And
Water.
Yeah, and it's part of the
And
flow of
who's
life.
the well that never? Who's the well that never runs dry?
Right.
Ooh.
Exactly. So you can't force feed these people. You can lead them, which for me, in my context, introduction.
Yeah.
I make the introduction, and then if they have questions later, great. If they don't, or
Yeah.
maybe they go find somebody else to ask questions to.
But
But
yeah,
but at least I've done my job. Make the introduction if they're even willing to be introduced. That's why it's like a very it's not something I try to coerce either. I don't try to manipulate into that either. It's never when I make an introduction and have these conversations with people, it's all natural. It just happens. It's like out of the it's like, wait, did I just end up talking to somebody about God for 2 hours? Holy smokes, that's awesome. Like,
Yeah.
it's like it's like, wow, that was cool.
it happens.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I'm like, oh, I just had church with somebody. Cool. You can't get better than that. That's in that fellowship right there.
Nobody is willing to talk to other people. It's just if you try to talk to other people and you don't agree with one of the things they say, we are programmed and have been consistently programmed to write that person off, and he's trash. You don't need to be talking to him. He's just going to demean you and throw you down the wrong path.
Mm-hmm.
But if we get out of that and we start saying, okay, I may be wrong. I will listen to your side. And if what you have rationally made your case and it seems to be the right course of action, you may as well have changed my opinion. Just the same way as like talking about the word humble. Because I thought humble was a good thing, just not being in the sense of being arrogant or pretentious,
Mm-hmm.
as was another one of those things. But adding on the meekness and the submission, it just is like that's
Yeah.
and you have to be you're of lower standing. You are not good enough to be on my level. You need to humble yourself and stay where you're at. Need to be expounded upon.
Yep.
Because a
People need
lot
to-
of people
Yeah.
hold themselves back and hold themselves back and then they submit to the higher authority,
Yep, 100%.
being meek, and then that makes them humble.
Mm-hmm.
And it's now a puzzle piece in my life now that has clicked. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I guess. Look, when you're going through this, because I would urge people to crack open homework on words, not because you have to, because you want to, because you want to understand what these words really mean, and it's kind of a fun little game of sleuthing. You know, you're playing a detective.
Yeah.
Like, what is this? And so, like, humble. We had what? There was two meanings that were kind of like, okay, not too bad, but all the rest of the meanings were very demeaning to yourself or another person. It's very like
Yeah.
detracting, and you're lowly, and it's all based on your birth, your base birth. You're like, wait, what? You're like, excuse me. And then community is
Ugh.
another word where you
Eh.
look, they've got like 8 definitions, and so you have all of these definitions, and there's only 2 definitions where you're like, okay, and it's like, okay, well, the first definition is based on locality. So instead of saying
Mhm.
your town or your city or whatever, you're like, this is my community. So it's based on region, local area. How many people
Yeah.
online actually, when they say my community, are talking from a local regional area? They're not at all. Every single one of them are talking from the communist-based meaning of community. When you look at all the other
Yeah.
definitions, and it just, when I first started tearing that word apart and trying to understand more of it, which I already had my feeling on it, but I never really like did a deep dive. As soon as I cracked open that dictionary, as soon as I started going through all the definitions and then going through the thesaurus and all the synonyms, it's like, oh
Ooh.
shit,
Let's
this
not use
word's
that word again.
evil. Like, it might be the most evil word. And then when I started piecing together the whole community college thing, where we used to have junior Cold War, anybody? Who were we fighting with in the Cold War? Communism, the communist Russians, the USSR. And they had spies coming into this country all the time, taking over and they were leaking into the educational system. So then what happens? Oh, that junior college turns into a community college. And now we've got something going where all the smart people start using the word community because they've been told that that's an upper echelon word to describe your region and your locale, and not a single person cracked open a dictionary to see, oh shit, this is communism.
Yep. It's a lot of that is opening. This little topic about words and their meaning is like one of the doors that are just like the best thing you could ever do is learn. Just do it, and you're like, oh fuck.
Well, and one of the things
Let's not do that again.
one of the things that I was told by a wonderful gentleman that I've had great conversations with, but he's from across the pond, and he says it's not about the meaning, it's about the intention. And I said, look, I get what you're saying, and I understand that you are not intending the use of this word, and we were talking about community specifically. I understood that he was not intending to use the word as a communist word, but he was still using it as a communist word because that's just the only way it's being interpreted.
It's the only nature because it is commune.
It's in its nature, it's in its action. It is communist in action. It is the participation part of the word. And he wasn't necessarily following where I was going with it. But see, I told him, I'm like, it's because you're not from the United States. You don't get what I'm saying because you're not from here. You're from over there. And this has been instilled in you guys a lot longer than it has been put to us over here. Kind of been socialist, communist over there, and you don't even realize it. You're more able to swallow this word and be okay with using it regularly, because to you it doesn't mean what it means to me, because and your intentions are not bad, so you think it's okay. But as I start tearing the word down and breaking it down, it's like you understand that it doesn't matter how you intend to use this word. It's not about how you intend it and how you think about it. It's about how they hear it and how they comprehend it, and then the action of it. Because how many times have I said over the last, I don't know, however many years now, like, you know, hey, look at how community plays out online. I mean, think about all the communities that are online right now. They censor their chat spaces. They censor their discords. If you don't toe the
Yeah.
community guidelines, they kick you out of the club. You have to
Yeah.
apply. You know, you have to send in an application for them to invite you in, or give you an invite. And you can there's people out there that have been denied. No, sorry, you can't come into this or whatever.
Yeah.
And then there's people that
They
were in,
click
and then
together, and
and that's communism. Wholehearted.
and that's why I have and that's another reason why I kind of have a little bit of a hesitancy to use the word group,
Mm-hmm.
because then groups, they can click together and say fuck this guy and say nah, and steal everybody away, and wall off that garden.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey,
Well, see, that's why it's a neighborhood. Neighborhoods aren't even groups. Neighborhoods aren't any
yeah,
neighborhoods. So like you've probably heard me explain this before.
yeah, it's a location.
Yeah, community shares the same address. Neighborhood does not share the same address. Neighbors never share the same address, but members do. Because you're only
Yeah,
ever a
'cause
member of a community. You're never a neighbor in
Yeah.
a community. You're a member. And community and neighborhoods don't have members, they have neighbors.
Just thinking about neighborhood. Neighborhood is like, you have this area and it's like free and open and not walled off, because you can everything. But now in a community, you have your own walled off system, and it just eats away, and they silence their own opinion and just start saying you're wrong, and not have a conversation.
Yeah, community guidelines.
Yeah.
And if you don't toe
Yeah.
those lines,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's dangerous,
It's-
and these people don't understand it. And you have individuals currently, right now, that are good people who continue to use
Yeah.
the word blindly, and they have no idea what destruction that they are doing.
Yeah.
They claim that they are around touting the word community over
Uh-huh.
and over and over again, and then watching how their communities are put into action. It's evil, and they don't even realize that they're participating in it. And you know, how much longer do you try to allow them to figure this out on their own before you just hammer them hard? Which that's been my dilemma, because there's like, I've already started hammering Rumble hard, because you know,
Yeah.
I've gone America first, right? I've always been America first, but I've really gone America first just in the context of free speech and whatnot. And I have to
Yeah.
just say, why would anybody support a platform that doesn't truly exercise free speech, where they market to you free speech? But here's the caveat to this: they're not headquartered here. They aren't run by anybody who is a citizen or ever has been a citizen of the United States of America. Their security team isn't even in Canada, it's in Macedonia, which is only 2 countries over from Ukraine. So let's talk a little bit
Damn.
more about that. And then you have the virtue signaling of buying a flippin' house in the Florida Keys to say it's our United States headquarters. Well, sorry, you're not being traded on the stock exchange with a headquarters from the United States. It's the Toronto headquarters. You're being traded on there. And, then now you have a Rumble studio, which is owned by who? It's probably Dan Bongino, which I don't trust Dan as far as I could throw him, and I don't think I could throw him that dang far. So, what are we doing here? If we're America first and we are patriots and we believe in the First Amendment and we openly buy the junk that they peddle us on Rumble for freedom of speech. Now, would I like to see Rumble be a freedom of speech platform? Yes. Why? Because they're pretty close to it, but they still. So, that being said, I have to then, by default, support the only companies I know that are America first as far as they were born here and they're run here. X and and YouTube. X and YouTube. Because Twitch is where's Twitch from? And then you got Kick, it's Australian. You've got Trovo, which is Russian. You've got all of these other platforms, and I believe the only ones that are truly here in the United States are X and YouTube. Because, oh, by the way, Truth Social was built by the guys from Rumble for the most part, or something like that. So it's like that. Truth Social,
Macedonia.
Truth Social is not, even though it's kind of the idea was born here. It was built by people who are not American citizens, as far as I know. Because anyways, yeah. So
Rumble would not. Yeah, Rumble would not be as bad if they, instead of just allowing freedom of speech, they would allow freedom of voicing your opinions, your thoughts, and you have to voice them in a set little box. Then it's not really free speech.
No, it's controlled. Yeah, you're 100% right.
It's compelled. It's basically compelled speech at that point. And it's just I can't get behind that. And I tried to. I guess I thought I was doing the right thing, but then it turns out that they saw I was small enough to put their thumb on me and squash me like the bug.
Well, you look at what they're doing. It's like I refuse to fill out the W-2 form, or W-6 or W-7,
W-9
or W.
It's a W-9.
Whatever the fucking form it is. It's a W something, right? That's I said this the other day. I was like, it's a W something. But as soon as you do the W something, you're now an employee. You're regarded as an employee to a certain extent.
Yeah.
And I won't do it. And they owe me $36, I guess. I don't know. I saw it on my little thing.
They owe me getting how much their rate for paying for advertisements and everything.
Oh shit.
They owe me about $400. They owe me about $400.
Because they were paying out
but they're probably
once a month, and then they had that implementation of this whole tax crap and whatnot, and then they did this whole W bullshit, and it's like, all right, fuck you, I ain't filling out. I guess you guys get to keep my damn money that was donated to me. Fine, whatever. If that's the price I have to pay to not have to be an employee of you asshats, I guess, because I just believe in being independent. And I've said, you want to buy me? All right, pony up 10 mil, and then you can buy me for a year. And it keeps going up. I think I started at $1 mil, and then it went to 2, and then it went to 5, and now I'm at 10. And it's like before you know it, it's gonna be to 20, and by the time they realize they want my voice on their team, they're not gonna be able to fucking afford me.
It's too late.
Yeah, it's like
by the time. Yeah, by the time they realize that, oh, hey, we messed up. We should have allowed these people into our little group, and we probably would have been better off. But then by that time, it's too late.
Well, see, the reality is, while I'm streaming there to nobody at this point, they've censored me yet again. The reality is, I have been beating the drum since the first round of this creator program thing of like this is a disaster, and for these reasons. Now there are people that are in that program. I enjoy, I like them, and I understand why they've chosen to go the route that they've done, and that's fine. That's their choice. But the
Yeah.
creator program as a whole has been a complete, utter shit show from day one. They've never been coherent with it. They use it in a certain way that is just cringy. And now to try to save face, they've got the owner, CEO running the program, Mr. Chris Pavlovsky, but I think it's only by
Yeah.
face because what's happened with the marketing team there, that special individual that was originally doing the program, the creator program, that
Yeah.
guy has done exactly what I said he was going to do with Rumble. He's done
Damn
what
it, Rick.
fucking ruining it. And the proof's in the pudding. He ruined each and every place he's been at prior. So
Yeah.
he's not. If he was smart, he'd be doing things a little bit differently, like maybe not making a mockery of himself, but he seems to do that naturally. So
Yeah.
okay, fine. So I've hey, Rumble, you want to do better? Here's my suggestion: get rid of him, put somebody else in place. Now, Chris has put himself in that place, but it's like, dude, you
Yeah.
shouldn't be in that place either. Like, you need to find somebody who's really America first, not some asshat that you had that's kind of like, yeah, kind of socialist, liberal to a point. Like, I mean, it's like, eh. And then you've got you who's still a Canadian you're a Macedonian Canadian citizen. And so you've got everybody on your little team there outside of the knuckleheads that you've conned into being staffers in one way or another. And by the way, there's a few of them I like also on their ambassador, so they're not all knuckleheads, but it's like, hey,
Yeah.
like what are we talking about here? You don't have all the right people in position. And I'm not saying I'm the right person, but like, well, how about really call into action some of these other guys or gals that really could help.
Yeah.
But you're not doing that.
Eh,
So why?
Yeah.
Why is that? Why is the platform not doing that? But it's like Elon refuses a CEO person, which is fine. He got rid of her, but it's like, who's he replacing her with? I put my hat in the ring. I said, hey, yeah, you should hire me. Make me your
Yeah.
CEO, because I'll make sure the First Amendment's practiced.
Yeah. Gut all the rot out of the system
Mm-hmm. But
immediately. That's what I want.
Well, but the problem is with social media, that you're surrounded by a majority that are of liberal mindset, left of center. So while
Yeah.
I'm okay with conversing with those people, they don't like me. They don't converse. You've seen what they've been doing recently, and then anybody that's center to right just plays this weird blow smoke up each other's rear ends game to go along together.
Yeah.
And it's like
No.
they lie to each other constantly about stuff without just being in candor and being honest and genuine and letting the chips fall where they may. They don't do that. They play this weird game. And it's like, okay, well, if that's all we're doing, what's really happening? Are we still promoting lying to each other just to
Yeah.
lie to each other? Just be if
Yeah,
we're
that's
just
just-
honest, it would be better.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, I don't know if anybody online that's at the top can actually handle full truth. I think they've gotten so used to
No,
people
I-
blowing. I may never feel the tickle again, because if we're being honest, they might not compliment me anymore. Holy shit!
Yeah.
What craziness would that be? Like because these people get addicted to that kind of attention with the yes men, the yes women. You know, those
Yeah.
yes people that never, because you're the boss that writes the check. No matter what you do, they're like, "You're awesome. You're the best ever." It's like, you're lying your ass off right now. What the fuck? Like, just be honest. Like,
Yeah.
ever.
No, there's no. It's good. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, it's like, wait, no. You're supposed to share so we can make things better. That's why I ask. That's why I want you to be honest. It's like, hey, hey, fucking give it to me raw. Don't sugarcoat it. Give it, because there's no way for me to improve upon myself. That's why it's like I'm always open to somebody coming in and actually having a conversation where you got a point. It's like describing, Charlie with his protest and then petition on an individual level. Like, come protest to me, and then petition me. Okay, maybe you'll make a point, and maybe I'll. Holy crap! Okay, you're right. I'm changing now. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. Oh, but I was going to get out of here a while ago, and did I lose you?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Oh no, you're
No,
there.
you didn't lose me. I'm still here.
Okay.
I was just thinking about all what you were saying. It's seems to be like they can't handle the truth, just because if they were able to handle the truth, things would be so much different.
Mm-hmm. Well,
We'd be more free than we would ever have been if people could just have open dialogue and discussion.
yeah, candor, and accept the candor, whether you like it or not. It's just if we're all being honest, because that's part of the problem. We're all lying to each other. It seems.
Yeah.
And then justifying the white lie because I didn't want to hurt Kenneth's feelings, so I got to blow smoke.
Oh no, hurt my feelings so much. Oh, woo.
Well, it's like when we were doing the singing thing. So I could have
Yeah.
told you sucked shit at singing.
Yeah.
That would have been a lie. You actually have talent, so I told you, and then I told you what? Just keep singing. Don't ever stop. Whether it's in the shower,
don't ever stop.
just keep doing it, whether it's privately or what, just keep singing because you're good at it, and the more you sing, the better you're going to get because you're going to get more comfortable.
Oh yeah.
And
Yes.
but I'll tell you, if you did suck, I would have told you sucked. Like I might not have, and I might have framed it though maybe a little bit different. Like, hey, you know what?
No.
Everybody should sing, regardless, because it makes you feel good, and it's
Yeah.
great to do. I would have framed it in a different manner, because I wouldn't want you to think that maybe you're a lot better at singing than what you really are. But that's not what like, and I've had to do that with people in the past.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that either. But those people get offended; they get all weepy-eyed, and then you've got all the people that like them. They're like, "Oh, you're such a piece of shit."
Well, you shouldn't have said that.
Yeah. So.
Oh, he's a nice guy. Why did you say that about him?
Yep.
Did you know that his sensibilities are so low?
Yeah, and it's like, well,
And I'm just like,
I'm sorry. What you're going to justify lying to him now? You've just now
No.
justified lying. It's like, oh
'Cause-
shoot, that's the world we're in right now.
yeah.
Like people find. a
Because
way to
I'd rather people tell me the bitter truth than to give me the sweetest lie.
Yes. Yeah. And I think that's our society needs to be injected with that. But again, that's something
Mhm.
that really brings a lot of worry and fear to what I've now been calling the overlords. It's like
Yes, the overlords.
and so
That's what they are at this point.
they censor
The powers that be, the overlords.
Yeah, well, hey, just think. So when I came over to Rumble, I only came over because somebody mentioned Rumble to me, and I'm like, yeah, I'll fucking check it out. And there was a couple times where that this person mentioned it, and I just was kind of like, I don't give a fuck about Rumble. Fuck Rumble. And then I finally came over and checked it out, and I'm like, you know what? I like this place. This is fucking badass. I should have checked it out sooner, but I was kind of being stubborn about it. So
Yeah.
I checked it. I finally gave it a good go, and I was beating the Rumble bandwagon drum like crazy. When I was like, "Oh, this is great!
Yeah.
I don't get censored. This is fantastic," and then I started picking up on some things. I started noticing
Yeah.
things, and then because
So-
of how I am with when I notice something, I fucking say it, and then
Yeah.
everything the wheels fell off for me. And it just absolutely insane. And it's been nothing but pure censorship on from Rumble's end of things for the better part of almost 2 years now, I think. So, and I've
Yeah.
collected so many data points to prove their censorship. So I literally could probably take them to task in court
Yeah.
for false advertisement and the
Yeah.
practice
FTC
of
violations.
tons of he talks about how he supports the First Amendment, he battles for the First Amendment, Rumble's a free speech platform, and every time he says it's a flat out lie,
Yeah.
100% lie. And it's like, dude, why do you do that to your own platform? Why do you lie like that? Why not just be honest about it? Just be honest, like, hey, we censor the least amount, potentially,
Yeah.
down to, because X is the same way now. Elon censors because if he doesn't censor, X disappears off the App Store.
Yeah.
So I mean,
And just
it's,
eesh.
yeah,
It's one of those things that nobody really wants to talk about. It's because it's a topic that will lose you the most money and internet clout that you could ever hope to gain. But
yeah.
if put in front of the right people, you can circumvent all measures that are set against you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just that if you find that one person, more you can reach.
Right. Well,
Because if you got one person with power in your corner saying, "Yeah, no, this is the correct way to be. We got to go. This is it."
Mm-hmm. Well,
and then you hammer down that path.
Well, that's the crazy thing about it, right? Because you understand what I've understood for a while. There's an odd if you're decent at talking, if you're decent at putting forward, whether you're playing, video game streaming or you're doing music or you're doing maybe multiple different things, you'll find an audience if you're engaging. You'll find them.
Yeah.
I mean, look at all the different people out there that have I'm even like, how the hell did they got? Okay, I mean, people that have hit the easy button, the follow button, and then they've got active viewers. Active viewers being those, in the chat space. So it seems, because even then there might be some bot activity. But the point is,
yeah,
someone is letting them be found by people just by chance, and people are finding them. And that's just a switch. It's just a switch. They could eat in a couple bigger boxes, or they could let you out into the whole world. Like it's all controlled a microcosm at a microcosm level. And I don't.
The Russian nesting dolls.
It is, yeah. Have you seen shit, I forgot the name off shit, it was right there and I lost it. It's a Mythic Quest. Have you seen that show?
Mythic Quest. I don't know.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Google.
Yeah, Google it. Mythic Quest. It just got canceled. I'm pissed.
Mythic Quest.
Mm-hmm. It's hilarious. It's very nerdy.
Okay, it's a new show.
Yeah, 4 or 5 years now. Yeah.
2020. So it was broadcasted on Apple TV. I don't have Apple TV.
Yeah, they just canceled it because they're dipshits. I love that show. But there's an episode in that show that, and when I saw that episode, I about lost it because I'm like, this is what I'm talking about. I've said this.
They're telling you openly
Yeah, and I'm like,
what they're doing.
okay, yeah. So like within game servers, so you've got the game, like
Yes.
whatever game, like I don't just pick a game, any game, that's online play. World of Warcraft, that's a good
Call
one.
of Duty,
Okay.
World of Warcraft.
So
yeah.
so Mythic
Fortnite.
Quest, well, Mythic Quest is what I would say is like it's a television show, but it's around a game development is the game. It is like World of Warcraft. Okay, basically, it's the television show knockoff of it, right? Okay. Anyways, so
Yeah.
except it's about the developers and what the developers do and their everyday life. And dude, I'm still like I need to go back and watch the whole damn thing again because I enjoyed it that much. And people would be like, "Wait,
Yeah.
you like that shit?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a nerd too, motherfuckers. That's why I can talk shit about nerds. That's why I say the shit that I say because I'm actually a fucking nerd.
I'm one of
dork.
y'all bitches.
One, I guess. I'm not. Anyways, doesn't matter.
How dare you not fit into the conventions
I know.
of society?
Right, yeah. So it's a struggle sometimes. But anyways,
Yeah.
Mythic Quest has an episode where they're having a problem with Nazis on the game. Like there's a Nazi running around doing shit, and it's a great. Like I'm sorry if I'm spoiler alerts for people here.
Yeah, I don't.
It's such a good show. You're not gonna care that I like. Yeah. Anyways, and you might even forget about.
I'd probably pirate it. I'll probably not pirate it, but just go stream it on an illicit streaming website instead of giving Apple my money.
There you go. There you go. So, this platform or this episode, they're dealing with Nazis and they're dealing with speech. So they us know this and allow people to go bounce around server to server, and whatnot. Where where you think you're still interacting on the whole world of that's they've created because you are,
Yeah.
but no one else can see you and you can't see them
Or hear you.
Yeah, like you just don't exist to anybody else. You've
Or
so
they put you in a server with all your same people
and
that you interact with or have the same idea.
that I'm like, this is what I've been trying to explain to people, except then take it to another level. Like I've explained this I don't know how many times, and it's like, don't think for 1 second any of these social media platforms, and they've been playing this game for I think at least 10 years, 15 years.
Oh,
at least 10, 15. We're in
because they couldn't really control like MySpace or others, different social medias
well they
back in the day because they couldn't.
well they could have if they had figured out by then, but they hadn't figured it out at that point.
Yeah,
Because MySpace
but
is
now
super
it's to the
easy
point.
to control. If you look at how it was, because I was actually one of the original MySpace people. I loved MySpace, but then they changed it, and then I hated it. Still don't like it because they changed it. Because I mean, shoot, MySpace was the place you could create your own, basically your own web page, and do really cool shit on it. And they killed that one. Well, that was the dumbest move ever. But anyways, so that construction that they did of that though, now in modern time, they'd have ultimate control. Like if they don't want you to be seen, you're not going to be seen. Like even if they say, you might look to yourself, hey, oh yeah, I'm out in the public. Everybody could. No, they just rigged it so you think you are. You see yourself out there, but nobody else sees you. Like
Same thing with Rumble. They can take you off of the live categories, and you wouldn't even know.
Right, but because
until you go looking.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is they'll take you off and they'll leave you showing for yourself, so you have no clue.
Well, and plus they don't leave you showing for yourself at all, even in the live categories. We've had somebody, Metal Shred Freak, whenever he was doing his Chris CP Pavlovsky is a fraud. live streams, even for himself, looking through the categories, he was not visible whatsoever until they finally gave up and gave Shred his stuff back.
Well, and see that's going like again. They can control it either way.
Yeah,
You know, they can let you know that you're being censored to make a point and get you to change your action, and then they can just let you think that you're live to everybody, but they can't. And then it goes to other. It goes even to further extent. Like I explained it one night, they can pinpoint a block in a neighborhood all throughout the country. So that they could do a block from block off. Hey, you can only be seen by people on the West Coast, or you can only be seen by people on the East Coast, or you can only be seen by people in this block in that nation for people throughout the whole nation. 100 neighborhood blocks, but it's throughout the nation, so you think the whole nation sees you because people. That's it. Nobody else can see you or find you.
Yeah. Something with like with my experiences using X here is I average per day, even whenever I'm active. So if I'm very active, I usually range between 20 to 44 views per little thing I do. But if I have it pinned to my account, like up at the top, I average at least 100 and some odd if I leave it for a week, because it gets seen by more people.
Right. Yeah, when they click on your account to check your profile,
check my status.
Which is crazy
it's
too.
like walled off.
X
walled off thing.
Yep, and X also bigger platform than Rumble, right? So you're going to have some natural, just based on the percentages, you're going to get bigger numbers. But I didn't use this account for a while. It just this account was just a stale account that I created at the same time as my other account, which is still booted off of X, by the way. So this account though was stagnant. I then got booted from all streaming almost 2.5 months ago now. Maybe getting close to 3 months ago now. I was off of streaming for 2 months, forced. I was forced out. It wasn't my choice. Not a break that I wanted to take. Anyways, so during those 2 months, I started hammering X a lot. In 2 months, I got over 4,000 likes on posts. Likes on Rumble for 3 fucking years.
Yeah.
You know, and so I went through analytics. I haven't checked my Rumble stats in a while. Well, it's like I went through my analytics, and I just was like 2 months on X, and my numbers crushed 3 years on Rumble.
Yeah.
So, where I'm being censored on both platforms, one platform seems to be more extensive than the other at this point in time. So, giving evidence like crazy for both platforms. And what's insane is both of X, even though it's censoring me, and like it's going to help me prove Rumble censoring me too by default because of what happened with my little hiatus that was not.
Where I was like, damn, he's been awfully quiet.
Yeah, it was purposely done because when I was booted off, it was at a time when I was about ready to start going off on a lot of shit. There was a lot of things happening, and I was just going to start saying a lot of shit. Because it was right at that time when Elon and President Trump had their little lovers quarrel.
Oh.
Yeah, and you think about all the things that transpired, and I missed it all because I didn't miss it, but I didn't get to do a podcast during any of it, Was it a coincidence? I don't think so. I don't think it was a coincidence.
Yeah.
They didn't want me talking about it. They didn't want me talking about a lot of shit that was going on during that time. I'm not quite sure they want me talking about the things that I talked about all night long tonight. I don't know.
Yeah. Even with me, spoken in vulgar
Mm-hmm.
with how I go with things, I just want to share my thoughts and just be it at that. I don't want I'm not trying to sway minds. I'm not trying to win over anybody.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say what I'm going to say. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, oh well.
Well,
Have a nice day.
That's how it's supposed to be. So good on you.
But be within our guidelines.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I can't. Sorry. I'm not trying to be vulgar with it, but it's just something that you guys just didn't like.
Well, it's there are guidelines that you're following. They're just not the ones that they want you to follow. The guidelines that
Yeah.
you're following is the constitutional guidelines. You're following the United States Constitution, and they don't like that. They don't like that. They want you to
Yeah.
follow theirs before you follow the Constitution. And that's just, again, that's communist in action. It's that fucking
Yeah.
community bullshit word. I'm
Yes.
telling you, I'm
But
going
yeah,
to destroy that word.
It's probably getting a little late or early for you.
I'm needing to crash out. Yeah,
Yeah.
it would be probably a positive thing, so I can get some sleep. And then, while I
Yeah.
didn't do a podcast during the, I don't know if I would have done a podcast anyways due to the event yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, so I probably would have waited till nighttime like I did. And now it's like, okay, I'm gonna probably do a day cast. I guess now it's today, but as soon it's not I've been.
Because whenever I got the notification, I just woke up. So I'm already fresh and ready to go for the day.
Are you? So that was on Twitch. You got that notification?
On Twitch, I got the notification, yes. And then about a couple of seconds later, I got the one for Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
And then whenever I went to Rumble on my mobile device, it basically was glitched out to the point to where it was unusable.
Really?
And I couldn't see you.
Yeah, those assholes
Yeah.
at Rumble, I tell you what. Like, and they don't have to be like that. If they believed in, like, and I've said it time and time again, if you truly believe in freedom of speech, then don't fuck with me.
And what's kind of bad and quite telling for Rumble and Twitch is that on Twitch, I was able to pull up the mobile app and hear you just fine.
Mm-hmm.
But freedom of speech Rumble can't censor anybody. Then why couldn't I hear you as equally as other people?
Mm-hmm.
Then that's just like, scratches the head.
Yep.
And it
Yeah,
makes it to where you're like, okay,
yeah,
lying
'cause
sons of bitches.
you've got Twitch. You said you heard me loud and clear there. You're on a space with me on X, and I'm pumping out to X live as well.
Yeah.
And so
I'm able to really see that. Yeah.
and YouTube, and yeah, and that's it. Because I somehow, for some reason, I'm kicked off of Kick. Not kicked off, but like, I don't know, something weird happened, some update, and I just wasn't willing to update it at that point. I was like, I'm tired of the censorship at this point. I'm not monkeying with them at this point. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, but I don't know. The censorship is just odd, and my system was fucked. So,
Yeah.
but because of that, I've now got all of my evidence backed up. I didn't lose. That was one. I lost a few things, but none of the evidence. I didn't lose any of the evidence that I've been collecting for almost 2 years now. That's right, Rumble. I got evidence.
Yeah, that one person listening on Rumble, that'd probably be your handler.
Yeah, I don't know who the handler would be.
Because I guarantee you, they scroll through Rumble
Mm-hmm.
whenever more influential people are on,
Mm-hmm.
and you at least would have one person watching, but yet nobody else is in the chat or able to see your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's maddening whenever you know that the person that's currently in there listening to you, if they don't already follow you
Mm-hmm.
or know that you're live, it's just like, what at this point, what the fuck am I doing? You're already walling off my garden. You can't. It's just.
I'm just doing what I want to do. That's what I'm doing. It's like
I'm trying to do what I want.
Yeah.
Why do you got to ruin what I'm trying to do?
Because they want you to bend the knee and kiss the ring. They want you to
Fuck
wave
that.
the flag, and they want you to wear the hat, and they want you to do all of this stuff, and which, hey, they could have actually maybe convinced me to join in on that, but then I started doing the math. And then I started figuring out what was really going on. And then I started saying shit. And that's just, but again, freedom of speech. So, and,
Yeah.
we can go ahead. What?
I was just saying, like, and thinking about like the ambassadors that they pulled on.
Mm-hmm.
Out of all those people, there is one person that I still have faith that they could change the course of Rumble
Mm-hmm.
if they would just speak up and start pushing back on things.
Mm-hmm.
But I already know they will not, because it will jeopardize all that he has worked for.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
And he has also slightly lessened his contact with me,
Mm-hmm.
just because of me. I didn't know I was that polarizing of a figure, but I guess I am.
Well, you said truth. The truth is polarizing.
Okay. I just.
Well, what do they always say? The truth will set you free. So just go with the truth, whether people like it or not. Just go with it. It will set you free. And to push back on the truth is to steal another person's opportunity to decide for themselves.
Yeah.
And so that narrative, sadly, has just become protecting. That I'm not even joking. That
Hey.
I heard everything. I don't know. It blinked out my computer.
Yeah, you can just feel that release. You're like, oh Lord, what was that?
Holy.
We get thunderstorms almost all the time.
Well, we get it. We get them here in Central Oregon all the time too. And we get beautiful lightning displays here, and we get lightning strikes close. That's the first time. I mean, I'm always like, oh, I don't have to worry about shit here because we have a stone roof, legit stone roof, and so even if we get lightning strike, like nothing to worry about. But I'm kind of like, what the fuck? That was insane. I kind of feel like I need to go look out. So
yeah, that's one of I guess one of the human aspects of everybody is like, something has happened right next to me. I must go outside to look.
yeah,
Where the danger is.
bro. I mean, yeah. Look, that's the difference. You run between the people that are heroes and not heroes. The heroes run towards danger. The other people, they run away.
What's going outside, huh? My head's like first one outside. I'm like, what the fuck was that?
I mean, that was some of the. I mean, that was I'm. Jeez, And then that crack, the fact
yeah.
that you heard the crack, that says something because the way I have my microphone, you know, set up, because I've got 2 fans going next to me that you can't hear
Jeez.
because I got to keep everything because it's warm up here, and with the computer
Oh.
running, I have the fans trying to move hot air away from it, so you can't hear the fans, but you heard that thunder.
Yeah. Yeah.
and-
That thunder was.
Yeah, that
I
was
was like, no.
right above me,
Damn.
and I could, like I said,
That was pretty loud.
my the hair on my hands, the hair on my everything just that lightning had to have struck like right above me on the roof. I felt the electricity. That's insane.
Yeah.
What the heck? Anyways, you were you were saying before I rudely interrupted with a lightning strike that I didn't have any control over.
Hey.
You were talking about a buddy that has pulled away from talking with you.
Yeah, he's part of the ambassador. Yeah, he is one of the Rumble ambassadors. So if you already know who they are, there's only 6 people.
Yeah.
And he's one of the 6, and he deserves to be having the success.
Mm-hmm.
I full-heartedly believe he deserves that success.
Mm-hmm.
But part of me also is like, but you have all this success, all this, but you will not stand up for what is right just because you may lose a little bit of favor. You should turn that into a strength
Mm-hmm.
and push for things that will make Rumble a better platform, not just for you, but for everybody that uses the platform in the future.
Right. But he's now so he's now bought and paid for though. So like
Basically.
he's an employee. So he has only so much he can get away with before they boot his ass out. You know what I mean? Like, so if he wants to maintain his position, he basically has to toe the line. And the reality is, I mean, I'll be honest, he should be an Edward Snowden. Like, he should collect evidence from that position, and then when the program ends or they at some he then can out all the evidence afterwards.
Yeah.
Whether they like it or
I
not.
just think about like sacrificing yourself just for a little bit of internet clout, but then whenever you think that you can rise above what you have gotten to,
Mm-hmm.
then you start turning your back on what you've supported
Mm-hmm.
this whole entire time.
Well,
It's just like, I don't understand that.
Yeah,
Either be a straight shooter to begin with,
mm-hmm.
or don't do it at all.
Well, I can understand undercover type actions potentially. You know what I mean? Like maybe
Yeah.
he's having people tell him, you can't talk with that guy. You can't do this. So he just starts, I'm going to write that down. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to start making notations. Maybe he's getting other ambassadors pressuring him not to talk to certain people. You just never know. Like, and because he has to he has to keep things really close to the cuff, be guarded. Yeah, he's pulled back, and maybe he releases things a little bit later on. Look, I know from just talking with certain people in a manner that isn't talking, if that makes sense. It's like, so I'll post something that says something like that is maybe very honest, very truthful, and then I will have specific people like it. And I feel comfortable enough to maybe make a comment back in a certain style where I'm like, gotcha. I've basically had people confirm to me of that type of rhetoric where it is verbally being told to them that's forbidden fruit. You can't interact with him.
Yeah.
You can't, and that's why I'm always like, well, shit. How many different levels of censorship are these assholes willing to go?
There's always one more you can just go, because there's always another level down.
Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean that's there's the ultimate level of censorship which we just witnessed yesterday. So
It is death.
yeah, but these guys, I don't think Rumble would go that far, or even X or any of the other platforms, but they sure as hell
No.
have how many different layers of internet to think you're
Yeah.
out there
And it's
doing your thing and everybody can see it. It doesn't matter. No one can see it, or very few people see it.
yeah. And one thing that they can do is, if they can't censor you, if they've tried everything in their power to censor you with all their controls,
Mm-hmm.
then the next step is to do character assassination.
Oh yeah.
They attack your character,
Mm-hmm.
and then once your character has been attacked, then
There's almost
It's to
nothing
the-
you can do about it because of the court of public opinion at that point. It's already been manipulated.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And that's kind of the spot where I find myself.
yeah. I mean, and that's very limited though too, as well, because like it's only
Yeah.
a certain faction of
Group.
people that
Yeah.
it's been done with. But if you can prove that it's been done on that level, that's damning evidence. That's damning. Like that, and
Yeah.
and what's crazy is that those people in that faction know the truth.
Yeah, they know.
truth.
They know the truth.
They know the truth, and so for them to play along is kind of horse shit. But what are you gonna do?
It's just at this point is like, what can you do to say that, like, oh, you're it's I don't know at this point, because probably move to a different platform, do something different, pivot some way. Somehow.
You don't move to a different platform. You stay there. You force them to have to continue to censor you. You don't
Yeah.
make their job easier. It's not difficult to hit the button and send shit going their direction.
Yeah.
And then it just builds
It's
more
not
evidence.
difficult.
You're just like a thorn in their side. So,
Yeah.
like me, if I can get things set up a little bit better, when I came back from my forced hiatus, I've never used Facebook before, ever. Fuck Facebook. I have no
Neither
problem.
neither have I. I have an account, but I never use it.
So I decided to create an account when I came back because I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to stream to Facebook. They want to force a hiatus for me, force me to be off for a while due to what they've done. All right, fuck them. When I come back, I'm going to even go to Facebook now, knowing that I'm probably going to get censored there. It doesn't matter. I'm going to make them censor me there. I'm going to force them to. Well, guess what happened? I hit the create account button. I create my account. I get the welcome to Facebook email. And within 60 seconds, before I
Terminated.
before I can even start my account up, and it says your account is suspended for breaking guidelines. It's like,
Yeah.
wait, what? Wait, what did I? Huh? That's what happened. And so it's like, whoa, what the hell? But even that's
It's like
evidence.
preemptive. The preemptive banning.
Yep.
Your experience on other platforms has trickled over to us, and we have deemed you excommunicado.
Yeah, I've been red flagged by social media platforms. Yeah, that's what's happened.
Yeah.
Basically, my tenure over at TikTok, which was very short, that raised red
Oh
flags.
yeah, you did start a TikTok. I forgot.
Mhm.
It's been a bit.
Went to I TikTok, and then I went to that shit show called Clapper, and then I ended up at Rumble and X and YouTube
Yeah.
and Twitch, and so it's like, but I was hoping to make Rumble my place, which it kind of is.
I
but
thought
it's
so.
in the fact that that's where my best catalog of all my stuff is, right? It's kind of because that's just where everything is, But I also have the same stuff now for at least the last, I don't know, few months. Well, now that I'm back, but for a little bit over on YouTube, and then X, if you can find, I mean, it saves all the stuff
Yeah.
too. So, like, I'm building catalogs on all these other platforms now. But shit, Twitch, I get almost 0 people over there. I've got you that comes in from time to time, and then I've got this. She's a new streamer. Her name's Fei Lee 1369. She does game streams over there on Twitch. She's pretty good. Like, she's come in and chatted in my chat space a couple times and long conversations. And she's even thought about. I tried getting her to come into the chat tonight, or into the X space. Her out. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
Pretty nice person. And she doesn't stream anywhere but Twitch. So
Yeah.
there you go.
And some people, the only way that they can stream is to only one platform.
Yeah.
And I fully understand that
Mm-hmm.
because streaming is a very resource intensive hobby
Mm-hmm.
or business. And then, or if you have not that powerful hardware, you can stream to one place like Restream and then broadcast your system all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
As many as you're willing to pay for.
Yeah. Well, like me, I got Streamlabs, so it's like that's why I can go out to all these different places through Streamlabs.
Yeah.
And then
For
you've got
me, I have
StreamYard.
For me, I have OBS with a free bit stream, but it's being split into 4 different locations if I so chose.
That's cool.
But-
I have all my
but-
OBS stuff still because it's the same as Streamlabs.
Yeah.
Mm.
But what I'm doing, and this is just for the content creation side of me right now, is going to Twitch. I'm going to pick up like a camcorder or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
go around in my area, film like little videos of like, oh, this is what I did today. Whoop-de-doodle.
Oh,
And
nice.
just post it to places like YouTube, Odyssey, and Rumble.
Nice.
And X. And then I'll take like digital pictures of like, oh, look at this thing. Snap a few pictures and do Instagram and post that also to X. So X will get pictures and video, and YouTube and Odyssey will just get the long form of the short videos.
Mm-hmm.
And then YouTube will get YouTube shorts. Instagram will get the reels. And it's one of those things. I'm trying to market myself and put myself in as many places as possible, but with as limited of a thing that I have.
All right. Sounds like a good plan, though. Oh.
And see what happens from there. But I just
What
got to
do you-
get better at video editing because I'm doing test footage right now. And if it turns out well, then it will be posted, and then I would be like, yes, I am confident this video will do well.
Have you what are you using for editing at this point?
DaVinci Resolve.
DaVinci Resolve. I don't know if I've ever checked that out or not.
It's by Blackmagic Design, which they're a high end camera manufacturer.
Okay.
They do great work with studios all across Hollywood and independent scene.
I have to check that out. Right now, I use
Yeah.
Wondershare.
Yeah, 'cause I would kind of want to save up for a good, not a SLR camera, but just a good night night content, like going out into the woods in the middle of the night. Like, hey, this stupid little shit like that.
Oh, that's fun stuff right there. Yeah,
It's fun stuff.
Yeah, I've got a. It's Wondershare. Well, it's Filmora. Have you heard of Filmora? It's Wondershare.
Oh, Filmora, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've done some insane stuff with it. Yeah, I do that.
Yeah, DaVinci Resolve
Mm-hmm.
is free. Not a cent. You do not have to pay a cent to create good footage. But if you want to support them, and you get a free lifetime license.
Oh yeah. Like
Not a free lifetime license, but once you purchase their license, you don't ever have to purchase it ever again. Because let me see how much it really costs. Give me a second.
DaVinci Resolve. I'm curious.
Blackmagic Design, products. But if you want the paid version, and it is a lifetime license for $295, and you get to have all the bells and all the whistles. And since it is open source software, you can even create your own plugins. If you don't have a specific effect that you like, then you just find it on the internet that gives it the right texture that you're looking for.
Oh wow, that's cool. So it looks like it does all the layering and does all sorts of good. Okay.
Yeah, color correction need.
I might have to play.
And I just hope it get better. Yeah.
I'll have to play with it because Filmora, I have become so comfortable with it. Like that was one of the things though when my little incident that took me off of the air for a couple stuff on Filmora that I had like extensive production time put into.
Damn.
So luckily I have complete versions of these things, but I can't just like re-input it back with and then it tear it apart so I can then go back where I was at and then plug and play and because I was monkeying with stuff. I have to build stuff, production stuff, editing. So that kind of sucks. Luckily I like doing it. Luckily I have fun with it, but at the same time it's like I would rather spend that time doing new stuff instead of having to go back and revisit what I've done just so I can have it there in a certain format so I can maybe change things up from time to time. So I had a whole setup of just thumbnails where I was just picking and pulling and doing. I don't tend to do a lot of new thumbnails, but I'll change a little bit here and there based on vibe. But now I can't do that until I run through all of it again. So, but yeah, thanks for sharing this though. Blackmagic Design DaVinci Resolve for anybody else out there that is curious. And then go tell them.
I'm not sponsored, not sponsored type deal, right?
No, I know.
But they got like different phone rigs. So if you're like primarily shooting on your mobile device, they got like different monitoring systems and stuff that you can use with your phone. all for free, mind you.
That's
They
awesome.
got a lot of free stuff just to get you in the door, but then once you're in the door, you're like, oh hey, they got a lot better equipment
Mhm.
than I'm using, and it's not too far off of pretty good stuff here. Because let's say like the one of the mirrorless cameras that they have,
Mhm.
$1,185, and you got pro grade 4K pro grade 4K footage that you can just use.
Mm. Yeah, I'm
And,
looking.
and they got like cameras up to 12K for 7,000. And I'm just like, good lord.
Yeah, they ain't messing around. Yeah, this looks
Yeah.
pretty damn cool. It looks very similar to Filmora. Similar. I'm so used to
Yeah.
Filmora though. I don't know. I don't think the transition would be too difficult. Like I said, I'll have to play with it. I might just download it since it's free. Just download it, play with it, and then if it's something I can actually use, um,
Yeah. And that's how their marketing strategy is they give you something free to get you in the door, but then you're like, "Oh yeah, this is a damn good app. I want to support this."
right?
And that's the best marketing you could ever
Oh,
do.
that's a good question too. You said app, so is it not just on your desktop? Can you do they have an app for your phone and
I
tablet?
do believe they have a camera app, but I'm not so sure they have a phone app in the works. But if they have a
Mm.
phone app in the works, that would be amazing.
Well, then
That would be the best ecosystem ever.
they need to do it though. Then because Filmora already has that. So
Yeah,
I have my Filmora app on my phone, and then I have it on my desktop, and I can integrate them, and that's
yeah. Give
fairly
me one
new.
second here.
Okay.
Yeah, I was.
It's
You,
it's
you can still talk.
it's fairly new because if I had known that you could integrate them before, I would have been able to save all my progress that I had on other stuff. But I wasn't able to. I wasn't able to. So it's a fairly new thing. Now you can integrate um, as many devices as you want. So I have a tablet that I
Oh,
use.
okay. Do you have any Androided devices like an iPad? Not Android, but Apple
I have my
devices like an iPad.
I have my phone, my iPhone,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah,
have.
if you had an iPad,
Uh-huh.
then you would be able to use DaVinci Resolve on the iPad.
Ah, okay, that would be awesome. But I don't have an iPad. I have a the Samsung tablet, which
Yeah.
I'm actually liking. But for that integration, between my
Yeah.
phone. But see, that's the thing too. Like, that's the nice thing about Filmora, I guess, is I can have it on my Samsung, I can have it on my Apple, and on my desk, and it's all integrated together. So that's pretty badass. But I mean, shit, I guess I won't have a problem coming up with an excuse then to get a iPad. I have one. I do have
Yeah.
an iPad, but it's older, and it just the processing power
Yeah,
on
it's
it is
probably yeah, it's
is
probably not going to be a good one.
no, not for this, not what we're talking about. So
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, one of those newfangled iPads.
yeah, need to get one of those fans. But it's flipping amazing for a tablet. Just using it
Yeah.
for the things that I need to use it for. Like right now, you have been talking to me through my Samsung tablet this whole time. It's
Ah, so that's why the audio sounds a little crispy.
maybe possibly
You know you
because I've
you
got it through
know
my
that
Zoom
um
PodTrack P4.
you know that you can use your not the mobile app,
Mhm.
but you can now talk through your actual computer
Y-
rig
Yeah,
through X Spaces.
yeah, I already have been doing it, but then they've booted me, so my microphone is shut out from the app on my desktop.
Huh.
It just happened the other day. I had minor meltdown over it because I was pissed because I was just able to plug it. Just hey, I'm gonna open a space. Boom, open the space, and then I'm off and running. No big deal. But then nope, wasn't able to do that. So I now have used the loophole, which is tablet.
Also, depending on what browser you're using,
Mm-hmm.
it's it automatically adjusts your gain
Mm-hmm.
in order to get it all fluctuated correctly, so you're not peaking your microphone
Mm-hmm.
whenever you're talking.
Yeah.
Because whenever I was listening to the stream, whenever I was talking, my audio was sounding very crispy, like it was crackling and like it's not the best quality, but it sounds like I'm being captured through speakerphone type deal, not like a direct PCM bit stream.
Yeah. Well, you on my end, you're coming through really nice now. Earlier, because your gain was up a little too high, but yeah, because this goes from my tablet to my Zoom PodTrack P4, and then it's kicking into the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
And I was like, he's probably they're a lot better than I thought they were. For a brand new iPad, the smallest that you can get is an iPad Mini for $500.
Yeah.
But if you want to get the base model iPad that is not a mini, you can get the same quality for less. But to get an iPad Air, which is slightly thinner than the iPad Pro, it's like, oh my lord, there's just sizes and difference and different prices. I'm just like, they're not that bad, but I don't got the money for it.
Right.
And plus, I don't want to be locked down to the Apple ecosystem.
Right. I don't mind it because
I like being free.
Yeah, I do too, but I don't. I look, our whole family's tied to the dang Apple thing. Where that's why I like the Samsung, because I'm kind of
Apple this, Apple that.
Yeah, I just I'm taking bites out of Apple. It's like, hey, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. So whatever, get you an apple. But I'm not bound to it as far as like my life is not coming to an end. You know what I mean? Like if I am not doing Apple, but
yeah,
like I've got
how dare you have a green bubble?
My PC's an HP. I won't get an Apple PC. I won't get I won't. Well, HP's always been my desktop and laptop of choice.
Yeah, my desktop of choice before I started building my own from all the different parts was Compact. Compact.
Yeah.
Or Compact or Dell would be my two choices. But then Hewlett Packard bought out Compaq, and then they started doing that stuff. So basically, it's the same stuff.
Yeah, I've just always have liked HP for whatever reason. But and then I've got my nice Samsung monitor that I love to death, and then I've got all this other fancy stuff. But I would.
Yeah, the Samsung G series, man. They are to die for.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got this one's the 49-inch wide, whatever you call it. The hell is this? Anyways.
Ultra wide?
Yeah, the ultra wide.
Yeah.
So, and the way it integrates the screens, it's like, because it's ultra wide, I can have 4 separate screens on this, which is a little odd. So I always go with 3. which are
Yeah.
spaced, so it's like 3 monitors right in front of me. That is epic. So I can have my Streamlabs that I can monitor all my stuff. Then I can have, like, right now it's Streamlabs, it's Rumble, and it's X. I don't monitor YouTube. I've tried, but it's like, why am I monitoring YouTube? I've got the integrated chat for my multi-stream through Streamlabs, so I'm getting everyone's chat that I'm, integrated over here, except for Rumble, because Rumble, another mistake that Rumble makes is they will not integrate with Streamlabs for whatever reason. They won't integrate with StreamYards for whatever reason. It's like, I'm sorry, you have your own studio now. Good for your fucking dumbasses. You wasted a lot of money and time and effort on that. But okay, you got it. Great. YouTube's got their own studio as well. So does damn near every other platform. And here's the thing, though. That's why Streamlabs integrates with all of these people, and they do it so you have this cross pollination that's a little bit easier. So you can get streamers to stream to your platform instead of just choosing one over every other platform. I don't know. It's just a weird thing. But whatever. I mean, whatever. But I like this setup. I gotta tell you a secret. It's not a secret. I wouldn't mind having a secondary 49-inch stacked right on top of this one. That would
For me, I have a cheapo Scepter 30-inch ultra wide display, and it's pretty nice. It's not the most top of the line, but if I had three of them side by side, that's basically like having 6. That'd be like having 6 4x3 displays all at your fingertips. And I'm just like, dang it, that would be monumental.
Well, you've got the one that you have flipped up so you can have a chat space, right? I've seen that before, right? You've got got 2 monitors, so your chat space,
I got,
or whatever you're using that for, but it's vertical, and then you've got your
I have the. Yeah, because what I'm using for the vertical monitor is I have my OBS set to the very top, and then my Twitch chat, and then whatever other platform I decide to stream to at the time is at the bottom, so I can keep track of my streaming container, and then also the chat container down below. And then I got my third monitor off to the side that contains all my audio processing. So then I can just go over to my third monitor and do my sliders so I can get the right audio level on everything. Okay. And then my main screen would be my ultra wide display where I do things. Oh, hey, there's Mr. Raoul. Or X Darb. What's going on, Raoul?
Somebody pop in. I'm not looking at the.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I was wondering who this guy was, but then as soon as he said something that only Raoul would know, I was like, "Damn it, Raoul! What the hell?" But what's going on? Hopefully, you're having yourself a nice morning. I don't know if he wants to speak or not, but he's not. He just probably wants to listen.
Darby's Barbershop. Nice.
Yeah, he's just at 100%. He just wants to listen to what we were talking about.
Oh, we were just about ready to shut her down. Oh.
Yeah, this is like after party, after show.
Yeah, I've been. Yeah.
Burning the candle at both ends.
Oh, and today, you know what today is?
Yes, today is
September 11th.
The 9th of the 11th.
September 11th, and the only reason why it just dawned on me, obviously I should know these things, but the White House just did a live it's President Trump and the First Lady attend a September 11th observance event. So there, I've now done breaking news. The President and First Lady are observing September 11th.
Yeah.
In event
Damn.
fashion. That breaking news from X. That's what
Breaking news.
breaking news. Making news. Breaking, making, I don't know, all the news. Darby, thanks for coming in here and hanging out. I'm sorry that you didn't catch us sooner, because we are now, I am personally 4 minutes away from 7 hours of a live stream.
Hell.
All talking.
Hey, but that's
all talking.
all good.
It's all hot air. Hot air. Just nothing but hot air. Oh man, I tell you
Hot
what,
air and some smoke.
you know, talking about that darn little program, creator program. All of these little, oh, you got to hit this marker, you got to hit this marker, you got to do this much time and that much time, you got to do shit to say. I got shit. So in shit, have I even, let's see, today, this is my 16th episode. Yeah, so I've had a few days of double day cast and then night cast. Had a few of those, but I'm basically 2 weeks back.
Damn.
And
Yeah,
in the 2
because
weeks,
I remember.
I've done. I want to say I've done at least 40 hours. I had
Hell
one.
yeah.
I had 1 10-hour cast already prior to this 7-hour cast.
Hey, once you get good conversation, it just keeps on going and going and going.
Right. Well, but then you see like certain people make posts on X about, oh, I only can do an hour. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm having a tough day today. It's like, okay, all right, guys, I understand that, but yeah, like you just said, how are you not finding good conversation or something that you desire to talk about that will keep you engaged in talking? Like, there's got to be something. How is it so difficult, and why? And then that's the other thing. If you're struggling, then why are you doing it? Like, why are you turning it into a job? I guess that's the question. Because if you're not passionate about doing it, and you just want to do it for fun, and you enjoy it, and you want to engage with people,
Yeah.
it just happens naturally. But if you're at that point when you're streaming and you're bitching about having to do an hour, and you're, oh, it's like, okay, well, maybe this isn't something for you, which is fine. It's not for everybody, but to flipping come on and bitch about, oh, I gotta go do that. It's like, oh my gosh, guys, seriously, buck up.
Well, if you gotta do something, film it. How about just film it? See if it's newsworthy, right?
Right. Well, shoot, you've seen me probably. I'll sit and I'll scroll X and just make comments on shit for hours on end. You know, it's like, and it's, you know, I'm talking about things that come across the line. There's some news involved. There's this, that, and the other, and it's like, it's fun. It's fun. There's some music. There's some cartoons. There's all sorts of shit that I find. And, you know, you can always find something to talk about. I mean, look at us. We just, you know, I was going to get off of here probably damn near almost 2 hours ago. Now we've added another 2 hours just in conversation.
Yeah.
So I'm now officially over the 7-hour mark. So that 4 minutes just disappeared. It just melted in like no time flat.
Yeah.
And yet you got people out there like, oh, an hour. Oh, it's so tough. It's like, oh my gosh, really? I'll sit on the pot taking a for an hour. That ain't nothing.
Yeah.
Grunting. Get that out of there. Scroll. Yeah. I mean, hey, actually, maybe I should do a podcast. Not a podcast, a podcast. From the pot. Tales from
Sitting
the
on the
pot.
toilet.
Yeah.
Sitting on the toilet.
Sitting and shitting with Speak Freely. That'd be there's a segment. There's a segment for you.
And there you go. Sitting and shit in with Speak Freely, and then you just pull out a newspaper or a magazine or something
Yeah, because,
and start talking about what's all on it.
yeah, because it couldn't be your phone because then, yeah, that'd be weird.
You're filming with it.
Yeah, well, I mean, but then you might, people might catch something. I don't know.
Yeah.
You got to set this up meticulously so people aren't like, we're now watching you wipe your butt. What the heck is going on here? Oh, we weren't really supposed to be shitting. This was just supposed to be set up stunt. Oh, I'm sorry. I actually was just doing it. Oh, dang. I thought I was a
Pants down to the ankles. Oh, but you only have a weight from your waist all the way up to your head is only visible. Nothing else below. You're just in your bathroom, just sitting on the toilet.
That's right. That's right. I mean, you want pure honesty,
And then you
there
just-
you go.
And then you just have like a fart machine every once in a while go off at random times. Hey, ideas.
Yeah, that and then the flush, the random flush. It's like, hey, how many flusher is this episode? Is it one flusher or is this two flusher? And in rare occasions, you get the three flusher. So
Yeah.
yeah,
One flush every hour
yeah. I mean,
or 2 hours. I don't know. It's something. Or then I don't know. It's just a funny gag that you could probably put in there once or twice.
yeah. I mean, I could do a cast from the shower too. Like I could just do a whole bathroom cast. I have thought about so when I was on TikTok for it was very short-lived time. But I had someone I interacted with over there that she would do a live from her hot tub.
Yeah, that's called a hot tub stream.
And she would do that quite often. And we talk politics, we talk all sorts of stuff, no big deal. And I was like, oh, I should get into my jacuzzi tub at some point, and we should do a podcast show called Two Turds in a Tub.
Maybe, yeah. Get in your jacuzzi tub with all your finest assortments of wines and cheeses.
Yeah, well, but just call it Two Turds in a Tub. And then but she's in her tub, I'm in mine. I mean, obviously, because this individual lives a whole state away from me, so it's not like we could like collaborate on scene. I mean, we could probably, but that'd be weird.
Hey, get inside my jacuzzi, random stranger.
Right. Well, I mean, she'd be in a bathing suit, so it's like, and I'd be in my bathing suit, but no, I mean, whatever. I was like, for me, it's like if I'm at home alone in the jacuzzi tub, I'm having like bubble bath. I'm getting the bath bomb out. I'm doing bubble bath, and I'm just like fully bubbles up to my neck, and yeah, great time that would be. At least I think so. Might be. That'd be a fun cast. Just hanging out, and then all of a sudden you're shriveled, right? Because your skin looks all prunish.
All pruny.
Yeah. And then how do you deal with that too? Orchestrate getting in and out of the tub, and then what? Yeah, I don't know. I am a person that does not like cold tub water, so that would be an ordeal to keep it hot all the time.
Yeah.
Too. I don't know. Look at all these wonderful podcast ideas. See, you should come up with some of this stuff and do yourself. Do yourself.
Yeah, because what I've had the idea of doing as well is like one of the days that it's like nice outside and it's not too terribly cold, about like 68 degrees or something
Mhm.
outside. This like during this fall is like get a nice fire going and just sitting around a campfire, just chilling.
Heck yeah. Ooh, you could do campfire songs. Yeah.
Yeah,
There you go. Get one of your friends. If you got any friends that play the guitar or something, they can strum the guitar while you sing a song. And if you
well,
could play,
I got a mandolin I can play, so
oh,
I like the mandolin because it's a little smaller
dude.
and I'm able to do all the chords with it.
Okay, why is this not happening already? You what?
Well, is this not happening already? Because I don't feel like it's worthy of doing such.
Well, sitting by a fire.
It's one of those
and
things that's
playing
like I just get into my head a bit, and then we know this. It's I get into my head and just don't do much of nothing
Get the fuck out of
with
your
it
head.
because I just don't feel like it's worthy of doing it.
What do you,
I just
have you scrolled?
feel like it's not worth it.
Have you scrolled social media and see what's on there? I know you do.
Yeah,
If,
I do, but
if,
I
if
just like
if they're doing that kind of stuff, you sitting fireside, strumming on a mandolin, singing some tunes, 100% worth it.
yeah.
First of all, because you like to sing, and you probably like to play the mandolin, so there's two things you like to do there. Then you also like to um, cast, and you like the
Yeah.
artistry of it with the film and the So if you didn't want to do a live, fine, but go do it, film yourself, and then edit
Yeah.
shit and make it a whole
That,
production.
that'll probably be something. Yeah.
I don't know.
Just I just had to have more self confidence in what I'm doing, and that's probably another one of those things that I don't practice enough, and I just need to knuckle down and just do it.
What do you need the confidence in that where are you lacking in your estimation? Because
Just my playing ability and just sounding like a retard. I know I already sound like a retard right now, but still.
you sang just fine before, you're going to sing just fine.
Singing
now.
is not the problem.
Okay.
It's just mainly the playing of the instrument and not feeling like it's up to par.
So then you know what you do? You do exactly what I suggested. You're in an
Yeah.
area where you're going to find people who play the guitar. Make it a point.
Yeah.
Make it a guest show. You can have someone come strum a guitar, and you can sing to it. So you're collaborating with them, and then you can talk in between songs, ask them questions, where they're from, and just have a good conversation, fireside, while maybe
Yeah.
you're drinking some beers.
Fireside chats, yeah.
And their only responsibility is to strum the guitar, and they might even be able to sing a duet with you. And then from time to time, on something that you feel comfortable doing, pull out the mandolin, because a guitar and a mandolin, if played correctly together, with
Bluegrass,
people,
yeah.
it's pretty badass. So, and then you start saying, I mean, you could have some serious jam sessions, and it be really
Yeah.
cool with an interview style type of deal, man. I mean, that could be pretty
Yeah.
legit. Pretty legit. Just
Because
saying.
the musical instruments that I have at my disposal right now is harmonicas, one guitar, and a mandolin. And I practice them, but I don't practice them all too often. And then you already know the singing portion, but
Yeah.
I just usually play it for fun or just whenever I'm a little bored and don't know what else to do. I feel like that I'm world renowned virtuoso over here.
Doesn't matter. I mean, in where you're at, your location, there's no way you're not finding people that can't play the guitar that would love to come over.
Oh yeah,
and shoot the breeze
just do a jam set.
and do some jamming and drinking some beer or something maybe. So you would have a good old time, and you might even find full on band that's willing to come over and jam with you. And then you can highlight, like I'm serious, like you could highlight local bands that are just
That could be something I could do too, but I need my own space to do that in.
I mean,
That's another limiting factor.
well, but if you can make a fire outside, why couldn't you have a band outside next to the damn fire? Don't you got enough room for that? Or do you think somebody's gonna
It's
get
not that there's
irritated with you?
irritated and also not my property. I can have a fire outside and it's perfectly fine for that. It's just it's not my property.
So they don't want any beer busts with your fire. Damn,
I guess.
no beer busts. No live music.
We can do live. We can have people outside and hang out, but it's something that that can't be used for commercial purposes and shit. It's just like what the hell. But as long as it's outside, not commercially. It's just
Oh,
it's
so
one of those.
don't do it
rules.
commercially then.
We're not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
That's why I don't usually stream it.
Well, no, I mean like you're streaming it, but it's not commercial.
Yeah.
I mean, none of my streams are commercial. None of them. None of my podcasts are. I mean, I've started like promoting buying America first, and I'll tout the Corvette and the Viper, and then begrudgingly like, I mean, if you don't want to buy a Dodge or a Chevy, I guess you could buy a Ford. Get yourself a GT, but
Yeah.
But that's not even commercial because I'm not getting paid for it. That's the whole thing. I'm not
Yeah.
getting paid for any of this stuff at this point in time. I wish I was. That'd be fantastic if I was. But, and then there's people out there. Oh well, if you want to get paid, why don't you do the creator program? Why don't you do? It's like, well, I don't want to get paid like that. Somebody was, because on X, everybody that it's like, oh yeah, Rumble's awesome, but then you find everybody on Rumble using X too. I wonder why.
Yeah.
It's like interesting, but I saw somebody make a post, and they were pretty stoked about the payout that they got. Okay, their payout equated to $1 an hour.
Damn.
$1 an hour.
Yeah. That's
based on
about it.
on viewable hours. So that it show, and who knows on that. Now, if you only went by their streaming hours, all right, it was $3 an hour. So 3 times as much as the buck an hour. But I started breaking it down. Like, okay, how much an hour per viewed hours? You got, it's like, wait, you're only getting $1 an hour for your hours that were viewed by, I mean, if you're looking about it in a way of marketing, you're holy smokes, you're not getting nothing, and then they have to do these ad reads now. That's a must. So 5 ad reads. Now, an ad read for a company, pretty significant. You're, depending on your followership.
But you only get paid 3 cents or so per person that.
Yeah, but even
listen
then,
to the ad.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, you're just devaluing yourself at that. So you were getting paid just for doing your normal stuff at $3 an hour. Now you're getting $3 an hour to do your normal stuff, and you have to read an ad. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, there was one participant that was part of that partner program that they have going on, or creator program that they're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
That they did all that they were asked, but one little hour's worth of watch time was not fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
They did not. They got to stay in the partner program, but they did not get paid for that whole entire month's worth of work. And they basically got shafted. Just only the watch hours.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't the streaming.
Yeah, they didn't. They got all the other requirements all filled out, but they didn't. They had 1 hour missing from the watch hours. They got to stay in the program, but for that month, all their revenue
Yeah.
was
based,
zero.
based on the fact that they didn't have anybody come in and find their shit interesting.
They were 1 hour away from completing all of it and getting paid.
Yeah.
But they still got to stay in the program, but they didn't get paid for that month. And I'm just like, what the fuck? That's bullshit.
Well, and that
Just
comes
pay
down
me and
to
kick me out of the program.
That comes down to the manipulation too, because they can dictate who makes it and who doesn't, just based on
Yeah.
It's not an up and up scenario.
Pay me for the month and then kick me out of the program. I don't want to be part of it no more if you're going to just do it that bullshit way. I'm just like, the
Yep.
people just going to have to learn the hard way. We've tried being nice and saying, oh, hey, this stuff is coming.
Well, what did I call it when the first go? I said this is the sandwich board routine. Like, you guys are just sandwich boards. Oh, that's what I was going to say to you. Oh man, this is going to get us off on another tangent. I don't care. One person left the platform completely that was part of this.
Yeah.
You know who I'm
Ooh.
talking about? Female,
There's multiple people.
right? But female that made me
I'm
start.
not so sure.
You don't know which one I'm talking
Uh,
about?
No, not really, because I haven't been following much of Rumble anything.
Pep.
Pep Killer? What?
She left. Yeah, she and I didn't know she had.
But she was an ambassador as well, so damn.
She left.
I didn't know she actually had the balls to do that.
Well, I don't know what happened. I'm gonna speculate, but I saw a post on X about it, and I'm like, I was like, huh? Because she's streaming over on TikTok now, which I'm like, oh boy. But here's the deal. She was on the up and up with, like, and then for her to leave, now she's tied in with the military somehow. Either she's still active or I don't know the whole story there, but I have a good.
She probably might be reserved.
I have a pretty good idea that because of some behind the scenes things, I don't know if you can actually interact with Rumble if you're a military person anymore. I don't know. I'd be curious to ask her. I think there's some shenanigans going on at Rumble to where they're like, if you're military personnel, you can't be on Rumble. If you're associated with the military, you cannot be on Rumble. Which then would then call into question, but why the hell is she over on TikTok then? Because TikTok's ready to go bye-bye.
As they say.
No, it's set up to be bye-bye. Go check out M2. That new platform.
Oh, M2? Oh, the new platform? Okay.
Yeah, it's set to replace TikTok. So, I mean, it's been coming a while. Trump keeps kicking the can, but I guess he was kicking the can to allow these people time to build another platform. So, but then you've got these people that are trying to be involved with it, like Mr. Beast, that weirdo, Mr. Beast, and there's a few other people that want to be a part of this thing, on an investor type level. So, I mean, like, you've got all these things that are going on in social media right now, and then it spins right back to censorship. And then who are we dealing with? What are we dealing with? Who's tied to what? Who's watching who? And it's just the oddest thing to see. I was like, yeah, somebody who went to the creator house the first time is now off the platform. Is that even a I mean, does that I only took it from the. I mean, she could have been lying, but I don't I mean, why would she post a lie? I mean, she posted about it, so it's like, oh, okay. It's saying that she's
Yeah.
specifically streaming from TikTok now. It's like, what happened?
Well, she's still affiliating her channel towards Rumble as well because she does have her Rumble account posted directly
Right.
straight
So,
up on. She's been live 12 days ago on Rumble.
yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, and that post was just what 3 or 4 days ago. I saw. So either that's just a
Yeah.
new, brand new thing, or what? But I was just like, what the fuck is that? And then I think about it this too. Oh boy, all the infighting over there.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
the wonderful community,
just
right? The community.
yeah,
All about the community.
yeah.
You don't like the community?
Why try to have community if you're gonna just infight?
Yeah, that's how communists do things, though. the struggle for power within the community.
It is our struggle, comrade. No, comrade. It is our struggle. Not your struggle, not my struggle. Our struggle. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of. Oh my goodness. What are we gonna do?
It's a sad state of affairs that is going on with Rumble. I kind of miss like at least 2 years ago, because 2 years ago it was pretty good. But then once Rick, I know I'm naming him, I don't care. But once he took over for the head of the marketing, it just it went downhill. Way downhill. And then whenever we questioned it, it just we got blacklisted and all that, and it's just a big O situation spawns off of that.
I don't know if you can see the screen or not, but I'm pointing at myself right now. Because I was the guy that called that bullshit out and I said this isn't gonna work like everybody thinks it's going to. This guy's a disaster. I said that. I think I was the first person to say that, and it was because of the one and only interaction I had with him. It's like you don't come into a person's chat space the way it's like, come on, dude, announce who the fuck you are. I didn't know who the hell you were, and I just got done reading the dang bylaws where it specifically said no one's allowed to have Rumble in their name. Period. Game over. That was it. And I had just got done reading that shit before going live that day, and he shows up in my chat. I'm like, and I just laid into him after he made this comment. Like, I heard you made the program. Congratulations. And I'm like, I don't know who the fuck you are, but I ain't got an email or anything that said that. I don't know who. Like, huh? Well, I just wanted to congratulate. It's like, well, who are you? And oh, by the way, you're not supposed to have Rumble in your name. And then I went off about that. What a great welcome to if you just
welcome to Rumble.
Yeah, if you had just told me who the fuck you actually were, maybe we would have had a better conversation, and maybe things might have transpired differently. I'm glad they didn't, because I got to find out just how dumb you were in that moment. But hey, whatever. It's like if you had just said who you were, this could have turned out a lot different. But no, you show up whatever. Anyways, the people just don't think. I was like, what the hell? Aren't you supposed to follow your own bylaws? Like, if you say don't, why would?
Yeah, then they got that channel mastering Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
He has Rumble in his name, and I know who runs that account.
Mm-hmm.
I remember. I know his old screen name before he changed it. And no, you tell me you're a suck up without telling me you're a suck up at this point.
Right. Well, I mean, again, they could have changed the bylaws about that too, so it doesn't.
They probably did.
So more people could do that. But you've got people on X. I mean, Rumble has their own rules, and even though they might be willing to let some people break those rules, obviously because they're staff members or whatnot, you have people that come over to X, and you've got the Rumble News, you've got the Rumble this person, you got Rumble, and it's like, okay, all right, I see what you guys are doing. So, good for you, I guess. Don't care. Don't care, but because of certain people I interact with, I get a whole bunch of shit coming across my screen on X that I didn't sign up for, but there it is anyways. So,
Yeah.
I just deal with it. I think it's fun. It's actually informative to see other people posting their issues, other people being disgruntled like you have been, I have been, whatever. It's like it's nice. It's nice that people like at least have one platform to be able to vent without being, because look at what's happened to me.
Yeah.
Look at what has happened to you, and countless others on Rumble with the censorship, full on censorship. But at least they can't touch you on X. They can't touch you on Twitch. They can't touch, But then it's like, oh shit, are they?
You got other people to worry about.
Yeah, well, and are they buddies with the other CEOs? And and it's like, and if they are, you know what I mean? It's like
censor this guy.
Yep.
Because this guy is bad news. Bad news bears.
Yeah, that's a thing too.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah, just and that's bullshit. Really, it is. I would like a platform that that can gain traction and have viewership, but not censor anybody just because, oh no, we didn't like the way he voiced his opinion.
Right.
His opinion is not one that I like, so he doesn't get to have his cut of his audience or find his people. It's just like, Lord, childish behavior. Yes,
that's what it is.
I'm just.
That's just the world we live in right now, apparently. So, I mean, what are you gonna do besides just continue to speak out against it? It's all you can do at this moment in time. So,
yeah, just scream into the void. Hope somebody is there to listen.
Oh, we got three people into the void over here on Rumble right now.
I've tried watching the stream through Rumble, and it does the periodic freeze thing.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever, so
yeah, which mine is. Well, it's like, look, not a lot of people do lives on X. You do have some, but it's very few. And I've been doing it pretty consistently. Even before my little hiatus, I was doing it consistently. Yeah. And then now that I'm, again, right back on it. And, I've got the highest number I've had for people viewing today. Right now, it says on my end here, and I could be wrong because, they monkey with stuff all the time. It says I have 42 people viewing on X right now.
Yeah, I would believe that, because with the 42 people that are viewing your product on X are people that see it in their timelines, but also they're the ones that also see it off to the side under the Live on X tab that they've added. So you can just click there and just keep it tabbed up while they're scrolling X.
Right.
So that's 40. That's not really 43 active viewers, but 43 views in total that your content has been seen.
Well, okay, so I have that number, which is at 44, and then I have a 42 I'm seeing two different numbers, which I've figured, so I had two people come in and then go throughout time, and then it's just builds. So I don't know. Again, they monkey with the numbers. I don't know what's what viewership.
That says live 42 views. That's just views in aggregate of how many people have seen your content within passing or looking, just watching it for like a second.
But
it's not real views. It's like scroll through views and shit. It's retarded.
Right, but it's over here on the multi-stream, which it keeps track of the views too. It says I've got 45. So
yeah, that's because I've opened it on another tab.
Right.
Recently.
Yeah, no, I saw the number fluctuate there. So I'm always like I don't like paying attention to numbers, but sadly, it's the only way that you can catch a monkeying with shit. You have to pay attention to the numbers if you're going to catch them in the act of doing some shenanigans. So
yeah,
I've been not obsessed with them, but I watch, and then I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
It's like
because for a small live stream, 45 views, that's usually what I would normally get.
It keeps track
with all of my stuff in aggregate.
Yeah, and see, okay, here we go. So, yeah, 42 people watching. Hi, 42 people. How you doing? On X. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which that's pretty good still.
Hi everybody. Well, yeah, no, it's great. I was getting those kind of numbers on Rumble there for a while, 40, 50, 60. With the the viewership at 800-900.
Okay. Was 40 people.
That's the most you've ever had
on Rumble. Most I've ever seen normally, like just streaming normally, normal day.
Yeah.
40 people. And then my chat space would be filled with like 10 to 20 people.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
But that was damn good. And I was growing day after day like it was nothing. But then one of these policy changes just flipped everything on its head. And I was like, and I started noticing, and I started pointing it out, and I was boiling me from there. And I was like, so you basically, if you notice a pattern, and you talk to minimize the efforts of him noticing our pattern. I don't know.
Those bastards.
Yeah, those bastards.
Bastards.
And there's really nothing you can do about it except for just let it happen.
Record it.
You can record it, talk about it all you want, but if it ain't going nowhere, it's going nowhere.
Yeah, I mean that's fact. It's going nowhere to a certain extent on the platform, but look, they're running up against some issues that, I mean, hey, you can't lie when you're marketing. That's fraud, So when you're saying you're a freedom of speech platform and you support freedom of speech, but yet I've got all the evidence in the world, I myself can testify to my personal experience and what I've seen, along with all the evidence that I have to back it. And I also could have myself another witness, multiple witnesses, but like you are a good example as well. You could testify of actual freedom of speech on said platform. So, I mean, not trying to stir up any trouble here, but trying to make a point that Yeah, just
but
stop.
one of the angles
Yeah,
that
yeah,
that
stop lying.
that I
Like,
yeah,
if you're
one of the angles that I've sorry.
no, I was just like, if you're a platform touting freedom of speech, you better not be censoring
Hmm.
people. How about that? Just that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is where they kind of get you because I kind of have to think like somebody that's out to do us all harm. I don't know why I do this, but I just think about the other side of how they're gonna have to spend shit
Mm-hmm.
just to get it to go in their direction.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, with them censoring us or soft censor, shadow ban, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
what they are doing right now is you can say what you want. They say, oh yeah, you still have freedom of speech to say what you want.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't have the freedom to reach an audience or do anything just because you say things that we do not necessarily agree with, just does not mean you can't say them. You have freedom of speech, not freedom of reach.
Mm-hmm.
And also, your speech has consequences, and the consequences of you saying what you want
Right.
is
Right. But
you get censored.
here's the problem with that. I mean, I get that. That's I get that that's where they could go with it, but they'd be wrong because they tout themselves as a public platform, public space, public
Mhm.
forum.
But
You cannot control
but
speech in a
my
public
private
forum.
company,
No. See, you don't get the private company bullshit when you're touting
I know,
yourself
I
as a
know,
public platform. You, you,
I know.
you. If your public platform where the forum that you're providing is a public space, it is literally a place where you get to plop your soapbox down and stand on top of that soapbox and say whatever you want, and they can't shuffle people away from you or anything. They have to just be, yeah. And if people don't like what they hear, fine. Okay, I get that. But if they start liking what they're hearing, you can't like magically make them disappear, which they've done. They've done that to so many people, a lot of people. So their argument of this,
Mhm.
it falls short.
Yeah, it falls short because it's like why you're not allowing them to speak to an audience that they could have reached if it were a true free speech platform.
Mm-hmm.
And their argument holds no water whenever compared to being out in the real world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, because you have to treat this as if it's that city park that people are
Mhm.
just doing their thing, and then somebody just threw a soapbox down and stood on it and started preaching about something. If people stop because they're able to see that person, they're like, "Oh, what are they saying?" Boom, they go over and they start interacting. They're, "Oh man, this is awesome," and they're not even
Yeah,
allowing for that. Yeah. Not
yeah. Pop
when
down your soapbox, get your megaphone and everything.
yeah, when you keep people from being able to decide for themselves, that is one of the most egregious types of censorship that you can do. Like, sorry,
Hmm.
we've decided for you. What the fuck do you mean you decided for me? What if I want to hear that? Well, sorry, you can't hear that because we've deemed it unsafe for you to hear.
Yeah, that
Excuse
just
me?
reminds me of like the comment and chat censors that they have
Mm-hmm.
in place over there, and I'm just like, oh my god,
Mm-hmm.
just give us a choice to opt out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
want I want to have all the words.
Yeah. Yep.
I love all the words. Some not as much as others.
Yeah, I like words too. Even the ones that I rally against, I like those words because they have significant meaning. And if you know the meaning, you just don't use the word. but it's nice to have the word that will take on that meaning, so at least it exists somewhere, so we recognize what we're up against.
I'm probably might put a post on X doing another little poll thing that I'm probably going to just do bunch of little questions
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, what is this word? What does this word mean to you? Is this word a good thing? Yes, good or no, or see how many people say yes or no, depending on which word I'm using. Like humble. Humble is the one that I'm like, that has really struck a chord with me. I'm like, oh, damn, it means that shit? Never again. That's one of those never again things.
Well, I mean, it's okay to use it sparingly,
Sparingly, yes.
and like I would say, community should never be spoken again. But okay, sparingly, depending on the scenario or whatnot, sparingly. Um, but that humble word, that is
Yeah.
the same context of the community usage in a virtue manner. Like people, how many times in a conversation can you count somebody using the word community because they're trying to be virtuous, they're trying to be inclusive, they're trying to all these things, and they're like, oh, come be a part of our community, or oh yeah, I think your community's great, or we got to. It's like, wow, okay, virtue, 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 fake, 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 fake. Then you enter humble when they're like, oh, the only way to be, you got to be humble. I'm humble. Or you have this weird contextual uh, signaling going on to elevate oneself above everybody else. It's like, here's another one: God's name in vain. You ever use God's name in vain?
I've done it every once in a while.
Okay.
I'm still guilty of that.
No, are you ready to play the game to blow your mind? Let's play the game. So you just said that you've used his name in vain a few times. In what way? Like, give an example.
Uh, well, the most common example would say in like "God damn it" or God, just using his name for a profane or a vulgarity reason.
Okay, so saying "God damn it" is not in vain.
That's what people usually say it as at say it
Okay.
as.
No. Well,
That-
let's break this down. This is why I said this is gonna be fun. You're gonna love this.
Hey, I'm ready to have my mind blown. So
God damn it. Say it slow.
I know.
What?
Damn this thing.
Yeah, it's not using him in vain, and it's not vulgar. You are asking him. It is an ask. Damn that thing, please. Please damn this thing, God. God damn it. God damn that thing that's messing with me. Help me out, God. It is more of a prayer of help, of asking. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You're just doing it in an angry, almost a
And
demand.
people use it as and people also use that as like, oh, you're cursing and using his name in vain.
Yeah, because
And that's how it's been taught.
no,
That's how it's been taught.
But see, the people that say that though,
Same thing with humble.
The
Yeah.
people who say that are using his name
Yeah.
in vain. When they tell you, "Hey, stop that," they're the ones using his name in vain. What's vain? What is it to be vain?
Vanity.
So
that
so
would
when
be
you
the other.
use God's name in vain, it's when because you go to church, because you know the Bible scriptures,
And
and because
then that leads back into the humble. Damn it.
yeah. So the majority of the people who are the far righty Bible thumping POS people that shove, like what we were talking about earlier, where like you want to open the door and do an introduction and then just let the people take it from there, and God will handle it. And either they'll include you in further wanting to know and question, or they'll won't include you, but you've at least made the introduction. The people who use God's name in vain are the people, like, I'll just say, like, Mormons. Okay? They don't believe in God's grace. They believe in doing good deeds to get to heaven. It's a transactional. So everything good that Mormons do is transactional so that they can get to heaven. It has nothing to do with just because they want to do it and just because out of their heart they want to do it. No. It's a transaction thing. Good works to get to heaven. God doesn't have the grace of God just because God wants you there, wants to forgive you. He loves you, and the grace of God is powerful. They miss that.
Yeah.
That's why every like 2 or 3 years they redo all the sightings on every single one of their temples. That's why they spend absurd amount of money, and that's why they also have these certain rules where the more holy you are by your works, that's using God's name in vain. So when you use God to prop yourself up above other people, you see that religion is really good, like the far right Bible thumping type religions. There's multiple variants of this. All of them are using God's name in vain. Like here's one, the Pope. When you kiss the Pope's ring, when the Pope's running around and all of his stuff, the Pope is actually idolatry. The Pope has become an idol.
Mm-hmm.
The golden calf. That's the Pope. So for all the Catholics out there, sorry to break it to you, some of the people that you've been raised around or raised with, or some of the people you've been told are all these wonderful people, it's all using God's name in vain. It's vanity, the vanity of it. So when you start thinking about just exactly, again, the words that you're using, the context in which the actual people who use God's name in vain shift the focus from themselves because they know they're in the wrong, and shift it to you that just ask God to damn something that you just stubbed your toe on. Now, I mean, seriously, like, should
I see where you're coming from.
But people, it goes over their head, and it kind of goes into why we see so much corruption in the world. Everything has been manipulated so that good looks bad and bad looks good. When you really start breaking this stuff down, and it's definitely the works of the devil, Satan. This is a good versus evil thing.
Good and evil. Yay. Everybody loves this.
Right. Look, should you be asking God to smite something? Probably not, because you're angry and you don't want your emotions to control your actions. Yeah. Okay, so fair point. Maybe we shouldn't say God damn it. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't ask God to. You're asking, and God has no problem saying, "No, pound sand. You're angry. Get over it." But what you haven't done is use His name in vain.
Okay.
Like it's.
Because you did see people. I've always been taught this from a young age, never to say it, because that's using God's name in vain.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like,
yeah.
And nobody's took the time to just explain that what they're saying is correct.
That's because
even though it's really
they were taught the same thing.
Taught the same as well.
Yeah, I was taught.
Yeah, they're just only being.
I was taught the same as you were, but then I was the one that questioned, and I said, "But that's how am I using His name in vain? Vain doesn't mean angry."
Yes, vanity. Yeah. And I used as a tool of anger and malice to say, damn this some bitch, or damn this, damn that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's a bad thing either, as far as like in the vain sense. It's nowhere near that.
Yeah.
It's people taking it to smite your enemy necessarily. You're supposed to pray for your enemy. before and after you smite them yourself. But you don't need to ask God to do it for you, or maybe God help me in this manner during war to protect my loved ones, to protect me, to protect you, and my ability to have faith in you on my own terms and not somebody else dictating to me. Maybe you can do that. You definitely can ask him anything you want at any time, and he can definitely say, "Piss off." And there's nothing wrong with that type of an interaction too. Some people might look at that side-eyed, but I'm always thinking God's telling me to pound sand or piss off or take a hike or take a flying leap or hey buddy, hey I love you, but what you're wanting from me right now, no, you don't deserve it right now. Mm-mm. No, you're gonna have to prove one thing or another. Prove your faith to me a little bit more. Like, keep your mouth shut a little bit longer next time, and maybe I'll hook you up. Like little things like that. But that's my inner dialogue that I have with him on a more personal level. And
Yeah.
and then having these other conversations like we're having now about the interpretation of things, and when you actually
They're trying to put themselves over you and your little
yeah
your
so
little way of saying stuff. Yeah.
yeah so who's
I
winning?
kind of get what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's like, but they're trying to distract, and it's a control thing. It's not just a vain thing. Which, oh wait, isn't power and control kind of vanity? If you're the king yourself, if you get and see those people that do that point it out, they're also doing something else they're not supposed to do. Judge you.
Damn.
I'm just like that and they don't mean. I don't think of the majority, because like you said, and I said it too. We all got raised a certain way with this stuff. My grandma washed my mouth out with soap when I was little because I said "God damn" like Granddad said, and then I got Granddad in trouble because I told Grandma that's where I learned it from. And then I got and then it's like, oh shit, Grandpa's getting his mouth washed out with soap too? Holy smokes, what's going on here? Grandma's a control freak now all of a sudden. And then you realize,
yeah,
holy crap, Grandma is a control freak. She believes she gets to control people by using the Bible and what she's been.
Yeah.
And what is she doing? And it's like, well, oh shoot, she's doing the exact same thing Kenneth is doing. I just was taught that way. She was just taught that way. And that's fine, but somebody's got to be like, hey, guess what? Maybe that's not it.
The way you were taught was probably wrong. Or just not the way it's supposed to be. Not really wrong per se. It's just, don't do it.
Just thought it differently.
Yeah.
Like when you hear somebody say, God damn it, you shouldn't actually get upset. You don't have to step in and say anything. You can actually interpret it more in line with how it's being said. Like, why did they just say, God damn it? Like, think about what they were. What was that for?
Why did they say it? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that was for the fact that that guy just stubbed his damn toe, and now he's pissed at the rock that he kicked, and so he's asking God to smite that rock. God damn that rock. God damn it.
As I hit the fucking coffee table.
Yeah, I mean, when you start looking at it from that point of view, it's like, I think it's actually a much, much better question than saying, fuck that rock.
Fuck that piece of shit. Yeah.
Now you're...
See, another thing, too, about, just thinking about using all the traditional vulgarity and swear words, as people call them. It's just like, saying that rattles some feathers too. We talk about God in this context,
Mhm.
and then we're still saying the word fuck. How dare they?
Right, but
That ruffles
but
feathers as well.
but in the context, it's a valid talking point that goes along with it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, well, which would you rather me say? Or would you just go with, I'd rather you not say any of it, which that's fine too.
Yeah.
But they are just words. Like, I remember I was really little and I got in an argument with my mom because I repeated a word that my dad said. Fuck. He said it on the
Yeah.
farm when we were dealing with cattle, and I was like his little mini me that was just running around with him, and I wanted to be like Dad, and so I started saying dad shit at home, and then I had already realized at a young age a word can be any word can be assigned damn near any definition at its
Yes.
inception. So basically, I remember breaking it down to my mom and like the look on her face because I was little, I was young. I'm like, but mom, the word is is F bad by itself? Is that letter bad by itself? Is the letter U bad by itself? Like those two letters appear in how many other words? And no one freaks out.
Fun.
Like,
Yeah.
is C a bad letter?
Fudge.
Is K a bad letter? If none of these letters are bad, but then all of a sudden they magically become bad when unified? Because,
Then why unify them?
well, because you've defined that word as what? What does that word mean? Why is that meaning so horrendous?
Yeah.
Like when you actually
What
start,
makes it bad?
yeah, well, because it's pornographic. Fuck, sex. It's pornographic. So you could make that argument, and that would be an acceptable argument to make because God doesn't like pornography to a point, right? Not a big fan of pornography.
Well,
So, oh, you don't.
and if going on that, it's with
Hmm?
yes, that is against what you have been commanded not to do.
Mm-hmm.
Don't lust after uh, things of the flesh like sex and all that
Mm-hmm.
shit, and it's just one of those things you just don't do.
Right. Fred is in the
And
house.
that's the only way. That is the only way it is bad.
Right. Freda's is in
It's
the house
just
over here in Rumble Land. If you
Fred. Yay, Fred.
Freda's Uzi Fred in the house. Yeah, no, I mean, look, it's a fascinating conversation.
Yeah.
Because it just plays into the whole thing that we've been kind of talking about all night long. Censorship, meanings, definitions, context, comprehension, and how everything can be twisted. And people tend to use these points of leverage to elevate themselves above others in a virtuous manner to then create an optical illusion of superiority.
Yeah. The people.
And GM
it's-
Studios over here in Rumble Land over here now too. I mean, look, I don't think people agree, but it's like people that are for using the N word and people that are not for using the N word. Like, are we willing to say that word? Are we like are
or
we
say
willing?
or saying faggot or something of that
Yeah, like,
caliber.
right, like are you willing to at least have the conversation and bring up the reasons for and the reasons against? Like, do the pros and cons. And what does it mean to you? Like I have a tendency to put put words and their definitions on my X posts. I'll post definitions, word of the day stuff, and you never know what's going to come up. And I shoot, last week or the week before, I had the word niggardly. So Niggardly pop in on my words of the day on my dictionary app. So
Yeah.
I posted it. I shared it, and it just was, dumb acts, ignorant act, that, and that
Yeah.
was, and so it's like, okay, well, that's so what's
It's not a
wrong?
bad word,
What's wrong with that? But see, because
but it sounds
of
like
yeah,
it sounds like the other one that people
yep,
have ruined with being equated with racial epithets.
mm-hmm.
So, yay.
NGM says it's so early. I got a little time to spread the love before I start the grind.
Yeah, we've been on that long. Damn. Well, it's now 9:05 where I'm at, and I've been here since about 2.
Right. Right. Well, yeah, yeah. Shit. Look, yeah. But look, I was saying, hey, done. An hour. We've already talked an extra hour now. And that's the
Actually, it's been about 3 hours
yeah. That's
at
what I'm
this
saying.
point.
Yeah, it was 2 hours that we talked extra, and then I'm like, okay, we gotta be done. And your friend came in, and we talked for another hour on top of that. I
Yeah.
hope the content was good for you, sir. That shoot my the
A.K. Al Raul.
Raul
Yes.
Raul
Yeah.
the barbershop. Yeah, Darby. Nice. I like it. I like it. Yeah, thanks for coming in here and hanging out, listening. I don't know. It's for everybody out there, just in your travels today, in your thoughts, and if you've got prayers to give, remember the great Charlie Kirk, freedom of speech fighter, and went out talking.
Yeah.
Right, like I mean, he went out talking.
He went
So
out the way he lived.
hopefully, President Trump awards him posthumously the Medal of Freedom. So wouldn't that be fantastic?
That would actually be
So
nice, but then it's just gonna be, oh, they're just rewarding him just because of stupid reasons, and it's just no. He's actually done work to earn what he has got,
Yep.
or not got, but been given. Shit, my tongue is tied. We've been doing this for a while.
Well, and just you know to preserve, protect, and defend the United States Constitution is what he was doing in that moment. With open discussion, open debate on a university campus, and Freda says 8 a.m. here. This pre-recorded? No, this is not pre-recorded.
No,
In around.
I'm
8.
Central Time, so
Yeah.
that's all that matters. We got Central, East, West, and Mountain, all in the all.
Well, we've now gone into the 8-hour realm, and look, we gotta call it now. We have to. We can pick
Yeah, we
up.
have to. It's you get a full broadcast day at this point.
Yeah, I did. I just filled an 8-hour time slot on
Yeah.
freedom of speech, and I could probably keep talking about it. And we
Freedom
talked
of
about,
speech, words, freedom of speech, and words and their meanings.
yeah, and
That's always good.
context. Yeah, well, I mean, you lose a lot of people doing it, but you gain some people too. So I mean, like the whole point is just to offer, make an offering, make an introduction. Hmm. You
Yeah.
made some great
But
points
anyway,
tonight, sir. I hope everybody has thought about some of the things that we talked about. Your offering of the idea of we need to all start going out and talking. Pick up the
just
mantle.
more talking. Pick
Hmm.
up the mantle that has been left behind and start talking. Just go out into like your public. Just go out public to the city and just start talking to people. But you don't necessarily have to film it. Just start talking. Because there's a lot of people in this world that just want to be heard.
Well, and if you don't want to film it yourself, just go have a conversation out front of a bank and then go in and ask them for the security tape with the audio, and then there you go. Oh.
Yeah, that
you, then
you could petition.
you just edit that, and then you're like, oh, shit, that was easy. And then you just start going around having conversations with people in front of security
Nah.
cameras all
Yeah.
over the place, and then ask for those. Like, and then you're like, shit, I don't ever have to have a
Those
camera
public
crew.
record.
I don't have to ever do nothing. I just can just like, okay, we're gonna meet here because I know that there's a security camera over there with audio, and boy, that's it right there. We're game on.
Hey, did you just find somebody about a couple miles from the bank and say, "Hey, could you come walk over this way so we can talk?" I want you to get as close to the microphone as possible.
They're like, what are you leading me into a trap? NGM Studios over here says Hawaii is like 1 a.m. right now. Better stay live for a few more hours. Yeah, no, I need to go get some sleep so I can get up and do a day cast and then come back and do a night cast and not do one for 8 hours and 11 minutes.
Yeah, but we'll finally let speak go, even though the conversation and the topic of conversation has been interesting to say the least.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Mr. Kenneth, a.k.a. Electric Porpoise, for anybody who wants to find him over here on the X platform or Twitch or even Rumble, I guess. Or
Twitter, well, Rumble, Odyssey, YouTube, whatever. We're Instagram, TikTok, whatever, which place you want to
just do a search
find me.
of Electric Porpoising, and then you're
Electric Porpoise, and just you'll find me. I'm the only one,
well,
unless some people try to mimic me.
I don't know. I might have a logo that I could use and.
No. Well, you could just rip the logo that I currently have and just say,
No. Remember the one that I have that I actually made?
"Oh yeah,
I could just be like,
oh yeah, I remember
I'm the new Electric Porpoise over here, new skin."
No, I'm the better one.
Well, no, I'm just saying you wouldn't be
I-
the only one at that point. Then there'd
Yeah.
be a porpoise pod of 2 instead of 1.
Because I usually have the 3 numbers after my name, just so I could
See,
have that.
yeah. Well, see,
I don't.
I just thought of something for you.
Yeah.
You have to find another porpoise so you can have a true podcast. Da-dun.
That's funny.
Just saying.
Yeah. EP extended. Hey, EP is extended play. Yeah,
Oh man.
Damn. There's a lot of ways you can swing it, but anyway, we're gonna probably let you go so you can go get yourself some well-needed shut-eye.
All right. Well, thanks for coming in, joining in. That was fun. Great conversation as usual. It was good to catch up with you, and Mr. Darby, thanks for coming in. I am going to end this. I'm going to end this, and we'll catch up soon. Y'all have a good day. Much love.
All right. Bye bye bye.
All right. Well, that was Electroporpoise. Thanks again to Kenneth and and Darby for joining in as a listener over on the X space, and thanks to Freda's coming in here, hanging out, and NGM Studios. That's like try to say that like 2 or 3 times fast. That's like a tongue twister. So thanks for coming in and hanging out for what little time you did. Right here at the end. Freda's, thanks for notifying me that my microphone was not, for some reason. Yeah, anyways. Early on, 20 minutes. If you know how to read lips, you'll know what I said for 20 minutes ever. And so be it. So be it. Yeah. That's so odd to read that when you do that. It's like I'm getting tired though. Obviously, I'm getting tired. So, gotta call it. Gotta call it. And so until next time, which hopefully is sooner rather than later. Please, for the love of God, speak up, speak out, speak freely. Much love, everybody. Much love. Peace.